Chapter 351. At night. Shinji flashed and quietly left Keiran's apartment. Just now, he went to Keiran's apartment again to confirm the progress of Keiran's eternal Mangeki Sharingan fusion. It was similar to what he had guessed before. Naturally, the difficulty of fusing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not small, and Keiran's fusion this time actually has a lot of tricks, so the progress of the fusion is not very smooth. Shinji had expected this. After all, these two pairs of Mangeki were neither Keiran's own nor her blood relationship. It was a miracle that she could successfully initiate the fusion. After returning to his apartment and removing his disguise, he calmed down and analyzed. From the current progress of the fusion, the previous 2-week expectation may be a bit optimistic. If we want to complete the fusion completely, the fusion cycle may increase to 4 to 6 weeks. He frowned slightly. The previous prediction was 2 to 3 weeks, so he only arranged an ordinary accident for Karin. If it were someone else, it would not be suspicious to rest at home for a while. But Karin is different. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan known for her strong vitality. Ordinary injuries may take 10 days and a half months for others, but for her, it can be healed in 3 to 5 days at most. In this case, if Karin only had skin injuries caused by an accident and rested at home for a month and a half, anyone would think it was strange. Now everyone's attention is on the upcoming surgery, and there is no time for it. Although he has time to care about Karin, the operation will be performed next week at the latest. Once the operation is completed and the results come out, the situation will calm down after a week of noise at most. Even if other villages are secretly plotting, they will not make it public. By then, both the ninja school and Jiraiya may pay attention to Karin again. The confrontation test took a week, the operation took a week, and the public situation minus another week, so I need at least 2 to 3 weeks. Shinji rubbed his chin. He must keep things happening in the village so that he can better cover up Keiran's fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This step is the key to his Samsara Eye plan and cannot be missed. Tsunade's operation plan is impeccable. A week of preparation time is completely sufficient, so the operation cannot be delayed for too long, except... Suddenly, an idea came to Shinji's mind. A few days later, Tsunade announced the official start of the operation plan. This time is almost exactly the same as the 1-week preparation time that Shinji had estimated before. On the day when the operation officially began, the fusion of Keiran's eternal Mangeki Sharingan had lasted for 2 full weeks. The fusion progress was extremely slow, less than halfway. Fortunately, everyone's attention was focused on this operation. Even in the ninja school, most of the classmates talked about this operation, so Karin was not suspected for the time being. Konoha Hospital. Following behind Kusanagi Kaoru, Shinji, together with 2 other Konoha medical ninjas and Cho from Tsunagakuer, entered the underground operating room of Konoha Hospital. A 9-year-old Tsunagakuer boy had completed anesthesia and was lying on the operating table. Kusanagi Kaoru was the surgeon in charge of this operation. She looked at the Tsunagakuer boy on the operating table, then took a deep breath and announced, "Final check." Shinji immediately said, "The volunteer's vital signs are normal." Another Konoha medical ninja said, "All surgical instruments have been disinfected." Kusanagi Kaoru looked at Cho from Tsunagakuer. Cho nodded solemnly, "Please start." Kaoru Kyusei no longer hesitated and started the operation immediately. Activate the first-generation cells. Basic skin test. Cell implantation. Inhibitor injection. Fusion agent injection. Kaoru Kyusei performed all the surgical steps meticulously. Even Cho from Tsunagakuer nodded secretly and thought, "Oh, there are so many excellent medical ninjas in Konoha." At this time, Kaoru Kyusei looked at Shinji. Shinji, who understood what Kaoru Kyusei meant, quickly read out the various physical data of the volunteers. The volunteer's blood pressure is over the standard, which is not good. The blood pressure has reached the critical value. The cell activity is also over the standard. Almost at the same time, the volunteer from Tsunagakuer on the operating table twitched violently. Chiyo's face suddenly sank. She is also an excellent medical ninja. She knows very well what the data displayed on the instrument means, and she feels sad. Kaoru Kyusei did not give up immediately, but shouted, "Quick! Continue to inject the inhibitor." In the office of the medical class, Tsunade and Jiraiya were chatting while waiting for the results of the 17 operations. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a medical ninja rushed in and reported, "Tsunade-sama, the 3rd group of operations failed, and the volunteer died. Then, the news of the failure of the 4th, 7th, 9th, and 11th groups of operations also came. Ah! Tsunade sighed. The failure of each operation means the death of a young life. Jiraiya comforted, don't think too much, you have already persuaded them. Tsunade shook her head, unfortunately, they don't believe me. Jiraiya said helplessly, it's not that they don't believe you, they are just too greedy. For the other 4 ninja villages, using a few lives to exchange for wood release is a sure win. After all, ninjas live on the edge of a knife. After a while, another series of failed operations came. At the end, Yakumo came to the office with a sad face. Tsunade-sensei, senior sister Shizun's operation also failed, and the volunteer died on the spot. Tsunade stood up, it seems that it's all over. Let's go and deal with the aftermath. Jiraiya suddenly thought of something, aren't there 17 operations? Tsunade nodded, well, what's wrong? Jiraiya asked, what about the 17th group? It seems to be their report. Tsunade didn't care too much at first, because she knew that even Yakumo's operation was a matter of life and death, so there was no chance that others could survive the operation. But after learning that the operation of the 17th group was still in progress and the volunteer from Tsunagakure was still alive, she was not calm. In the operating room of the 17th group, Kaoru Kusanagi stared at the ups and downs of the vital signs in the instrument, with a strange look. Not only her, but other medical ninjas also looked at each other. Because every time the Sand Village volunteer on the operating table was about to reach the limit and was about to be devoured by the runaway first-generation cells, the vital signs suddenly stabilized again. But not long after stabilizing, the first-generation cells implanted in the body went berserk again, and this repeated jumping back and forth has happened 7 or 8 times. The second update is here. It's the end of the month, please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 352, False Miracle. Looking at the ups and downs of the vital signs on the instrument, all the medical ninjas in the operating room were shocked-stunned. Chiyoko of Sand Village was worried and expectant, how could this happen? I don't know either. Kaoru Kusanagi shook her head blankly. This was the first time she had performed the first-generation cell transplantation surgery. She had never encountered such a situation, let alone heard of it. Not to mention the other medical ninjas, they were completely at a loss. After a while, someone whispered, should we go inform Lady Tsunade? Bang! Before Kaoru Kusanagi could answer, the door of the operating room was pushed open, and Tsunade, who had already changed into surgical clothes, strode in, I will take over the operation now. Kaoru Kusanagi felt relieved and quickly stepped aside. Shinji, who was also standing in front of the operating table, took 2 steps back without making a sound, and his eyes fell on Tsunade. With Tsunade's arrival, the surgical team quickly regained their composure. Tsunade observed the state of the Sand Village volunteer on the operating table while listening to Kusane Kaoru reporting the previous operation process and the physical signs of the volunteer displayed on various instruments. After a while, she frowned, it shouldn't be. Cho hurriedly asked, what's going on? Tsunade glanced at Cho and said bluntly, from the current situation, this operation has failed long ago, but for some reason, the volunteer was not backfired by the cells, but was in a stalemate with the backfired cells. Cho immediately grasped the key point, you mean the cell fusion failed? Well, it failed from the beginning. While answering, Tsunade continued to check the physical condition of the Sand Village volunteer on the operating table, and her brows were unconsciously frowned tighter and tighter. Because of Yakumo's successful experience, Tsunade is still very sensitive to various data. She can see at a glance that the operation in front of her has failed, but she doesn't know why this Sand Village volunteer on the operating table can block the backfire of the first-generation cells. After a moment of silence, Tsunade ordered, inject a large amount of inhibitors. Kaoru Kusanagi personally operated and injected 1.5 units of inhibitors into the volunteer's body again. With the injection of the inhibitor this time, the volunteer's vital signs finally returned to stability, but the person had already fallen into a deep coma, that is, a vegetative state, and could not be awakened. Send him to the intensive care unit. Tsunade said to Kaoru Kusanagi with a gloomy face. Kaoru Kusanagi immediately directed his surgical team to send the Sand Village volunteer who was in a deep coma on the operating table to the intensive care unit. Tsunade and Cho were the only ones left in the operating room. Cho asked, is this operation a success? Or a failure? Tsunade shook her head, it's hard for me to judge now, and further observation is needed. But he can survive, which means there is still a certain probability of completing cell fusion. I can only say that this is a miracle. Chiyo's eyes flickered when she heard this. Soon, various news about the operation spread from Konoha Hospital. Kirigakure headquarters. What? All failed. Upon hearing the news, Mei Terumi's face darkened. The Kirigakure medical ninja said helplessly, "We still underestimated the dominance of Konoha's first-generation cells." Almost at the moment of implantation, the bodies of several volunteers collapsed. Mei Terumi asked coldly, "Could it be Konoha's doing something?" The Kirigakure medical ninja shook his head. "Our people participated in the operation throughout the whole process. There should be no problem with other links, unless they tampered with the implanted cell tissue." Mei Terumi asked again, "What about the volunteers from other villages?" The Kirigakure medical ninja replied, "I heard that they all failed. It seems that only one volunteer from Sand Village was transferred to the intensive care unit." What? The people from Sand Village succeeded? Mei Terumi broke down instantly. If they all failed, it would be fine. The 4 villages could still speak in unison and put pressure on Konoha again. But if one succeeded, it would not only mean that the operation provided by Konoha was fine, but also divided the offensive and defensive alliance of the 4 villages on this issue. Almost at the same time, Uegakure and Kumigakure also received the news. The leader of Uegakure asked, "Damn, why did Sand Village succeed?" The medical ninja of Uegakure hurriedly explained, "Now he has just been transferred to the intensive care unit. Whether the operation is successful or not is still uncertain." The leader of Uegakure ordered, "Then go and confirm it. I want to know the accurate information." The Kumigakure also issued a similar order, requiring that at all costs, the true situation of the Sand Village volunteer who was sent to the intensive care unit must be found out. On the Sand Village side. After leaving the operating room, Cho immediately found the senior ninja Maki and ordered, "Arrange someone to guard the intensive care unit for 24 hours. No one is allowed to approach except Konoha's medical ninjas." Understood. Maki nodded. In the Hokage's office, Danzo was furious, "Is this your plan? If the volunteer from Sand Village wakes up and obtains the wood release, how can you face the first generation?" Faced with Danzo's questioning, Tsunade had a gloomy face and said nothing. This situation is indeed in her. Tanane Koharu and Mitamon looked at each other and said, "We must take action to prevent the outflow of wood release." Danzo looked at the 3rd generation sitting behind the Hokage's desk. "Hiruzen, let me handle this matter." Since Jiraiya and Tsunade returned to the village, his power has been squeezed. Now that he has finally found an opportunity, he will naturally find a way to regain the right to speak. The pressure suddenly came to the 3rd generation. He waited for a moment and asked Tsunade, "What is the probability that the volunteer from Sand Village will survive?" Tsunade shook her head, "It's hard to say." The 3rd generation said, "Then wait and see." Danzo looked dissatisfied, "What are you hesitating about?" The 3rd generation explained, "Now the other villages must be staring at the hospital, we can't act rashly." In Shinji's apartment. Yawn. Just when the eyes of all forces were focused on the Sand Village volunteer in the intensive care unit, he stretched and lay on the bed. Undoubtedly, the miracle that occurred during the operation was actually his secret manipulation. The volunteer from Sand Village was no different from the other 16 volunteers, and could not withstand the backlash of the first-generation cells. The reason why he was able to jump across the line of death was that Shinji used Niobe to connect his spirit body, and used Hwajin to quietly extract the first-generation cells that were raging in his body, forcibly suppressing the backlash of the first-generation cells. But this suppression was only temporary. Even if Tsunade increased the injection of inhibitors later, it did not change the fate of the Sand Village volunteer who could die at any time. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 353, Recruiting Apprentices. The Ninja School Confrontation Test, which was forced to be stopped due to the large number of medical ninjas entering, was finally calculated based on the team's performance at the end. Therefore, whether it was the Yakumo team, or the Shinji, Suzuki, and Niji teams, they did not achieve very good results. And this is undoubtedly good news for other ordinary students. At least their scores with the geniuses were not pulled apart again. In short, with the end of this highly anticipated confrontation test, the students in the ninja school finally ushered in a short period of relaxation. In the classroom, Shinji lazily looked out the window, and his classmates were talking in his ears. Have you heard that the volunteers sent by other villages to participate in the first generation of cell transplantation surgery are all dead? Ah, all dead. It's what they deserve. Who told them to covet our villages would release? I'll tell you a secret. In fact, those volunteers did not all die. One survived and was sent to the intensive care unit. What? That guy won't succeed like Yakumo, right? As he listened, the corners of Shinji's mouth rose. Letting the volunteer from Tsunagakure survive really triggered public opinion in the village. At present, even the 8 or 9-year-old students in the ninja school have begun to discuss this topic. And beyond Shinji's expectations, the atmosphere in the village has become much weirder. Whether it is the Konoha high-level officials or the other 4 villages, they all seemed to have no opinion on this matter, and all fell into a strange silence. Others may be confused, but Shinji is very clear. The quieter it is, the more serious the situation is. It is also because of this that everyone is afraid of each other and dare not act rashly. However, such silence will obviously not last too long. Shinji, who is interning in the medical class, can clearly feel that the various forces have been spying on the intensive care unit more and more frequently recently. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Shinji smiled secretly. At first, he just wanted to make something happen to continue to attract the attention of the village to cover up Karin, who was fusing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Originally, he thought that if one of the 17 volunteers who had the operation survived by chance, he might be able to delay it for a week or 2. But he didn't expect that this surviving Sand Village volunteer was like a bait, which led to various forces including Konoha to wrestle. Now even the students of the ninja school have begun to pay attention to this matter. For Shinji, it is simply a pleasant surprise. Afternoon. The students came to the playground and started free activities. Shin approached Yakumo, who looked sad, and asked, "Yakumo, why do you look unhappy? Did something happen?" "Nothing." Yakumo shook his head gently. Shin whispered, "Is it because of the surgery? Now everyone is saying that there is a volunteer in Sand Village who survived the surgery and may also have wood release like." Yakumo hesitated for a moment and nodded, "Well, Teacher Tsunade is also worried about this matter." Shin came closer, "Did that volunteer really succeed? This is a very sensitive topic. You must know that the role of a model is extremely huge. Before, only Yakumo succeeded, and Konoha has always emphasized the dangers of surgery, so other villages are skeptical and send few volunteers. But if there is another successful person, no matter who it is, they will think that the success rate of the first-generation cell transplant surgery is worth looking forward to. By then, a disaster will come. Because Yakumo knows very well that his surgery is due to the high-intensity yin-style chakra contained in the red dragon eye, which neutralizes the violent yang-style chakra in the first-generation cells. In addition, with the help of 2 powerful men, Tsunade and the leader, he barely succeeded. Others did not have similar conditions, so the more people tried, the more people died. If 1 or 2 more successful people appeared by chance, it would trigger a new round of imitations, and the number of deaths would be even more difficult to estimate. Thinking of this, Yakumo did not answer Shin's question and turned away directly. Bored, Shin found Shinji again and talked about Yakumo's worries. Shinji smiled and said, "You still have the leisure to worry about others? In the confrontation test, Suzuki knocked your magic weapon away in a few moves. Have you forgotten so quickly? So what? I won in the end." Shin looked proud. Shinji shook his head helplessly. As for Yakumo's worries, they were purely unnecessary. The volunteer from Tsunagakure seemed to have survived, but in fact, his body did not fuse the first-generation cells at all. He relied entirely on Shinji to constantly use Naobi and Hwajin to extract the violent Yangtun chakra in his body, barely maintaining his life. Once Shinji stops, the Sand Village volunteer may not be able to hold out for even a day. After all, the special nature of the first-generation cells is there, and there are only a few ninjas with the qualifications for fusion in the ninja world. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu and Shinji's eye technique can only increase the success rate of the operation, but cannot allow a ninja who has no qualifications to successfully fuse the first-generation cells. And Shinji has infused all the Yang-style chakra extracted from the Sand Village volunteer's body into Karin, who is fusing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After the loss of the void extraction of Huojin, the strength of this chakra is just within the range that Karin can bear. And as Shinji guessed, Karin, who is in a fusion state, has been nourished by this pure Yang-style chakra, and the fusion progress of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan has also accelerated a lot. Now Keirin's fusion has lasted for 3 weeks, and the progress has reached 70% to 80%. In other words, Shinji only needs to work hard to maintain the life of the Sand Village volunteer for about 2 weeks, so that the other party can attract attention for a while, and Karin can smoothly and quietly merge the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. While Shinji was thinking about this, several Konoha Jonins were standing on a big tree outside the ninja school, and the leader was none other than Kakashi. He pointed to the ninja school students on the playground and asked the Jonins around him, "Are there any children you are satisfied with among these children?" The Jonins observed the ninja school students on the playground and talked in a low voice. "That one is Kurama Yakumo. The boy from the Hyuga branch has good physical skills. The one with white hair is Kimimaro. The one in the corner is Uchiha Sasuke, right? Hey, that child is quite interesting." Listening to the conversation of his colleagues, Kakashi's eyes fell on Shinji. Undoubtedly. He called the senior ninjas here this time in the hope that one of them would take a fancy to Uchiha Shinji and accept him as his apprentice. Here comes the second update. This month is about to end, and those who still have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. Chapter 354 The Disciple Acceptance Storm. The confrontation test before the ninja school not only tested the strength of Kurama Yakumo, but also tested the excellence of this batch of students in the ninja school. The genius boys from other villages had no ability to compete with the 4 geniuses of the ninja school and Kurama Yakumo who possessed the wood release. The performances of other students in the ninja school were also remarkable and worthy of praise. The more outstanding, the more worthy of cultivation, so Kakashi proposed to the 3rd generation that the senior ninjas go to the ninja school to select some outstanding students to accept as apprentices. This is also an old tradition of Konoha. At the beginning, the 3rd generation selected Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru in this way. Jiraiya also selected the 4th generation in this way. The 4th generation also chose Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara Rin. It can be said that the master-disciple system of the Hokage is passed down from generation to generation by selecting good seedlings in the ninja school. If a Konoha ninja fails to get into this master-disciple system and does not worship a member of the Hokage system as a master, he will not be politically qualified to become a candidate for Hokage. No matter how high the prestige and how strong the strength are, it is difficult to become a Hokage through normal channels. On the contrary, as long as you successfully get into the master-disciple system of the Hokage, such as Naruto who worships Jiraiya as a master, Yakumo who worships Tsunade as a master, and even Sasuke who practices with Kakashi, you actually have the qualifications to become a Hokage. Don't underestimate this qualification. The difference between having and not having is the difference between one of us and not one of us. If you are not one of us, the stronger the strength and the higher the prestige, not only will you not be qualified to become a Hokage, but you will also bring disaster upon yourself. Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, is an example. After waiting for a while, Kakashi asked all the Jonin, "Do you have a favorite candidate?" Asuma shrugged. "The old man has already chosen one for me and asked me to guide the new generation of Inoshikacho, so I won't choose." Shizune smiled. "Originally, I was still in Ino and Sakura. There was some confusion between the two. Since you chose Pig, Deer, and Joe, I will choose Sakura. I have seen her test results. She has very delicate control of chakra and is a good candidate for a medical ninja." Akai stared at Xiao Li on the playground and said, "I need to take another look." Yui Kurane, who was promoted from a special jonin to a formal jonin not long ago, shook her head and said, "I need to take another look too." She actually favored Yakumo Kurama, who was good at illusion. It's just that Yakumo has already worshipped Tsunade as her master, so she has no candidate in mind for the time being. Kakashi frowned and looked at Yamato, who had not spoken yet. Seeing Kakashi looking over, Yamato said with a bitter face, "Lord Hokage has arranged a candidate for me, that is the priestess of the land of demons." As the disturbance caused by the appearance of wood release becomes bigger and bigger, Yamato, who possesses wood release, becomes more and more low-key. Ah! Kakashi could only sigh. From the performance of the students in the ninja school, it is easy to tell who is strong and who is weak, but the senior ninjas avoid Uchiha Shinji and Kimimaro. This shows that everyone does not want to cause trouble. After all, there are only a few senior ninjas like him who are willing to accept Uchiha in the whole village, and there are even fewer orphans like Kimimaro from other villages. It's just that Kimimaro should be clear about his situation and will not feel resentful when facing some injustice. But Uchiha Shinji is different. He performs so brilliantly, but he is not favored by any senior ninja in the village. It is hard to say whether he will have any ideas over time. So, Kakashi said to Yui Kurane, "Kinai, what do you think of Uchiha Shinji?" Yui Kurane thought for a while, then shook her head and said, "I am not suitable to be his instructor." Kakashi looked at Kai again, "Kai, what do you think of Uchiha Shinji?" Kakashi directly refused, "He is a genius, not suitable to be my disciple." Kakashi was helpless and speechless. It was mainly Kai's refusal that made him unable to refute, because it is true that not all jonin are qualified to guide a genius like Uchiha Shinji. In Kakashi's eyes, the most suitable person to be the instructor of Uchiha Shinji is actually the Uchiha clan's own genius Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi. Others, even himself, are a little bit less interesting. Kakashi sighed secretly, "Look for other jonin." A week passed in a blink of an eye. The jonins began to contact their favorite disciples. Asuma became the instructor of the new generation of Ino Shikacho, and Yui Kurane accepted the request of the Hyuga clan and began to instruct Hyuga Hinata. Shizune began to instruct Sakura in medical ninjutsu. Yamato became the personal trainer of Shin, the witch of the land of demons. Even Xiao Li, who was not seen by others, was said to have started physical training with a strange jonin. The collective acceptance of disciples by the jonins has become the hottest topic in the ninja school in the past week. Some envy. Some look forward to it. Of course, some complain. Shinji was naturally very happy about this. Because there was a new topic to fill the gap, so that the classmates and teachers of the ninja school would not pay too much attention to Karin who was recuperating at home. What he didn't expect was that this trend of jonin recruiting disciples actually brought up a rumor about him and Kimimaro. Obviously, he and Kimimaro, two geniuses, were actually outside the scope of this jonin's collective recruitment of disciples, which caused a lot of doubts. Yakumo and Naruto, known as the three ninjas Tsunade and Jiraiya, were accepted as disciples. Sasuke trained with Kakashi, the first technician of Konoha, and Niji was personally guided by the head of the Hyuga clan. Among the outstanding students, only Shinji and Kimimaro were training alone. Now, Shikamaru, Ino, Koji, the new generation of Ino Shikajo, and Sakura, Shin, and Lee, who were notoriously unsuccessful, have all been guided by senior ninjas. But Shinji and Kimimaro are still ignored, which is a bit intriguing. Kimimaro's background as a rebellious ninja in the mist is there, and it is understandable that no one is interested in him. It's understandable, but Uchiha Shinji is a native Konoha ninja, and he is also a victim of the Uchiha clan genocide. It's really hard to understand that such a tragic genius boy can't get the favor of any jonin. In the classroom, Bai took advantage of the break after class and said to Shinji, "Mr. Shinji, about those rumors, degree superscript 1. Shinji was stunned for a moment, smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I'm fine." After dealing with Bai's comfort, Shinji just walked out of the classroom and bumped into Sasuke. Seeing Shinji, Sasuke asked directly, "Shinji, no jonin wants to take you as a disciple." Sasuke frowned, "What's going on? Do you want me to talk to Kakashi?" Shinji said, "No, I'm fine." After walking out of the school gate, Shinji met Shin, who came to him specifically. Shin came up to him and whispered, "Shinji, I've asked the jonin to guide me, we can practice together in the future." Seeing Shinji about to speak, Shin waved his hand like a little adult, "Don't worry, if others ask, I'll say he chose you. How about it, good friends?" Shinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry, secretly self-deprecating, "Well, now I've become the object of attention for Karin. In the new month, please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you everyone." Chapter 355 Attack Strike. Whether it is troublesome or from the perspective of safety, Shinji is actually not willing to be the target of criticism. Because attention will attract targeting. This is also one of the reasons why he often runs to the medical team to try to disappear from other people's sight. Similarly, he doesn't want any jonin to accept him as a disciple. When Jiraiya helped Naruto practice, Tsunade chose Yakumo, and Kakashi took Sasuke away, he even secretly made up his mind. If there is really a jonin who wants to accept him as a disciple, no matter who it is, he will decisively refuse. However, with the passing of the jonin's apprenticeship, he, a genius of the ninja school with excellent performance, has no one interested in him, which is a bit interesting. Human nature is actually very simple. If he refuses others, he will not have any dissatisfaction, and he will even feel sorry for the jonin who took a fancy to him. But if no one chooses him, he will be a little unhappy. This is similar to I can refuse, but you can't not give it to me. Because on the surface, Shinji's performance was impeccable, and his record of defeating Yakumo many times in a row made him the top of the 4 geniuses in the ninja school. Under such circumstances, the village did not arrange a coaching jonin for Shinji, which easily led to deeper reasons. This is also the reason why rumors suddenly spread in the ninja school. Is it Danzo who is playing tricks, or is the entire top management rejecting me? On the way home, Shinji frowned. From the small to the big, he doesn't care about a coaching jonin, but if the village top management is full of malice towards him, then he has to prepare in advance. In the next few days, Shinji kept a low profile. The surviving volunteer from Tsunagakure and the turmoil caused by the jonin accepting disciples in the ninja school continued to dominate the topic of the village and the ninja school. Although some students occasionally mentioned Karin, they were all covered up by. After all, it is not uncommon for a student to want to rest at home for a while after being injured. As long as the ninja school and Jiraiya do not raise any questions, other people's doubts will not affect Karin. As for the ninja school, it is also in a state of panic at the moment. After hearing all kinds of rumors that the Konoha high-level officials disliked Shinji, Kakashi found the ninja school as soon as possible and asked the ninja school to severely punish the rumor spreaders and prevent the rumors from spreading further. The ninja school naturally took action immediately and arrested several students who deliberately spread rumors because of jealousy of Shinji, and expelled them from school. In the teacher's office, Iruka told Kakashi about the ninja school's handling of the rumor spreaders, and then said, "Please rest assured, senior, we will pay more attention to prevent rumors from harming classmate Shinji." Kakashi nodded. He has a deep pain for rumors. Back then, his father died from various rumors and groundless accusations. Because of this incident, he once felt that his father was wrong. The mission is above his companions and above everything else. Later, he realized that people who don't cherish their companions are worse than trash. Just when Kakashi was about to turn around and leave, Iruka hesitated and suddenly called Kakashi, "Senior." Kakashi turned around, "What's wrong?" Iruka stepped forward and said, "If Shinji did something wrong, I hope the village can understand. You know what he went through." Kakashi interrupted Iruka before he finished speaking, "What are you talking about? Isn't it?" After a pause, Iruka looked surprised, "Then why didn't the jonin choose Shinji? Isn't a genius like him worthy of the village's key cultivation?" Obviously. There is a reason why rumors can spread all of a sudden. Even Iruka, a teacher at the ninja school, felt deep in his heart that the village did not arrange a jonin to guide Shinji, and there must be other reasons. This is mainly because Shinji's performance is too outstanding. In fact, Shinji, who was used to fighting with all kinds of strong men in the ninja world, and even against the lantern bearer from outside the domain, did not realize how brilliant his performance was in the ninja school. He thought he was low-key enough, because he had never exposed his eternal Mangeki Sharingan, nor had he used any eye technique in the ninja school. But his low-keyness was only relative to himself. In other words, even if he was so low-key, the potential he showed in the ninja school was enough to compete with Yakumo, who had wood release. Kakashi said helplessly, "The village has no intention of targeting Uchiha Shinji, but there is no suitable instructor assigned to him at present." Iruka looked at Kakashi, "Really? Hey." Kakashi held his forehead with his hand and sighed. At the same time that Kakashi went to the ninja school to deal with the rumors, Shinji came to the Konoha hospital as usual. Now the progress of Karin's fusion has reached 80% to 90%, and perhaps in another 4 or 5 days, the final fusion can be completely completed, so he is now studying the formula. Once Karin completes the fusion and has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the matter of transplanting the first-generation cells will be put on the agenda. Fortunately, after assisting Kaoru Kusanagi in the operation this time, he has a comprehensive grasp of the operation process and is familiar with the fusion agent and inhibitor. He was also about 70% sure about the preparation of the formula of the medicine. Just as he was walking through the corridor of the hospital, several unfamiliar figures caught his attention. "Hey, who are those people?" Shinji walked past them calmly, and he was wondering in his heart. Since Tsunade returned to the village and took charge of the work of the medical team, he has been alert to anyone and anything in the hospital. In addition, the incident of the senior ninja accepting disciples just now made him more vigilant, so he saw these strange people at a glance. However, he did not act rashly, but quietly came to his independent laboratory. Soon, he was immersed in learning. Boom! Suddenly, the laboratory shook violently. Shinji stood up suddenly, opened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and activated the perspective ability of the high-purity white eyes controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tio Yu-chan, looking in the direction of the explosion. As his perspective ability became clearer, the walls and corridors turned into transparent white in his eyes, and he quickly locked onto the location of the explosion. As expected. He grinned. As expected, the explosion took place in the intensive care unit of the survivor from Sand Village. There is no doubt that someone couldn't help it. Shinji thought to himself, Karin will be able to complete the fusion in a few days. There is no need for the Sand Village volunteer to continue living. Since someone attacked, let him die naturally. The second update is here. During the period of double monthly tickets, please support us with monthly tickets. Chapter 356. You can open your eyes. After the initial explosion subsided, the battle turned into a low-key physical fight. Shinji just glanced at it and retracted his gaze. It seems that the attacker doesn't want to make the situation too big. He smiled slightly and roughly guessed the identity of the attacker. Fearing Konoha, and not wanting Sand Village to obtain wood release for nothing, even though the attacker this time must be from one of the three families of Kumigakuer, Iwagakuer, and Kirigakuer. Or, all three families are involved. But Shinji doesn't care who the attacker is, whether he wants to kidnap the surviving Sand Village volunteer, or kill him directly. Karen's fusion has come to an end, and now the Sand Village volunteer can die. In fact, it is not an easy task for Shinji to maintain the life of the Sand Village volunteer. The long-term and constant attention, as well as the frequent use of Naobi and Hwajin, are a very heavy burden even for him now. What's more, every operation requires him to be extremely focused, and the slightest negligence may cause the Sand Village volunteer to die on the spot, so the mental consumption is also extremely great. I don't know if it was stimulated by the fierce battle nearby, but the first-generation cells in the Sand Village volunteer in the intensive care unit began to run wild again. This time, Shinji, who sensed it for the first time, did not take any action. He silently watched the violent chakra of the first-generation cells rushing through the bodies of the Sand Village volunteers and devouring the other party's normal cells one by one. Beep beep. A sharp alarm sounded on the vital sign instrument. The medical ninjas in the duty room rushed to the intensive care unit, but the battle between the Sand Village ninjas and the attackers outside the intensive care unit prevented them from approaching the intensive care unit, so they could only hide on both sides of the aisle and worry. Shinji pondered for a while, then left his laboratory and walked towards the intensive care unit like other medical ninjas. He was observing along the way and gradually discovered some clues. It's strange. After Tsunade took charge of the medical class affairs, the defense level of Konoha Hospital has been raised long ago. The battle in the intensive care unit has been going on for so long, why haven't the Anbu arrived yet? After a pause, he frowned and thought to himself, could it be that Konoha also participated? No, it should be tacitly approved of this attack. Obviously. Among the villages that don't want Tsunagakuer to obtain the wood release, Konoha should be the first. But the operation was arranged by themselves. No matter how reluctant they were, Konoha couldn't do it directly, so it was Konoha's only choice to delegate. It's just that the concerns of the village leaders were obviously unnecessary. The limit of what Shinji could do was to temporarily save the life of the volunteer from Tsunagakuer. Even saving his life couldn't be maintained for a long time. At most 1 month was his limit. So the worry about the outflow of wood release didn't exist at all. At least it didn't exist in this operation. When Shinji came to the floor of the intensive care unit, the corridor was already full of medical ninjas and the group of Tsunagakuer who rushed over. The alarm of the vital sign monitor finally scared away the attacker, so the attacker failed to invade the intensive care unit. However, the attack still caused strong protests from Tsunagakuer. Just when Cho from Tsunagakuer was arguing with the medical class of Konoha, Tsunade walked out of the intensive care unit. Swish! All eyes were on Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head. Unfortunately, all the signs of the volunteer have disappeared and he has been confirmed dead. What? Cho was incredulous and said angrily, why is this happening? Tsunade said, I told you a long time ago that his survival is only a small probability event. His body functions have long been overloaded. Once the delicate balance is broken, death is the inevitable result. There is no doubt that although Tsunade didn't figure out why the Sand Village volunteer survived, she knew very well that the Sand Village volunteer's body had been riddled with holes. Cho naturally knew this, but she still asked, why did it happen when he was attacked? Tsunade opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything that would convince Cho. In the crowd, Shinji took a look and left quietly. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the village became more and more weird. The attack came suddenly, and the Sand Village volunteer who survived the operation died at the moment of the attack. The most troublesome thing was that the attacker was not caught. Not only did the other 3 villages that were most suspected receive accusations from the Sand Village, but even Konoha was involved in the storm. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was a little annoyed, and yelled at the advisory elders including the 3rd Hokage, "Why don't you believe my judgment? I've said that the Sand Village volunteer can't succeed, and you are just wasting your time." Humph! Danzo snorted. Tsunade glared at Danzo, "What do you want to say?" Danzo said coldly, "It's all because of Mifei Shamo. If the operation you supported didn't have such an accident, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble." Mitaman coughed twice. "Tsunade, you have to understand that ensuring that the wood release does not leak out is the first priority." Yudin Koharu also echoed, "Yes, it's worth it even if there are some risks. Besides, we didn't take the initiative to participate in this matter, and the other families can." The 3rd generation raised his hand at this time, interrupted Yudin Koharu's words, and said to Tsunade, "Has the cause of death of the Sand Village volunteer been investigated? Is it related to the attack?" Tsunade sighed helplessly, "The autopsy report has come out, and Sand Village is also involved. The conclusion is that the various organs in the body of the Sand Village volunteer have been damaged for a long time, and the death is not related to the attack." The 3rd generation frowned slightly and asked a question, "Then why did he survive?" This Tsunade was speechless for a while. In fact, this problem has been bothering her, making her sleepless. Because she vaguely remembered that a similar situation had occurred during Yakumo's surgery. For some reason, the violent Yang-style chakra in the 1st generation cells suddenly stopped. With her experience, she could naturally see the strangeness in it. She even felt that there was a possibility of human intervention, but she really couldn't think of who could do this and why the other party would do it. In Keiran's apartment, just when the Konoha high-level officials were in a state of panic because of the death of the Sand Village volunteer, Shinji, dressed in akatsuki, removed the bandage on Keiran's eyes and whispered, "You can open your eyes now. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 357 Complementarity. After hearing what Shinji said, Karen was a little excited. She took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, a ray of light came into her eyes. She blinked uncomfortably. During the 1.5-month-long fusion, her eyes were protected by bandages, so she was not used to the bandages being removed. Gradually, she found that the light shining into her eyes was a little softer. No. It should be said that she found that her eyes began to adapt to various lights, and the blurry objects around her gradually became clear in her eyes. Then, her eyes focused on Shinji in front of her. Because of the mask, she could not see Shinji's appearance, but from the analysis of the mold, she saw the joy in Shinji's eyes. "Are you happy too?" At this moment, she felt extremely satisfied. This was not because she regained her sight, but because she felt that she was needed and useful. She stared at Shinji and shouted, "Sir!" Shinji, who was observing Keiran's eyes carefully, smiled and said, "How is it, can you see me clearly?" Karen nodded heavily, "I can see clearly, never so clearly before." Shinji did not breathe a sigh of relief, but stared at the pair of black pupils in Keiran's eye sockets, and said in a deep voice, "So, can you open this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan by yourself?" Karen did not answer, but closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her originally black eyes turned scarlet, and her pupils also reflected a complex pattern that he had never seen before. "Hey!" Seeing this, Shinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had no doubts about the successful fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, because he could confirm it from the dual dimensions of spirit and chakra through Niobe and Hwajin. His only doubt was whether the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan fused by Karen was Keiran's own eyes. This point is crucial and directly affects the subsequent Samsara Eye plan, because only the original owner's own eternal Mangeki Sharingan can continue to evolve. Although Karen did not answer, she told Shinji with her actions that this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not a transplanted eye, but her own eyes. It's like I've accomplished something incredible." Shinji was delighted and felt an unprecedented sense of pride. He not only created the Red Dragon Eye, a bloodline limit that had never appeared in the ninja world, but also allowed a member of the Uzumaki clan to fuse a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan of his own. He created a miracle, and it was a miracle that would continue to move forward. After a long time, Shinji, who had calmed down, asked, "What is the eye technique of these eyes?" Karin quickly replied, "According to your instructions, during the fusion period, I have been meditating on Amaterasu and Susanoo, so the eye techniques of these eyes are indeed these two. Its left eye is Amaterasu, and the right eye is Susanoo, which amplifies the strength of Susanoo. The Sharingan itself is the eye of the soul." Although the method Shinji told Karin was a bit idealistic, it worked. "Very good." Shinji nodded. Amaterasu and Susanoo, which increases the strength of Susanoo, can be said to be the two most practical eye techniques among the two pairs of Mangeki. Karin asked, "My lord, what should I do next?" "Don't worry, there are many things that need you next." Shinji smiled and then changed the subject. "However, before the next plan, I need to test the strength of your pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan." Karin was a little puzzled. "Test strength?" Shinji explained, "This test is mainly divided into two parts. The first part is for me to test, and I don't have to worry about it. The second part is to test your control of this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and you need to participate in the test in person." Karin didn't think much. "I will follow your instructions. Now I will remove your eyes and complete the first round of testing. After that, I will transplant the eyes back to you so that you can conduct the second round of testing." Shinji explained while operating the scalpel to remove the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan that had just been born in Karin's eye sockets. Karin did not resist. Because in her eyes, whether it was the previous two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan or the newly fused eternal Mangeki Sharingan, they all belonged to the leader. After taking away the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Shinji left Karin's apartment without delay. Then, he quietly sneaked into the forest of death, found a hidden cave, and opened the Susanoo in the cave. Shinji took out the small nutrient tank containing the eternal Mangeki Sharingan from the ninja bag on his waist. He couldn't let it go and observed it for a while. Then he activated the Susanoo, removed Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki Sharingan from the control state, and replaced it with this new pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Instantly, he felt a strong eye power. Hiss! He took a breath, and a surprised look appeared on his face. According to his own theory, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan would gain very limited eye power when controlling any other Sharingan. But this time, after controlling the eternal Mangeki Sharingan of the same level, he found that he gained a lot of eye power, far exceeding his previous estimate. Less than the Red Dragon Eye, but more than the Byakugan. After savoring it carefully, he came to a conclusion. That is, the pupil power gained by controlling this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan is less than that of the Red Dragon Eye, but obviously higher than the Byakugan. The Red Dragon Eye itself is an eye that surpasses the level of the Mangeki Sharingan, and it is not in the same system as the Sharingan, so it is normal that the pupil power gained by controlling this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan is lower than it. But it is higher than the Byakugan, which is a bit strange. You should know that the Byakugan in Shinji's hand is not from the Hyuga clan, but the high-purity Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. The pupil power gained by controlling this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan is higher than that of the Byakugan, which is undoubtedly 2 points are clear. First, this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan itself contains extremely strong pupil power, so after using the Susanoo Sun Lamp to control it, Shinji's pupil power gains are very high. Second, Shinji's eternal Mangeki Sharingan and this pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan have a pupil power complementary phenomenon. In other words, there is room for improvement for both pairs of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Because the perfect eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not complementary, the higher the pupil power gain, the more it shows that Shinji's own eternal Mangeki Sharingan is still a long way from perfection. The second update is here. During the double period, I beg for monthly ticket support. Please everyone. Chapter 358 Exposed Deficiencies. Because the pupil power of this new pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan is indeed very strong, Shinji gained a lot of pupil power by controlling it. But the greater the benefit, the more it shows that Shinji's own eternal Mangeki Sharingan is not perfect, and there is still room for it to be complemented by other Sharingans. Things are often so ironic. I thought my eyes were already the ultimate of Sharingan, but I didn't expect it. Shinji shook his head gently. Now it seems that the lower pupil power benefit when controlling the ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan and Mangeki Sharingan before was just because the ordinary Sharingan and Mangeki Sharingan were too low in level compared to his own eyes, and there was no complementarity in pupil power characteristics. Once the same level of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is controlled, although the pupil power benefit will be greatly discounted because they are both Sharingans, the effect is still far greater than that of the ordinary Sharingan and Mangeki Sharingan. Hanakyo Sharingan. After closing his eyes and sensing again, Shinji sighed inwardly, I didn't expect Keiran's eyes to be so powerful. But on second thought, he felt that this was natural. Because the two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan that merged with the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan were all restored by Karin with her own high-quality special Yang-style chakra. From a certain perspective, these two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan are in a new state, which is the most perfect moment for maintaining the pupil power and state. When the two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan are merged in this state, the pupil power of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan will naturally not be too weak. Shinji has carefully evaluated it. The pupil power of Keiran's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is likely to have reached 70% to 80% of the level of his own Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is already very remarkable. However, after realizing that the two pairs of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan have not reached the extreme, Shinji fell into deep thought. The Samsara Eye is the threshold to the Six Paths level. If you want to evolve the Rinnegan, the stronger the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan's pupil power is, the better. Perhaps only the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan that has reached the ultimate pupil power has the slightest possibility of impacting the Rinnegan. But now it seems Shinji's has not reached that extreme. Keiran's has not reached that extreme either. Is there any way to further improve the pupil power of the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan? This question instantly crossed Shinji's mind. In fact, after reaching a certain level, if you want to continue to improve the pupil power or chakra strength, ordinary methods have long been ineffective. After pondering for a long time, Shinji can only think of two semi-feasible methods. The first method is to accumulate little by little over a long period of time. Uchiha Madara had to wait until he was old and dying before he could barely awaken the Rinnegan. It is likely that he used Izanagi after the battle with the first generation of the Valley of the End, and lost an Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which caused a great loss of pupil power. Shinji and Karin. They are still young now, far from the peak of their physical development, so as long as they can bear the time, their pupil power will definitely become stronger in 10 or 20 years. The second method is to nourish the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan through the power of all things from the combination of yin and yang to enhance the pupil power. The reason why Shinji's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan's pupil power is so strong is because he has obtained a lot of power of all things through various means to nourish his eyes. As for the last half method, that is to extract the chakra of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra to enhance his pupil power. The first method is too slow, Shinji can't wait. So Shinji can only come up with the second method and the last half method. When he thought of the power of all things, he frowned slightly, because Keiran's body has not fused the power of all things for a long time. But this is normal. Because fusing the power of all things is a Samsara Eye level ability, even Nagato, who had transplanted someone else's Samsara Eye, lacks in this aspect, let alone Karin. The power of all things that Karin and Yakumo had previously fused in their bodies were all produced in small quantities at the beginning of the collision of the high-quality Yin-Tun Chakra and Yang-Tun Chakra in their bodies, and they are unsustainable. It seems that the transplantation of the first-generation cells for Karin should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After possessing a pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the balance of Yin and Yang in Keiran's body was broken. The Yin-Tun Chakra contained in the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is stronger than Keiran's own Yang-Tun Chakra, and the Yin is strong while the Yang is weak. Therefore, only by transplanting the first-generation cells to Karin and strengthening Keiran's Yang-Tun Chakra can the Yin and Yang in her body be rebalanced, achieving the unity of Yin and Yang, thereby stimulating her body to fuse some power of all things again. At the same time, unlike the diluted white Zetsu cells, the proportion of Otsutsuki Ashura's chakra remaining in the first-generation cells retained in the village is much higher. Transplanting the first-generation cells to Karin is equivalent to using Otsutsuki Ashura's chakra to further strengthen Keiran's own Yang release chakra. After various tests, Shinji took off Keiran's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and put it back into the small nutrient tank. This time, he had mixed feelings. Rather than testing Keiran's eyes, it would be more appropriate to say that he was testing his own eyes through Keiran's eyes. Because Keiran's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan is too strong. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which was so strong that he had never exposed his shortcomings before, finally exposed his shortcomings. Next, we will test Keiran's own control over this pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. With a thought, Shinji put away the Susanoo and disappeared from the original place. With the death of the volunteer from Sand Village, the confrontation between the various forces shifted from the surface to the dark, and the village also changed its previous depressing atmosphere. Yakumo felt a lot more relaxed because of this, and he would occasionally show a bright smile on his face in the ninja school. Shin took the lead and wanted to invite the classmates who were familiar with him to eat barbecue together. So as soon as they came, everyone thought of Karin, who was still recovering at home. Shin muttered, "It's strange, it's been so long, Karin's injury hasn't healed yet." Yakumo pondered for a moment and said, "Let's go and see. Speaking of which, I haven't visited Karin once. During this period, I learned a lot of medical ninjutsu skills from teacher Tsunade, maybe I can help Karin." Sakura nodded repeatedly, "Then let's go together after school." When school was over, Shin, Yakumo, and Sakura made an appointment to visit Karin. After hearing the news, Ino, Hinata, and Tenten also joined in. Everyone bought some fruits and snacks and knocked on the door of Karin's apartment. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 359 Illusion and Contradiction. "Karin, we are here to see you," Shin shouted while knocking on the door. After a long while, the door was finally opened, revealing Karin's figure. "Why are you all here?" Shin rushed in carelessly and put the fruits and snacks in her hands on the table. "Karin, look who's here." At this time, Yakumo followed Shin and walked into Karin's apartment. Karin was a little surprised to see Yakumo. In fact, during the time she was recovering from her injuries, her classmates had visited her several times, but Yakumo had never come. Yakumo entered the room and looked Karin up and down, and asked, "Karin, how is the wound on your face recovering?" "I'm fine." Karin shook her head. At this time, the bandage on her face had been removed, the wound disappeared, and she put on the goggles she always wore before. Yakumo, who was looking at Karin, suddenly felt something in his heart and thought, "What's going on? Why do I feel threatened? Is there something in this room that can threaten me?" Karin, who was also observing Yakumo, quietly activated the Kagura heart eye and was secretly surprised. What a strong chakra! There is no doubt. Both of them instinctively felt wary of each other. Yakumo originally wanted to open the red dragon eye and search Karin's apartment thoroughly to find the source of this inexplicable threat, but considering that he was here to visit Karin, it would be too rude to suddenly open the red dragon eye. Karin was shocked by Yakumo's chakra and was a little absent-minded for a while. At this moment, Shin suddenly came between the two of them. "Is your injury healed? That's great. Karin, come with us to eat barbecue." Okay, Karin wanted to agree, but then she thought of the order issued by the leader before, so she had to refuse with regret. "You go, I won't go." Shin looked puzzled. "Why? Are you feeling unwell? Yakumo and Sakura are both learning medical ninjutsu, do you want them to help you check?" Sakura immediately volunteered, "Okay, I have learned a lot of medical ninjutsu recently." Karin waved her hands quickly, "I'm fine, I just don't have much appetite." Shin and Sakura wanted to persuade her again, but Yakumo said, "In that case, forget it." Seeing Yakumo speak, everyone had to give up. Even in a small group of classmates, strength is a symbol of status, and Yakumo's strength now far exceeds that of others. In the entire ninja school, except for losing to Shinji, she had no rivals, so her status also rose, and she became the leader of the girls' group. On the other hand, Karin. She has always been a nobody in the ninja school. If she was not Shinji's teammate, she would not be able to integrate into the group of classmates. After talking for a few more words, the classmates left quickly, and Karin felt a little disappointed when she saw them leaving. At this time, Yakumo, who had walked to the door, suddenly stopped and turned to Karin and said, "When you see Shinji, please tell me a message." "What?" Karin was stunned. "I want to compete with him again. The time and place can be decided by him." After saying that, Yakumo did not stay and left directly. Staring at Yakumo, who was leaving, Karin's face darkened, and her hands clenched into fists. "You obviously have the wood escape and the red dragon eyes, but you always want to bully Shinji. What kind of ability is that?" She was just a little envious of Yakumo. But when the problem affected Shinji, the nature of the problem changed, because Shinji and Shiro were her two best friends in Konoha. On the other side, after leaving Karin's apartment with Yakumo, Shin whispered, "Yakumo, is there any conflict between you and Karin?" Other classmates also looked at Yakumo. Because Yakumo's performance just now seemed to have a problem with Karin, and he was quite impatient. Yakumo wanted to explain, but when the words came to her lips, she felt it was inappropriate, so she swallowed them back. In fact, she just instinctively wanted to leave Karin's apartment as soon as possible, to leave the area that made her feel uncomfortable and even palpitated. She didn't want to target Karin. However, she didn't realize that her current identity and status were very different from before, and her words and deeds would be overinterpreted by others, so her impatience made everyone think that there was some conflict between her and Karin. Seeing that Yakumo was silent, everyone felt that there might be some conflict between Yakumo and Karin. Is it because of Shinji? No, I have to find a chance to persuade Yakumo. It's just a sparring match. It won't affect each other. This relationship is not good. Shin's eyes rolled, and she began to think seriously. Sakura thought to herself, Yakumo is so scary when he's serious. Tenten and Ino also thought that it was because of Shinji that Yakumo felt alienated from Karin, who was on the same team with Shinji. After all, they didn't think that a nobody like Karin would offend Yakumo. Just as everyone else was thinking about their own things, Yakumo, who was far away from Karin's apartment building, breathed a sigh of relief, and the strange sense of threat in her heart finally dissipated. She turned her head and glanced at Karin's apartment behind her, thinking to herself, what happened just now? Was it my illusion? Karin lives in a single-room apartment, which is not that big, so she really doesn't think there is anything in it that can threaten her. After shaking his head, Yakumo put the matter behind him. Because Shinji, Suzuki, Niji, and Kimimaro almost all refused to have dinner together under the pretext of training, the girls went to the barbecue restaurant by themselves at night. Boom! Just as they were eating barbecue and chatting, a roar suddenly sounded in the distance. Everyone hurried to the window and looked in the direction of the explosion, only to see a blazing fire in the night in the distance. Isn't that the archive over there? What's going on? Is there a fire? Soon someone recognized the place where the blazing fire was, which was the archive where the village stored archival materials and various ninjutsu scrolls. Yakumo instantly opened the red dragon eye and said, "It's not a fire, it's an attack." Damn, is it the same group of attackers in the hospital before? The attackers at the hospital last time had caused her teacher Tsunade to be extremely anxious, so when she found out it was an attack, she did not hesitate, and immediately flashed and disappeared in front of everyone with a whoosh sound. Near the archives. Swish! A figure rushed out of the fire with a sound of breaking wind, holding 2 ninjutsu scrolls in his hands. Swish swish swish! At this time, a team of Anbu arrived and surrounded the figure that rushed out of the fire. After seeing the figure's outfit clearly, the Anbu immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Akatsuki Organization? Quick, release a signal flare for help. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 360 Only the Sharingan can fight against the Sharingan. Swish! In front of the burning archives, accompanied by a piercing scream, a conspicuous distress signal firework exploded in the night sky. The mysterious man, wearing the red cloud uniform of the Akatsuki Organization and a mask, raised his head slightly, looked at the brilliant firework in the night sky, then retracted his gaze and put the 2 scrolls into the ninja bag on his waist. The Anbu around him stared at the mysterious man as if they were facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Swish! At this moment, the mysterious man jumped out of the encirclement, and after a few jumps, his figure disappeared into the night. So fast! The Anbu were all surprised. After a little hesitation, they quickly chased after him. According to the village's intelligence, the Akatsuki members wearing hoods and masks belong to a special faction in the Akatsuki Organization. Currently, 4 members are suspected to have appeared, and they are given 4 temporary code names of A, B, C, and D by the 5 major ninja villages. Their average strength has reached the level of Cage, and they are all listed as S-level wanted criminals, and are evaluated as extremely dangerous. If they are accidentally encountered, there is no punishment for retreating. Through comparison, the Anbu found that the mysterious man who attacked the archives was most likely Akatsuki member B, a strong man with a Mangeki Sharingan who can cast Susanoo. Swish swish swish! As soon as the mysterious man and the Anbu left, several figures landed in front of the burning archives one after another, including Suzuki and Kakashi who were practicing nearby. Looking at the fire in front of him, Suzuki asked, "What's going on?" The archive manager who escaped from the fire quickly pointed in a direction. It's Akatsuki. They attacked the archives and fled in that direction. Akatsuki. Suzuki immediately stepped forward and grabbed the collar of the manager. Tell me quickly, who is it in Akatsuki? The manager shook his head. I can't be sure because he is wearing a hood and a mask. Could it be that guy? Sasuke's face sank, and he was about to chase in the direction of the manager's finger. During this period, he not only accepted Kakashi's guidance, but also obtained a lot of information about Akatsuki from Kakashi. Among them, the village leaders suspected that one of Akatsuki's A and B might be Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi pressed Sasuke's shoulder at this time. Don't be impulsive. Sasuke instantly activated the Sharingan. Kakashi, don't stop me, I want to personally confirm whether it is him. After saying that, Sasuke rushed into the night regardless of Kakashi's obstruction. Kakashi had no choice but to form a temporary team with the Konoha ninjas who arrived and chased after them. After a while, several more reinforcements arrived at the archives. Among them were Tsunade and Shizune who hurried over from the Konoha hospital, Jiraiya, and a large number of Anbu who came from the Hokage building, Yakumo who came from the barbecue restaurant, and more Konoha ninjas who came to put out the fire after seeing the fire. After understanding the general situation, Tsunade frowned. Why did the Akatsuki organization attack the archives? Jiraiya said, could it be a feint? Tsunade's heart sank. Where's Naruto? Jiraiya said, don't worry, I've already taken care of him before I came here. Whether it's a feint or not, we can't let the Akatsuki organization come in and out of the village at will. After a pause, Tsunade said, Jiraiya, I'll leave the village to you. I'll lead the team to chase the Akatsuki member who attacked the archives. Yes. Jiraiya nodded. Yakumo stood up. Tsunade-sensei, I want to go with you too. Considering that Yakumo might also be the target of the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade felt that it might be safer to bring Yakumo with her, so she said, okay, you come too. The ninjas from the other 4 villages in Konoha also rushed to the archives under the leadership of their respective team leaders. After understanding the situation, they set off with Tsunade's team without saying a word. At least in the matter of targeting Akatsuki, the 5 major ninja villages still have a tacit understanding. On the other side, under the cover of night, the mysterious man rushed out of the village, quickly crossed the high wall and entered the forest outside the village. The Anbu who followed him could no longer bear it, and they formed seals and launched various ninjutsu against the mysterious man. In an instant, the composite ninjutsu of fire escape and wind escape came roaring and bombarded the position where the mysterious man was. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sky-high fire, a huge roar sounded in the forest in an instant. At this moment, Sasuke, Kakashi, and others also rushed to the battlefield, staring at the vague figure in the center of the fire. Did it hit? With such a ninjutsu, even a member of Akatsuki should be injured. We must not let him escape today. Everyone stared at the fire and talked in a low voice. Hey! A gust of night wind blew past, blowing out the remaining flames on the battlefield, dispersing the smoke and dust, revealing the figure of the mysterious man inside. But when everyone saw the mysterious man clearly, they were all shocked. Because the mysterious man had no injuries on his body, even his robe was not damaged at all, as if the composite ninjutsu of fire escape and wind escape that just illuminated the night sky was just an illusion. How is this possible? Damn, how did this guy do it? Don't panic, everyone, reinforcements are coming soon. The Konoha ninjas were immediately thrown into disarray. They were clearly the more powerful side, but they were half a head shorter in momentum. Unlike the others, Sasuke was not afraid at all at this moment. He jumped out of the crowd and shouted to the mysterious man, "Who are you?" The mysterious man tilted his head and looked at him. After seeing the pair of Sharingan eyes shining with scarlet light and with complex patterns under the mysterious man's mask, Sasuke shouted, "The other party has opened the Manjiki Sharingan, don't look at him." The surrounding Konoha ninjas looked away when they heard this. One of them shouted, "Damn it, how can we fight if we can't look at each other?" While Sasuke was fully activating his 3 Magatama Sharingan, he said, "Only the Sharingan can fight against the Sharingan, leave this guy to me." Kakashi also closed his right eye at this time and opened his left Sharingan. He agreed with Sasuke's words that only the Sharingan can fight against the Sharingan. Because he knew that ordinary ninjas could not compete with the Manjiki Sharingan at all, and it was hard to say whether his own Sharingan could resist the Manjiki Sharingan. However, he was not too worried, because the battlefield was just outside the village, and the village's support would arrive soon, so they only needed to delay the other party for a while and wait for the big team's support to arrive. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 361 Week. Sasuke was not as calm as Kakashi. At this moment, he just wanted to take off the mask on the other party's face and find out whether the other party was Uchiha Itachi. After all, with the extermination of the Uchiha clan, he only knew a little about many things about the Sharingan. Although he had seen Uchiha attack his Mangeki Sharingan on the night of the extermination, he was not sure whether what he saw at that time was real or illusory. So even if the pattern on the mysterious man's Mangeki was different from the one he saw on Uchiha Itachi at that time, he could not be sure of anything. S.A. Just then, Sasuke attacked. He jumped into the air, and with his hands pulled out from the ninja bag on his waist, he threw several rounds of kunao at the mysterious man. This is the ninja tool throwing technique he practiced hard. With the help of the 3 Magadama Sharingan, he can ensure that these kunao collide with each other in the air, change the flight trajectory, and attack the target from all directions without blind spots. At the same time, he also tied detonating tags behind many kunao. Even if they didn't hit, as long as they could explode at close range, they could effectively threaten the target. After completing this wave of attacks, he was still in the air and quickly formed seals. The palm of his right hand flashed a dazzling electric light in the sound of chi-chi electricity. Humph, how will you deal with my kunao? Sasuke looked stern. He had already calculated that as long as the opponent showed a little flaw in his kunao, his chidori would give the opponent an unexpected blow. Wow! Just as the kunao attacked from all directions when he looked at the mysterious man in the field, a red shadow was projected from the mysterious man's body. This red shadow instantly turned into ribs, protecting the mysterious man inside, and stretched out a skeleton-shaped arm to grab Sasuke in mid-air. Clang clang clang! At this time, the kunao shot at the red skeleton ribs, making a series of harsh metal collision sounds. Boom! 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 Then, the detonating tags tied to the tail of the kunao exploded one by one, and the center of the battlefield was blown up with smoke again. Wait until the smoke cleared. The Konoha ninjas on the periphery looked over carefully, but found that the mysterious man in the field was still motionless, and Sasuke, who had previously clamored to deal with the mysterious man alone, was caught in midair by the skeleton arm of the mysterious man's Susanoo. Damn it! Sasuke, who was caught, was struggling desperately, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not shake the skeleton arm that was holding him. The mysterious man under the rib form of Susanoo looked at Sasuke with a complicated look in his eyes. There is no doubt. The mysterious man who raided the Konoha archives was none other than Karin, who had just fused a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. And her attack on the Konoha archives this time was also in accordance with Shinji's order. Shinji had several purposes for this move. The first, and most direct purpose, was naturally to test Karin's ability to control the pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The second purpose was to obtain the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan in the Konoha archives. As for the third purpose, it was to stimulate Sasuke, the reincarnation of the contemporary Otsutsuki Indra. This was also the reason why he deliberately chose to let Karin attack the archives when Sasuke and Kakashi were practicing near the archives. I defeated Sasuke so easily. Looking at Sasuke struggling helplessly under her Susanoo, Karin felt a little uncomfortable for a while. In the ninja school, Sasuke was a genius that she could only look up to. But after the real fight, she found that Sasuke was so weak. Sasuke, whose face turned red from struggling in the skeleton's arms, was also very depressed at the moment. Although he did not have the Mangeki Sharingan, he was sure that the Mangeki pupil technique like Susanoo would consume a lot of pupil power based on his understanding of the Sharingan. So when he formulated the tactics, he deliberately used ninja tool throwing to provoke the opponent, to ensure that the opponent would not overexcite the big move like Susanoo, and then he used Chidori to give the opponent a hard blow, completing the feat of defeating the Mangeki Sharingan with the 3 Magadama Sharingan. However, he never expected that the bee in front of him, who had the Mangeki Sharingan, would activate the Susanoo right away. Oh no! Kakashi, who was on the periphery, felt his heart sink. But he did not rush to rescue Sasuke, but calmly observed the battle situation. He also wanted to confirm whether the opponent would hurt Sasuke, and whether the opponent was Uchiha Itachi. In the field. Thinking of the leader's order, Karin slightly increased the strength of the skeleton arm. Sasuke, who was caught by the skeleton arm, suddenly felt difficulty breathing. Karin did not speak, but still looked at Suzuki indifferently, expecting the changes that the leader wanted to see in the other party. From Sasuke's perspective, the mysterious man standing under the red Susanoo looked indifferent, as if he regarded himself as an ant. "Don't underestimate me!" Suzuki roared, and the 3 Megatama on the Sharingan flew up. Karin was unmoved. She didn't take Sasuke's pupil power shock seriously. Hwalala! At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then a large number of branches broke out of the ground and attacked Karin in the field like a tidal wave. In just a blink of an eye, these branches tightly entangled Karin's Susanoo. Swish! Along with the continuous sound of breaking wind, one figure after another fell into the field. The leader was Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Then came Yakumo, who launched the wood release, and the ninjas from the other 4 villages. Susanoo. Looking at the red Susanoo in the field, Tsunade no longer doubted the identity of the mysterious man in front of her. The other party was B in the Akatsuki organization. Cho of Sand Village looked gloomy. "It's really Akatsuki, it looks like we're in trouble this time." Mei Terumi of Kirigakura looked a little ugly. "What are these crazy people from Akatsuki trying to do again?" Kuratsuki, who followed the leading jonin of his village, looked at the wood release that tightly entangled the Susanoo in the field, and said secretly, "Wood release is on my side, it really makes people feel inexplicably reassured." Yakumo, who was launching the wood release, was extremely entangled in his heart at this moment. The opponent turned out to be B. Why did he attack the archives? The leader didn't notify me. As a member of Akatsuki, Yakumo knew that only the Akatsuki members wearing hooded red cloud clothes and masks were her companions. As for the other members of Akatsuki, they were all traitors. Because of this, when she found out that the attacker was her companion B, she was a little at a loss. She couldn't attack the other party, nor could she let the other party go in front of Tsunade and other Konoha ninjas. As the branches and vines entangled her, Karin and Susanoo looked coldly at Yakumo in the distance. The second update is here. Please give me your recommendation and monthly votes. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 362 Random. One instant. Karin and Yakumo, separated by the Susanoo and countless branches, looked at each other. How can a tiny person like me defeat her? Karin looked stern. If attacking Suzuki was to execute the leader's order, then looking at Yakumo standing on the branches, she was urging to compete with him from the bottom of her heart. Feeling the hostility, Yakumo's heart trembled, and he carefully observed his companion B trapped in his sea of trees with his red dragon eyes, and then secretly said, "The blood flow and chakra flow are not natural, there are traces of transformation." Sure enough, the face under the mask is not the real face. It's just this chakra. The red dragon eyes are top-level perspective eyes that surpass ordinary white eyes, plus the red dragon eyes have the special ability to see through blood. Just a simple glance. Yakumo discovered that this teammate she had never met before had a terrifying chakra that frightened her, who had transplanted the first generation of cells, and a body full of vitality. At this time, Tsunade shouted, "Yakumo, don't be dazed, save Suzuki first." Yes. Yakumo had to obey the order and activated the wood release. In an instant, the branches wrapped around the Susanoo began to pull the skeleton arm that Susanoo grabbed Suzuki. Countless branches stretched out from the gaps between the fingertips of the skeleton arm, pulling one finger after another, trying to pry open the skeleton arm's tightly clenched palm and save Suzuki. Yakumo did a good job. Feeling the skeleton arm's grip getting weaker and weaker, the trapped Suzuki was overjoyed. Finally, he broke free from the skeleton arm's palm, but he did not retreat, but formed a seal on the spot and activated Chidori. Kakashi, who was on the periphery, was startled. No. In the field. Seeing that Karin's eyes were still on Yakumo in the distance, Sasuke's face turned cold. "This is the price you pay for ignoring me." Squeak. Instantly, with the insight of the Sharingan, Suzuki deftly shuttled through the gaps between the branches and vines, and finally completed the sprint, waving his right hand with the shining Chidori and stabbing Karin. Boom! The Chidori flashing with dazzling lightning hit the Susanoo, and a violent roar suddenly broke out. Everyone on the periphery looked over. Facing the top powerhouse of the Akatsuki organization B, Suzuki did not choose to evacuate at the moment of escaping. This made everyone surprised at his boldness and sighed at his sharp grasp of the opportunity. Obviously. That moment just now was indeed a good time for a surprise attack. I'm afraid even B didn't expect that Suzuki would rise to the challenge. Did you succeed? Shizun whispered nervously. Tsunade stared at the battlefield, but the smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion just now covered the entire battlefield, and nothing could be seen clearly. In the field, Suzuki stared blankly at his right arm that hit the Susanoo, with a dull face. How could this happen? He had studied the Susanoo privately and knew that the pupil power and power consumed by the Susanoo in different states should be different. The rib-shaped Susanoo was the most basic Susanoo he had ever seen, so he tried to use Chidori to penetrate the opponent's defense. However, the present world slapped him hard. The Chidori he used with all his strength could not even leave a crack on the Susanoo, let alone completely penetrate the defense of the Susanoo. At this time, a sense of fear attacked him from all directions. He raised his head with difficulty, looking at the mysterious man in the Susanoo, looking at the enemy that he could not shake even with all his strength. But the opponent once again surprised him. In the opponent's eyes, there was neither the cold eyes he imagined, nor the murderous intent he imagined. The opponent in the Susanoo did not even look at him, and his eyes were still on Yakumo in the distance. I was ignored. Instantly, Suzuki was struck by lightning. He suddenly felt that he was jumping up and down like a clown, and his strong self-esteem made him feel ashamed for a while. A branch suddenly rolled up, entangled the stunned Suzuki, and threw him out of the center of the battle circle. Kakashi immediately flew forward and held up Suzuki, who flew backwards. Are you injured? I'm fine. Suzuki panted lightly and shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. Kakashi said, you should retreat and rest first, don't attack again. Suzuki nodded reluctantly. With his current chakra, one Chidori is almost the limit, so even if he wants to attack again, he doesn't have enough chakra. Tsunade came out and shouted to Karin, who was entangled in the sea of trees, why did you attack the archives? What is your purpose? Karin was indifferent to Tsunade's questioning. Seeing that Akatsuki's bee was still looking at Yakumo, Tsunade's heart jumped and she thought to herself, is Akatsuki's target this time Yakumo? So she hurriedly shouted, Yakumo, do it. We can only do it first. When we find an opportunity, we can think about it later. Let him escape. Having made up his mind, Yakumo followed Tsunade's order and launched an offensive. Pa! With a crisp palm strike, Yakumo put his hands together and shouted, wood release, tree world is born. Boom boom! A huge roar followed, and the whole forest seemed to come alive, rushing towards the Susanoo in the center of the battle circle. The branches that entangled the Susanoo became thicker and stronger under the nourishment of Yakumo's large amount of wood release chakra. They became tighter and tighter, as if they wanted to crush the Susanoo completely. Crunch! Crunch! Listening to the teeth-grinding sound, the people distributed around the battle circle had different expressions. The Konoha side was naturally very powerful. Because the wood release was so overbearing, with the existence of wood release, it seemed that all the powerful enemies were nothing. The ninjas from the other 4 villages were shocked, and their desire to obtain wood release became stronger. Crack! After a series of teeth-grinding crunching sounds, a crisp shattering sound was finally heard from the Susanoo that was constantly strangled by the wood release. Yakumo, well done! Tsunade was overjoyed. In her opinion, as long as Yakumo's wood release could suppress the opponent's Susanoo, they would definitely win this battle. Kakashi, who had been looking solemn, was relieved at this moment. Finally, I can know his true face. Suzuki became nervous and murmured, is it you? At this time, Karin, who was in the center of the battle circle, looked at the cracks on her Susanoo and asked in her heart, is it okay? Sir. A voice sounded in her ear, whatever you want. Here is the first update. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Thank you all. Chapter 363 Look Up. The gentle word whatever that sounded in her ear was like a key that opened the restrictions that Karin had set on herself. Hey! She exhaled softly. After being cautious for more than a month and staying indoors for more than a month, at this moment, she can finally let herself go a little. The sir must be watching me somewhere, I can't let him down. After saying this in her heart, she slowly closed her eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Outside the battle circle, Yakumo was secretly anxious in his heart. What's going on? Why didn't he run away? Tsunade was right beside her. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she couldn't just let go, so she could only use the wood release to launch an offensive. But she didn't expect that before she used her full strength, the opponent's Susanoo was faintly showing signs of failing. This made her anxious. However, I choose physical skills to fight him in close combat and create an opportunity for him to escape? But does he know that my identity is D? If he doesn't know, will it backfire? Yakumo thought while observing the surroundings. But she found that Tsunade was not idle at all. Instead, she arranged for people to set up a barrier around her while she used the wood release to suppress the opponent's Susanoo. She was secretly shocked. Why set up a barrier? Is teacher Tsunade on guard against me? Obviously, she was not wrong. Knowing that there was a member D in the Akatsuki organization who could perform a similar spiritual transformation technique, Tsunade could not help but be on guard. Swish, swish, swish. Asuma, Kai, Hong, and other senior ninjas also rushed to the scene. Kakashi asked, "Is everything okay in the village?" Asuma smiled, "Don't worry, there is an old man in the village, there will be no problem." Hong asked, "What's the situation on your side?" Kakashi said, "The opponent should be B in the Akatsuki organization, but he has been suppressed by Yakumo's wood release." Asuma said, "That's good, we can finally catch their members." Kakashi shook his head, "We still can't be careless, I always feel that this guy is a little bit wrong, he seems to have no intention of retreating from the beginning." Hong said, "Look around, no matter how strong he is, he will definitely not escape this time." As time went by, the subsequent reconnaissance and perception teams, intelligence teams, medical teams, and other logistical support teams were all in place. The barrier for detecting and shielding spirits was also set up, and the whole forest was managed like an iron barrel. Seeing this, the last bit of doubt in Kakashi's heart disappeared. As Hong said, in this situation, no matter how strong the B of the Akatsuki organization was, he could not escape. Just when everyone was optimistic that the overall situation was settled, there was a sudden change in the field. I saw the Susanoo under Karin slowly opened her eyes, and the strange light on her Sharingan seemed to be difficult to cover even with a mask. Then, the Susanoo, which was suppressed by the wood release and could not move, suddenly expanded. The bones grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it changed from a simple rib form to a half-skeleton state, and the entire volume increased several times. As the Susanoo expanded rapidly, the branches and vines wrapped around the Susanoo were either broken off or broken. The sound of breaking was endless. Tsunade's face sank. "Yakumo, be careful." Suzuki also shouted, "Yakumo, be careful. The opponent has strengthened his pupil power, this is the real Susanoo of our Uchiha clan." Yakumo's heart trembled. She certainly knew that the rib-shaped Susanoo just now was not a normal Susanoo. Roar! However, before the Konoha people could stabilize their position, the half-skeleton Susanoo suddenly roared. Accompanied by this roar, the form of Susanoo changed again. Muscle textures quickly filled in and covered the skeleton, filling up the entire Susanoo. Then the red shadow shot out from Karen's body, turned into a set of armor, and was draped on the body of Susanoo. Boom! At this time, the half-armored Susanoo swung his arms violently, and in an instant, it swept away a large area of trees around it. The huge smoke and dust that was raised swept around with the air wave. "Not good, retreat quickly. Everyone be careful. Use ninjutsu quickly." The whole outer circle was in chaos. Some ninjas retreated quickly, some hid behind trees, and some used hand seals to perform earth escape to protect themselves. Yakumo quickly crossed his fingers and held them tightly. Wood escape, wooden wall. Bang bang bang. One after another, thick wooden pillars rose from the ground, forming a huge shield in front of her, protecting her and Tsunade, Shizune and others beside her. Tsunade said calmly at this time, "The other party is going to fight to the death, don't be careless." Yakumo nodded with a heavy heart. Tsunade thought Yakumo was worried that the enemy was too strong, so she comforted him, "Don't worry, even for the Mangeki Uchiha, casting Susanoo is a matter of extremely consuming pupil power, so he can't hold on for long." Shizune also said, "Yes, Yakumo has transplanted the cells of the first generation. If the opponent wants to compete with Yakumo in consumption, then he will really be short-handed and long-handed." Obviously, Tsunade and her friends are not the only ones who have such thoughts. The Uegakura leader who hid behind the earth wall instructed Kuratsuka beside him, "The eye technique that supports this scale will not last long, so as long as you survive this round, the opponent will be finished." Mei Terumi, who hid behind a rock, also explained to Kojuro and Suijutsu, "This should be the opponent's last counterattack. The more times like this, the more careful you should be. But don't worry too much, stay calm, as long as you hold on, victory will be ours. Suzuki, against the dust and storm, looked at the powerful Susanoo in the distance with an obsessed look. Sure enough, only by awakening the Mangeki Sharingan can we fight against Yakumo's wood release. Soon. The half-armored Susanoo in the field stopped. Just when everyone thought that the B of the Akatsuki organization had been exhausted, this Susanoo suddenly swelled up again, and the whole body suddenly rose, and even grew legs. Looking at the Susanoo that was getting higher and bigger, turning the whole forest into a small grass. Everyone in the forest, whether from Konoha or other ninja villages, all looked up, opened their eyes wide, and looked dazed. How can Susanoo be this big? A Konoha ninja muttered to himself, and didn't even notice that the kunao in his hand fell to the ground. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 364 Panic. Looking at the Susanoo that was constantly expanding in front of them, everyone's mouths opened wider and wider. Trees that were more than 10 meters or even dozens of meters high were like grass just above their knees in front of this growing Susanoo. Konoha village. The third Hokage, who was sitting in the Hokage building, was listening to the reports of his Anbu. Everything is normal in the hospital, no suspicious people have been found. Everything is normal in the ninja school, no suspicious people have been found. No abnormalities have been reported in the clans of the various ninja clans so far. Everything is normal in the police building. Everything is normal in the Anbu building. Pieces of information gathered in the Hokage's office from all corners of the village. Also listening to the report were several members of the advisory elders. Yudin Koharu frowned. Why did the Akatsuki organization attack the archives? Obviously, none of the people present could answer this question. Danzo said with a firm tone, maybe the archives are just a cover. The third generation looked at Danzo. Danzo said, from the previous few attacks by Akatsuki, Akatsuki's only targets are the tailed beasts and wood release, so this time they are either coming for the nine tails or Kurama Yakumo. Yudin Koharu said, well, there is such a possibility. The third generation spoke at this time. Naruto is protected by Jiraiya himself, and Yakumo is now with Tsunade, so their safety is guaranteed. Danzo snorted coldly, then it depends on how Akatsuki will play next. Before Danzo finished speaking, several Anbu in the Hokage's office who were facing the window suddenly looked at the same color. What's wrong? The third generation frowned and immediately turned to look out the window. The three advisory elders also looked over. Then, everyone was shocked by the towering Susanoo standing under the night sky that instantly came into their sight. The two elders, Yudin Koharu and Mito Kato, and the old man changed color and took a step back subconsciously. How is this possible? Danzo's expression was ferocious. Damn Uchiha. The always calm third generation also showed a little confusion in his eyes at this moment. As a disciple of the second generation, he had followed the second generation to watch the battle between the first generation and Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End. The dark battle between the first generation and Uchiha Madara was deeply engraved in the hearts of the second generation and their disciples. This is also the reason why the second generation is still deeply afraid of Uchiha, even though the Uchiha clan cut off ties with Uchiha Madara and did not follow Uchiha Madara to leave. With the extermination of the Uchiha clan, the third generation thought that the fear hidden in his heart had dissipated. Unexpectedly, the huge Susanoo that reached the sky and the earth under the night sky outside the window suddenly evoked his memories in his heart, reminding him of the terrifying Uchiha who forced the first generation to use all his means. After recovering from his shock, the third generation quickly gave orders to the Anbu, quick, go check the battle situation. Yes. The Anbu disappeared in the office with a whoosh sound. It was obvious that the third generation in the Hokage building was not the only one who saw the huge Susanoo outside the village. In the Hyuga clan territory, Ningji, who was practicing soft fist with Hayashi, lowered his hands at this time, staring at the huge Susanoo outside the village with a dull face. Why? How could it be so huge? Hayashi was also startled. He squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, Akatsuki organization. In a training ground. Kimimaro jumped onto the crown of a big tree and looked into the distance. Is this the power that even Lord Orochimaru covets? In the barbecue restaurant, Shin leaned on the window with both hands, looking at the Susanoo outside the village, and suddenly a series of unfamiliar pictures flashed in his mind. In all these strange pictures, there is a golden Susanoo. Without exception, all the pictures recorded the scene where the golden Susanoo was rescuing her. She was puzzled. Why am I in the picture? Why can't I remember it at all? Obviously. The huge Susanoo of Karin in the night stimulated her, causing a loophole in the illusion seal that Shinji had cast on her. Sakura exclaimed, "Isn't that the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan? Could it be that Uchiha Taki is back?" Ino asked hurriedly, "Will Sasuke and Shinji be in danger?" Shin reacted, "Yes, they don't have the Mangeki Sharingan yet, so they are definitely not the opponent. Let's go find them." Several people nodded and ran out of the barbecue restaurant in a panic. Panic spread rapidly in the village. Because the red Susanoo under the night sky is so tall, roughly speaking, it is at least hundreds of meters high. Converted to floors, it is a building with more than 30 floors. So most villagers can clearly see the Susanoo standing outside the village as long as they look up. And facing such a huge monster, no one can deal with it calmly. On the battlefield, the shock in the hearts of the ninjas who faced the Susanoo at close range was far greater than that of the people in the village. Many people have lost their will to fight and only think about how to escape. Tsunade also looked embarrassed. She thought that the situation was a sure thing, but such a change occurred, which made her feel frustrated. Shizune wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Tsunade-sama, what should we do now? The village is behind us, we have no choice." Tsunade looked resolute. If she had encountered it somewhere else, facing this sudden situation, she might have chosen to retreat. But now the battlefield is outside the village. If she doesn't stop the enemy here, the next step is for the enemy to rush into the village and kill people. Tsunade's words made the surrounding Konoha ninjas realize the situation they are facing now. The village is behind them, so even in the face of such a behemoth, as Konoha ninjas, they can only fight hard. Just like the predecessors who knew they would die but continued to stop the rampaging Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Tsunade came to Yakumo at this time. "Yakumo, don't panic. The other party has activated the complete form of Susanoo. We need your strength to stop him." Yakumo gritted his teeth and said, "I understand." The moment before, she was still worried about how she could let B, who was surrounded by heavy siege, escape, but at this moment, she had to worry about whether this companion B would destroy Konoha village in anger. And Karin, who had already arrived at the diamond-shaped space on the forehead of the Susanoo, looked down at the Konoha village in front of her and whispered, "Konoha is so beautiful. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 365 Confrontation. The most important point in the instructions given by Shinji to Karin was to test Karin's ability to control the newly fused Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. An actual combat is the best way to test it. So after escaping from the village, Karin did not continue to flee, but chose a forest with many paths and fought with the chasing Konoha ninjas. The previous battle with Yakumo's wood release was just an appetizer. After reaching the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan stage, the burden of opening the Susanoo has been greatly reduced, not to mention the chakra. The Uzumaki clan is known for its strength and vitality, and even Uchiha like Shinji can afford it. For Xiang Phosphorus, who has been transplanted with white Zetsu cells and has the body of an immortal from the Uzumaki and Senjo tribes, the burden is even smaller. In fact, at this time, Kosovo was still not using her full strength. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo was neither a perfect body nor her limit. "You just asked me to test it, you didn't ask me to go on a killing spree, and Sasuke is also down there, so I'd better be careful." After making up his mind, Xiangling's eyes narrowed and he truly activated his complete body, Susanoo. Swish! In an instant, a pair of huge wings spread out from the back of the Susanoo, who was like a god standing tall on the sky and the earth. Immediately afterwards, the pair of huge wings suddenly flapped, and the huge 100-meter-tall Susanoo actually flew off the ground. "This? Are you kidding me? Susanoo who can actually fly?" The Konoha ninjas in the forest who had just mustered up their courage were instantly drained of courage by the scene in front of them. If we talk about the giants on the ground, they can still delay and block them through their fearless courage and various ninjutsu. There was really nothing they could do about the giant thing flying high in the sky. Not to mention ordinary Konoha ninjas, even Tsunade and Kakashi, the pillar ninjas of Konoha, are feeling discouraged at this moment. But after all, Tsunade was a person who had experienced several ninja wars. She quickly recovered and told Yakumo, "Yakumo, take action quickly." Yakumo nodded heavily. Without receiving orders from the leader, she would naturally not allow B to destroy Konoha village in front of her. I saw her hands clasped together with a snap sound, and she shouted, "Would escape, the birth of the tree world." Unlike the last birth of the tree realm, this time she didn't hold back at all and vented all the chakra in her body without reservation. In an instant, the trees grew wildly and made a roaring sound. Looking from a distance, the whole forest seemed to come alive. After a while, the skyrocketing trees entangled the legs of Susanoo, who had not yet flown high, and entangled them upward along the legs. At the same time, Yakumo also followed the rising trees to the height opposite to the phosphorus, and looked at him from afar. I will not let you step into the village. The fragrant phosphorus is actually ready to be withdrawn. But Yakumo's hostile gaze immediately irritated her. Especially when Yakumo stood on the trees and reached the same height as her, the sense of superiority she had just gained disappeared. My lord must be watching me somewhere, right? Even if I have to evacuate, I must defeat Yakumo first. I want to prove to your lord that my eternal Mangeki Sharingan is no worse than her red dragon eye. Xiang Phosphorus instantly ignited his fighting spirit. As if to carry out the will of Kosovo, the palm of Susanoo's right hand, which was originally barehanded, suddenly glowed with red light, and then a huge red spear appeared. I want to prove the value of my existence to you. Yakumo, I must defeat you. After making up his mind in his heart, Kaoru activated the Susanoo to launch an offensive. Rumble. As the perfect Susanoo waved the spear in his hand, countless trees were instantly shattered, and for a while the sky was filled with sawdust, like raindrops. And Yakumo also displayed the specialty of wood release, which is resistant to fighting, and continued to instill the wood release chakra. Trees were cut off by spears, and they were immediately replaced by new trees, which continued to entangle them. Susanoo. At the same time, the ninjas on the ground also launched an offensive. Fire escape, wind escape, thunder escape, etc., all kinds of ninjutsu seemed to be free of charge, and they were all poured towards Susanoo. It's just that under the defense of the perfect Susanoo, these ninjutsu can't shake the armor of the Susanoo at all, let alone threaten the fragrant phosphorus in the Susanoo. Rumble. 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 The continuous fierce fighting caused the entire night sky to turn red. The earth was shaking continuously, and it could be felt even in the village. The third generation could no longer sit still. Wearing a military uniform, he led his direct ANBU to the outer wall of the village and watched the fierce battle between Susanoo and Wooden in the distance. The nightmare from back then has reappeared. He sighed secretly in his heart. The battle at the Valley of the End that year was also the final battle between Susanoo and Wood Release. At that moment, Konoha village was on the edge of life and death. Fortunately, the first generation finally defeated Uchiha Madara, who possessed the Nine Tails, and pulled Konoha back from the brink of destruction. Now the village seems to be on the edge of the cliff again. It's just that he doesn't know if the village can turn the corner this time. The fierce fighting is still going on. Although Karin and Yakumo are fighting, both of them still retain their bottom line. One side is purely using Susanoo, while the other is purely using Wooden Release to fight. In fact, both of them have many trump cards that they have not revealed. This is fragrant phosphor use on one side. In addition to Susanoo, she now has Amaterasu and Susanoo, two Mangeki eye techniques that she has not used. Yes, even now, this complete Susanoo is still not Karin's limit. She can also activate the amplification of Susanoo to once again enhance the power of Susanoo. Moreover, Karin, who has successfully transplanted the cells of White Zetsu, can also activate Wood Release, and because of her physique as a member of the Uzumaki clan, her Wood Release will not be much worse than Yakumo's Wood Release. On Yakumo's side, her terrifying strange power punch and the abilities related to the Red Dragon Eye have not been used yet. The most important thing is that Ito, who was locked in the spiritual world by her, has not been used. If she fights at all costs, Ito is likely to be the final blow. After all, Ito's strength is not inferior to her original body to a certain extent. Once used, it will be extremely terrifying. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 366 Watching the Battle. The melee under the night sky is still going on. Because of the melee, Konoha fell into a huge panic. Large numbers of villagers evacuated to the outside of the village with their families, and the streets were densely packed with people and cars. The students of the ninja school took to the streets and took the initiative to take on the task of maintaining order. Just watching the shocking battle in the distance under the night sky and listening to the constant roar, they were not much better than ordinary villagers, and their hearts were full of fear and anxiety. In the forest, Shinji, hiding in a big tree, looked at the fierce battle in the distance while holding a notebook and writing and drawing on it. It can easily control the complete form of Susanoo. The concentration and release of pupil power are very smooth, without the sluggish feeling of transplantation. The strength of Susanoo is very high. He recorded and evaluated at the same time. Whether it was the fluency of the eye technique or the strength of the Susanoo, Karen's performance was completely in line with his psychological expectations, and even better than his psychological expectations. Similarly, Yakumo's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations. It seems that she didn't use her full strength in the previous fights. Thinking of this, Shinji chuckled and shook his head. Then, he looked at the Konoha ninjas around him who were all ready to die, and the village in chaos in the distance, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. I'm afraid no one would have thought that. At this moment, both sides of the battle were just 8 or 9-year-old students of the ninja school. No one would have thought that Karen and Yakumo, the two monsters that almost threatened the entire Konoha, were all created by him. But he soon put away this pride. Because even for him, it's not so easy to deal with Karen or Yakumo now. Although Karen's eternal Mangeki Sharingan is slightly inferior to his, Karen's own strong sage body and wood release, which is not much worse than Yakumo's, are both stronger than Shinji. If it really comes to a one-on-one fight, Shinji may not win Karen. The same goes for Yakumo. With wood release for attack and defense in the front and Ito in spirit form to assist on the side, Shinji may turn over if he is not careful. Fortunately, Karen and Yakumo have no intention of resisting him at present, so he doesn't have to worry too much about being attacked by the monster he cultivated. It's almost done. Shinji closed the notebook in his hand and whispered. He just wanted to test the compatibility between Karen and the newly fused Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, not to really destroy Konoha, so it's almost over here. On the battlefield. Boom boom. Another ordinary swing, countless trees that were entangled were cut off one by the long spear of Karen's Susanoo. Looking at the wood chips flying all over the sky, Yakumo's heart couldn't help sinking. My wood release can't stop him. This is obvious. Even if Yakumo can continuously launch wood release, as long as the opponent can easily break free from the restraint of wood release, then this consumption is unfair. After all, compared with the opponent's urging Susanoo to swing a spear once, her continuous launch of wood release is obviously more laborious. And she also discovered a very strange phenomenon, that is, her wood release, in terms of absorbing the opponent's chakra, for some reason, the effect is very poor. It's not that it can't be absorbed, but the absorption is very slow. Often, only when it is tightly entangled can it slowly absorb a little chakra. It seems that the opponent has some kind of resistance to wood release. Obviously. Although Yakumo didn't know that Karen also mastered the wood release, she had already felt something was wrong after the fight. Ito kept shouting in the spiritual world, Yakumo, what are you still hesitating about? Let me take action, otherwise, we and the whole village will be finished. Yakumo said, let me think about it. Ito screamed hysterically, damn it, what else are you thinking about? You are no match for him alone. If this goes on, when the mouse death is exhausted, even if I take action, we will have no chance of winning. Through Yakumo's senses, Ito has already experienced the opponent's strength. She knew that only by letting Yakumo activate the wood release to attract the enemy in front, and she would then use the spirit tunely by attacking from the side in the form of a body, can we defeat the opponent. If Yakumo's chakra is exhausted, her chance of attacking again will be slim. Yakumo looked around and shook her head, no, you can't attack now. Tsunade teacher and others are here. You have exposed your identity before and were marked as the D of the Akatsuki organization by the village. Once you show up, our identity will be completely exposed. Ito shouted, what should we do? Wait for death. Yakumo looked at Karen in the Susanoo opposite and said, let me try the illusion for the last time. Ito fell silent, because this is one of the few options at present. After making up his mind, Yakumo activated the wood release and let the trees carry Tsunade, Kakashi and other senior ninjas to his vicinity, and shouted, Tsunade teacher, I want to try to use illusion. Without waiting for Tsunade to answer, Kakashi said, Yakumo, the opponent is a Mangeki Uchiha, and ordinary illusions are difficult to work. Tsunade was also a little hesitant and did not speak easily. Yakumo said, my wood release can no longer stop the opponent. Teacher, this is the only chance. Tsunade asked, how sure are you? Yakumo pondered for a moment, our Kurama clan's illusions are not worse than Uchiha, and after I have the red dragon eye, it is easier to perform spells. So even if the opponent has a Mangeki Sharingan, I think I should have about a 50% chance of winning. Tsunade said, then give it a try. Don't be afraid, we will cover you. Kakashi and Kai also nodded. 50% sure, not low. The illusion of the Kurama clan is indeed worth looking forward to. Yakumo no longer hesitated, and immediately activated the wood release, letting the trees carry him to the huge Susanoo not far away. Looking at Yakumo himself rushing over, Karin was a little surprised. At this moment, Yakumo quickly formed seals with both hands, and then with the help of the pupil power of the red dragon eye, he suddenly launched an illusion towards Karin in the diamond-shaped area between the eyebrows of Susanoo. Dong dong. For a moment, Karin felt as if her heart was about to jump out. And just in this moment of distraction, she found that everything around her had changed. The night, the forest, and even the Konoha ninjas who besieged her were all gone, leaving only the blood curtain of water and sky. Illusion. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, as the strange light on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan flashed, everything around her returned to normal. The first update is here. Before 12 o'clock tonight, it seems to be the last deadline for double monthly tickets. There is only 1 hour left. Students who have monthly tickets, don't forget to vote. Chapter 367 Evacuation. When she saw the other party in the Susanoo gradually lost his eyes, Yakumo felt a surge of ecstasy in her heart. However, this ecstasy did not last for a few seconds, and she found that the other party's eyes had regained clarity. This. Yakumo's heart jumped. She knew that her illusion actually worked, but the other party's pupil power was too strong, and it only took a moment to get rid of her illusion. Is the pupil power of his eyes stronger than my red dragon eyes? This thought flashed through her mind in an instant. She clearly remembered that the leader had told her that the pupil power of the red dragon eyes itself exceeded that of the ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. After her first cell transplantation, red dragon eyes got another bonus of power of all things, and its pupil power was enhanced a lot, which should have surpassed the general Mangeki Sharingan. This is why she dared to use illusion to attack Mangeki Uchiha. But things did not go as she wished, and her illusion only took effect for a short second or two. Not only that. She also noticed that the opponent's physique seemed to be a bit too strong. You should know that when she launched the illusion just now, in order to interfere with the opponent and increase the probability of the illusion hitting, she also launched the ability of red dragon eyes. She had tried this trick on Tsunade. With the physique of Tsunade, the Thousand Hands Princess, she also had a short-term arrhythmia after being hit by her trick, and repeatedly warned her to list this trick as a forbidden technique. After being hit by this trick, the opponent seemed to be like Tsunade, relying entirely on the abnormal physique to bear it. Karin, who was in Susanoo, was not aware of the complicated thoughts in Yakumo's mind at the moment. She also did not know how much shock Yakumo had been brought by her action of breaking free from Yakumo's illusion. She calmed down the surging blood in her heart and was about to launch a counterattack when Shinji's voice suddenly rang in her ears again. After listening carefully to Shinji's instructions, Karin said in her heart, "Yes, please rest assured, I will complete the task." Then, Karin immediately urged Susanoo to swing the spear in her hand and slashed directly at Yakumo in front of her. Not good. Tsunade was shocked. Boom boom. As the spear chopped down, countless trees blocking Yakumo were cut off, and Yakumo was also blown away in the huge air wave. Swish! Kakashi dodged and caught Yakumo in mid-air. Almost at the same time, Tsunade bit her finger and activated the summoning technique to summon the slugs in the wet bone forest. The slug clone was summoned. Kai activated the 8 gates of Dungia, and in just a few breaths, he broke through to the 7th gate, the shock gate, and roared, "Day Tiger!" Instantly, the sweat, blood, and chakra that escaped from Kai's body gathered together to form a huge tiger-like beast, and then pounced on the Susanoo. Boom! Different from the previous noisy and disorderly roar, the loud sound of the collision between the Day Tiger and the Susanoo was like a bell, making people's ears buzz and tinnitus. Even the complete Susanoo could not resist Kai's attack of the Day Tiger. Not only was the huge body repelled by the air wave raised by the Day Tiger, but the area on the chest that was hard to contact with the Day Tiger was also broken, and even the last bone had cracks. Kai was not much better, and was shaken away by the reaction force and fell heavily in the forest. Karin in the Susanoo looked at the damaged area with surprise on her face. She didn't expect that her Susanoo, which was powerless even against Yakumo's wood release, was almost pierced by Kai's kick. But this saved her trouble. Because the order Shinji had just given her was to pretend to attack Yakumo and then find an opportunity to evacuate the battlefield. Now that Tsunade has summoned a giant slug, her Susanoo was almost pierced by Kai's kick. If she retreats now, she won't arouse any suspicion. So, she stopped fighting and immediately urged the Susanoo to fly away. Hey! Standing on the slug's head, Tsunade was full of surprise. She was about to fight with all her strength, but she didn't expect the other party to retreat just like that. Kakashi also brought Yakumo to Tsunade's side, and then looked at the distant Susanoo with a look of doubt and uncertainty. Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief. The other Konoha ninjas in the forest were also sitting or lying down in exhaustion, with expressions of surviving a disaster on their faces. If their psychological expectation before was to capture Akatsuki's bee, then after the melee just now, their psychological expectation has dropped to the point where repelling bee is considered a victory. Bang! At this time, Kai jumped out of a pile of trees, looked around, and asked in confusion, "Where are the enemies?" This melee ended with the retreat of Akatsuki's bee. Although many of the Konoha ninjas present still had combat power, no one acted rashly to pursue Akatsuki's bee. Because the strength shown by bee was too strong, far beyond their expectations. A group of senior ninjas gathered in front of Tsunade at this time, waiting for her instructions. Tsunade looked at Yakumo, who had consumed a lot of chakra and looked a little depressed, and Kai, who had closed the 8 gates and could no longer fight, and said, "Go back to the village first." After a while, except for the scattered reconnaissance team, Konoha's large group of people, and the ninjas from the other 4 villages all returned to Konoha village. The village was full of cheers at this time, and the streets and alleys were full of villagers celebrating the defeat of the powerful enemy. The village's senior officials all had dark faces and gathered in the Hokage's office. The 3rd generation asked gloomily, "Have the casualties and losses been counted?" At this time, an Anbyo came forward to report, "The medical team has sent a report. In this incident, there were a total of more than a dozen injured people in the village, but most of them were caused by evacuation. There were only 7 injured people on the battlefield ahead, and no death reports were reported yet." What? Only 7 people were injured? Koharu Yudatan was surprised. She thought that the village had suffered at least 3-digit casualties in the earth-shaking battle in the forest, but she didn't expect that there were only 7 injured, not a single one killed. The 3rd generation was also very surprised and looked at the Anbyo seriously. The Anbyo quickly explained, "We have sent people to confirm that there are indeed only 7 injured. This is mainly because Tsunade-sama summoned the slug in time, and Kurama Yakumo used wood release to cover the battlefield and cover other people." Tsunade said at this time, "No, it's because the other party didn't kill." Chapter 368 Undetermined Subordinate Relationship. Why? The 3rd generation asked a question that many people present were eager to know. Tsunade pondered for a long time, but finally shook her head slowly, "I'm sorry." Although she was present and witnessed the whole process of the battle, she couldn't tell the other party's purpose. If she had to say one thing, the other party seemed to be testing Yakumo's wood release ability. Because the other party only took real action when facing Yakumo. Before that, the other party was indifferent to Sasuke's provocation. It felt as if the other party knew Sasuke and didn't have the same opinion with him. Considering that the bee of the Akatsuki organization was a member of the Uchiha clan, this situation did not surprise her too much. Under the gaze of the 3rd generation and several advisory elders, Kakashi had to bite the bullet and said, "My opinion is the same as Tsunade-sama. The other party's actions this time are very strange, but they did not kill us. The few wounded on the battlefield, except Kai, were all affected by the war." The 3rd generation asked, "Is Kai okay?" Tsunade replied, "I have treated him. There are several, it's a fracture, and it will heal after resting for a while. Even if the 8 gates of Dungia is only open to the 7th gate Shocking Gate, it is a great burden on the body of an ordinary ninja. What's more, Kai also activated the Day Tiger to fight against the perfect Susanoo, so after the 8 gates of Dungia was lifted, his body immediately couldn't bear it." The 3rd generation was relieved when he learned that Kai was not seriously injured. Facing such a huge monster as the perfect Susanoo, even a big ninja village like Konoha actually didn't have many countermeasures, so Kai, who almost pierced through the Susanoo with one move, became one of Konoha's current countermeasures against the Susanoo. Then, the 3rd generation swept around the people present, "What do you think? Say it." Yamanaka Inoichi was the first to stand up, "I apologize to you on behalf of the intelligence team. We misjudged the strength of Akatsuki's bee and almost put the village in a desperate situation. The third generation nodded, accepting the apology of the intelligence team. Yamanaka Inoichi continued, we have always mistakenly believed that Akatsuki's bee is a subordinate of Akatsuki A. But from the current situation, Akatsuki B's strength is probably not inferior to Akatsuki A. Whether there is a subordinate relationship between them is still uncertain. Akatsuki A has a record of fighting with monsters and used Susanoo during the battles, so by comparing the Susanoo of both sides, it can be simply concluded that Akatsuki B is not necessarily weaker than A. The subordinate relationship between the two sides naturally cannot be justified. After Yamanaka Inoichi finished speaking, Danzo immediately rushed to speak. I suggest raising the danger level of Akatsuki B and fully monitoring Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Shinji. Tsunade said, I have no objection to raising the danger level of Akatsuki B, but I cannot agree with the point of full surveillance of Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Shinji. The complete form of Susanoo already has the ability to destroy a ninja village, so raising the danger level of Akatsuki B is a matter of course. Even if Konoha does not mention this, the other 4 ninja villages will also bring it up. It's just that Tsunade is very disgusted with Danzo's style of suppressing his own people. After all, from the current point of view, Uchiha Suzuki and Uchiha Shinji have nothing to do with Akatsuki. Kakashi said at this time, we can infer the purpose of Akatsuki launching this attack from the loss of the archives. Well, you urge the archives to submit a report as soon as possible. The third generation nodded slightly, followed Kakashi's words, and led the topic elsewhere. Hey! Danzo could only snort coldly when he saw this. The third generation ignored Danzo, but ordered Kohara Udaten to appease the other 4 villages on behalf of Konoha, and then asked the intelligence team to speed up the collection of intelligence on the Akatsuki organization, and asked Asuma to be responsible for appeasing the villagers, etc., and finally announced the adjournment of the meeting. As the meeting ended, a group of senior executives left the Hokage's office one after another. Finally, the third generation asked Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi to stay. Tsunade knew the purpose of the third generation to keep her, so she didn't waste any words and said bluntly, I think the other party's attack this time may be to test Yakumo's would release strength. Kakashi also echoed, well, the other party was paying attention to Yakumo the whole time, and the purpose was very obvious. Is it really like this? Sighing, the third generation asked again, how did Yakumo perform this time? Very good. Tsunade immediately praised. Kakashi added, she is one of the few ninjas in our village who can resist Susanoo head-on. The third generation stared at Kakashi, what do you think of Suzuki? Suzuki? After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi shook his head, Suzuki is not yet able to intervene in the battle at the level of Akatsuki. The third generation's eyes condensed, I'm asking, will Suzuki become a Konoha ninja? Will the village have its own Manjiki Uchiha? Kakashi did not rush to answer, but thought about it seriously, and finally said, it depends on how we treat Uchiha. I understand. Nodding, the third generation waved his hand, indicating that they could leave, and ordered, Tsunade, take good care of Yakumo. In the forest. After removing the Susanoo, Karin landed lightly on the branch of a big tree. She looked around nervously, like a child who had done something bad. In fact, because of the Kagura heart, she was very sure that there were no Konoha pursuers within dozens of miles nearby, but she still couldn't help feeling guilty. I just fought with Yakumo. Excitement, fear, and other emotions all surged into her heart. Then she calmed down and sorted out the whole action, fearing that she had missed something or made a mistake, thus delaying the leader's important matter. Swish! Just then, a figure landed in front of her. My lord! She hurried forward and knelt on one knee to salute. There is no doubt that the figure who suddenly appeared was not someone else, but Shinji, who had been silently observing Karin from the dark from beginning to end. After saluting, Karin hurriedly took out the 2 scrolls were taken out, presented with both hands, and handed to Shinji. Shinji took a look and saw that one scroll cover had Vajra seal written on it, and the other scroll cover had 4 symbol seal written on it. Here comes the first update. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 369 I'm proud of you. SHHH. Shinji directly shook open the 2 scrolls and his eyes fell on them. No doubt. Vajra seal and 4 symbol seal are both the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, and in the current ninja world, they are the first-tier sealing techniques. The destruction of the Uzushio village was, to some extent, due to these terrifying sealing techniques. After a quick glance, Shinji secretly admired in his heart, such a method can also be thought of, worthy of being the indestructible cockroach clan. The reason why he had such a feeling was entirely because the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique was very domineering. 4-symbol seal is a little better. Although it uses itself as a sealing container, it is at least supplemented by a sealing technique. And Vajra seal is purely playing with life. I'm afraid that only the Uzumaki clan, who have strong vitality and huge chakra, can develop this kind of sealing technique. If it were other ninja clans, I'm afraid they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because Vajra seal completely uses itself as a sealing weapon. If other sealing techniques are mostly defensive seals, then Vajra seal is a typical offensive sealing technique. Once it is performed, even a huge-tailed beast can be forcibly suppressed. That's why 4-symbol seal has no bloodline requirements. As long as you have the talent for sealing techniques, almost everyone can practice it. But Vajra seal must have the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to practice. Even the Uzumaki clan members with poor talents are not qualified to practice Vajra seal. After confirming that the 2 scrolls were real, Shinji put away the scrolls and asked, "Did you do everything I said?" Karin quickly said, "Yes, I blew up the archives as you ordered." It should be difficult for Konoha to confirm that the scrolls were lost. Although the Vajra seal and 4-symbol seal are both top-notch sealing techniques. But because the threshold for practice is high and the difficulty is great, backups are left in the archives for some senior ninjas in the village to borrow and study. And what Karin raided was the secret library in the archives where various backups were stored. This secret library not only contains the backups of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, but also the backups of various ninjutsu collected by Konoha. Now they have all been blown up, so for a while, the village can't find out what the lost scrolls are. This is also one of the purposes of Shinji asking Karin to attack the archives. Because the village will definitely start from the archives to investigate the cause of the attack this time. When the village took great pains to investigate the archives, they would never have thought that the most important reason for this incident was to test Karin's control of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Seeing that Shinji seemed to be thinking about something, Karin became nervous and explained in a low voice, "Sir, I haven't activated the Susanoo just now. If I activate it, the power of my Susanoo can be further improved." Shinji smiled, "I know." Karin looked expectant, "Sir, then, did I perform well this time? Did I not affect your plan?" Although she hoped to be praised by others, what she cared most in her heart was actually the affirmation from the leader. Shinji turned around slowly. Seeing this, Karin's heart sank suddenly, and her face was full of loss and panic. Shinji, who had walked a few steps, stopped at this time and raised his right hand, "Your performance is very good, I am proud of you." Swish! After that, Shinji did not stop, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Looking at the direction where Shinji left, Karin shed tears, "Finally someone is proud of me." Konoha Hospital. Yakumo, who had just completed the physical examination, met Suzuki in the corridor who had just bandaged his wound in the infirmary. Yes, Suzuki was also one of the 7 injured. And his injury was his own fault. When Karin's Susanoo and Yakumo's would release fought, he not only did not hide in the bunker, but also observed the battle situation closely under the airwave and storm. As a result, the whole person was blown away by the airwave, and then stabbed by the flying wood chips in mid-air, and his body was injured in many places. Seeing Yakumo, Suzuki was stunned for a moment. He knew that if it was not for Yakumo this time, he would probably be in danger, but he was always proud and was not used to thanking people, so he froze for a moment. Yakumo asked, "Suzuki, do you know B?" Suzuki shook his head, "I thought he would be Uchiha Itaki, but now it seems he is not." Yakumo asked again, "Could it be Meng Xiando Na's show of handsomeness?" Suzuki frowned, "Why do you ask that?" Yakumo said bluntly, "On the battlefield, he had many opportunities to kill you, but he didn't do it, as if he knew you." Sasuke's face darkened. He was deeply ashamed of the fight just now, and now that Yakumo brought it up, he felt a little embarrassed for a moment. But Yakumo saved him after all, so he thought about it seriously and said, "There is no one I know who fits the bill. I don't know if he knows me, but I don't know him." "Don't know him?" Yakumo thought secretly. After returning, Shishi had been guessing about the identity of B and the purpose of B's raid on the archives. She thought Suzuki would know something, but it turned out that Suzuki knew nothing. Ito complained in his mind, "Tisk, he doesn't know anything. Why did this idiot dare to rush up like that? Isn't he afraid of being killed by B? Yakumo carefully recalled the previous battle, and then frowned. I thought of it. Sasuke asked, what did you think of? Yakumo said, maybe he didn't let you go because he knew you. Sasuke also became interested. He also wanted to find out who those Manjiki Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization were, so he asked, why? Yakumo looked at Sasuke with a serious face. He ignored you. Sasuke, do you remember? When you used the Chidori to attack, he didn't even look at you. Sasuke opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. Yakumo continued, yes, he didn't care about you the whole time, so my teacher and I were misled. He may not know you, but he didn't care about you, so he let you go. Hearing this, Sasuke's face became more embarrassed. Yakumo came back to his senses. Thank you Sasuke, I will tell Tsunade teacher about this discovery as soon as possible. After thanking him, Yakumo left in a hurry. Sasuke clenched his fists and his face flushed red. Compared with the defeat in the battle, the feeling of being ignored was the most intolerable for the proud him, and Yakumo's words once again put him into the embarrassment on the battlefield before. The second update is here, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. It's just a small effort, please help everyone. Chapter 370 The Resurgence of Public Opinion. After telling Tsunade about his guess, Yakumo returned to the mansion of his own Kurama clan with fatigue. Seeing Yakumo coming back safely, Kurama Ring burst into tears of joy. Yakumo, you're fine, I'm so glad. Yakumo's father Kurama Murakumo smiled, glad you're back. It's clear that the wood release fighting the giant Susanoo must be Yakumo, so Yakumo's parents were worried all night, even though Tsunade had sent people to the Kurama tribe to inform them that Yakumo was safe and sound, they didn't dare to rest assured. Until they saw Yakumo at this moment, their hearts finally fell back. Yakumo bowed, Father, Mother, I'm sorry to have made you worry. Kurama Ring said, Yakumo, if you encounter such a strong enemy in the future, don't be impulsive. There are many excellent ninjas in the village. Kurama Kanjayun interrupted Kurama Ring and showed the majesty of the head of the family. What nonsense are you talking about? We are Konoha ninjas, and it is our duty to protect the village. Yakumo, you are tired too, go back and rest. Knowing that his father actually cared about him, Yakumo didn't say much and obediently returned to his room. After washing up, Yakumo lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. In the spiritual world, Ito said jokingly, Yakumo, no matter how much you prove for Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji, the village will still doubt their relationship with Akatsuki. Your words are useless. Yakumo said, I am just telling the truth. Then how do you explain that there are so many Manjiki Uchiha in the organization? Ito smiled and said, the leader should also be a Manjiki Uchiha. Yakumo was silent. She reported to Tsunade that Akatsuki's B did not kill Sasuke, and she might just ignore this point of Sasuke, which was naturally selfish. Because she knew very well that once the village implicated Shinji and Sasuke, the two Uchiha, with Akatsuki, their days in the village would probably be difficult. Seeing Yakumo silent, Ito also fell silent. This time, it was not only Sasuke who was stimulated, but even Yakumo and Ito were also stimulated. After the red dragon eye was transplanted and the first generation of cell transplantation was successfully survived, Ito's strong strength made her full of confidence. Except for the mysterious leader, she still had some fear, but she didn't take anyone else, even the third generation who had the title of Hokage, seriously. But today's battle made her realize that there are always people who are better than you. After a long time, Ito couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect that Guy B was so strong, damn it. Yakumo said seriously, don't forget, he is our companion. Ito said, but he didn't regard us as companions. Yakumo shook his head slowly, he had the opportunity to kill us, but he deliberately slowed down his offensive, so he must be carrying out a certain task of the adults, it must be like this. Humph. Ito snorted lightly. Although she was disdainful of Yakumo's idea, she knew very well that the other party could break Yakumo's illusion in an instant, which was enough to prove that the other party's eye power was not inferior to Yakumo. An eye power, to a certain extent, can almost be regarded as a manifestation of the strength of the spirit body. The other party can compete with him in eye power Yakumo, the opponent's spirit must be ridiculously strong, so even if Yakumo released her at that time, she might not be able to gain an advantage in the confrontation at the spirit level. It can be said that in this battle, whether it is ninjutsu, illusion, or confrontation at the spirit level, both of them are at a disadvantage. Feeling sleepy, Yakumo closed his eyes and turned over. Ito, we have to deal with Mr. B in the future. Ito thought to himself, B, you wait for me, I will definitely get back at this place next time. The next day, the ninja school changed to a new topic. Everyone was talking about the battle last night, discussing the towering perfect form Susanoo that covered the sky and the sun. Uchiha, Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo, these words frequently appeared in everyone's mouth. As usual, Shinji also came to school early. On the road, he, wearing a shirt with the Uchiha fan family emblem, had already felt the strange looks of passers-by. When he entered the campus, the feeling of being watched and feared became stronger. Bang! Just then, accompanied by a muffled sound, the sound of fighting came from afar. Shinji looked over and saw Sasuke standing alone in the center of the battle circle in the distance, with 7 or 8 students with bruised faces and twisted around him, and more students watching were all silent, looking at Sasuke in fear. Sasuke roared and roared, I said, I have nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. If I hear you spreading rumors behind my back again, I will not be as polite as today. The knocked-down students dodged Sasuke's gaze one by one, not daring to look him in the eye. Sasuke pushed the crowd away and left angrily. Looking at this scene, Shinji was thoughtful. Shin came up with a worried look on his face. Shinji, don't worry about those people, they don't know anything, they just talk nonsense. From Sasuke's behavior just now, Shinji had roughly guessed what happened. It's obvious. When Uchiha Susanoo really threatened the safety of the village, some of the incompetent and angry villagers would inevitably vent their anger on him and Sasuke as members of the Uchiha clan. As for whether there is evidence. Does hatred and fear require evidence? Bai, Ningkai, Tian Tian, Xiao Li and others also gathered around at this time. Tian Tian and Xiao Li said together, Shinji, we all support you and Sasuke. Ningkai also nodded, don't mind, those people are just simply afraid. Bai said nothing, and stood directly beside Shinji to express his position. Shinji smiled, thank you for your support. Don't worry, I won't take some gossip to heart. He really didn't take the public opinion in the ninja school, or in other words, the public opinion in the village that was not favorable to him and Sasuke to heart. This was not because he was magnanimous, but purely because the villagers did not wrong him. He complained in his heart, I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization. I planned what happened yesterday. So what? Can you bite me? Then, he looked at Sasuke's back as he left in the distance. The public opinion in the village now may not be a bad thing for him. This kind of exclusion and isolation, as long as it is used well, may have unexpected effects, especially in stimulating Sasuke. The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, remember to vote. Chapter 371 Return. A few days later, this wave of public opinion about Uchiha not only did not stop, but it had a tendency to get more and more intense. Sasuke, who was troubled by it, simply stopped going to the ninja school. Shinji's situation is actually the same. As long as he goes out on the street, he will be pointed at, even in the ninja school or Konoha hospital. But these can't shake his heart at all. Or, at this time, he is completely focused on the Samsara Eye project and has no extra energy to care about these. He has not been idle in the past few days, but has been studying the 4-symbol seal that Karin stole from the archives before. Because she has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, coupled with her sage body with the abilities of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, her chakra level is really too high. You must know that the current ninja school has a very high security level because of the presence of important personnel such as Naruto and Yakumo. There are Anbu teams patrolling all day, and there are many sensory ninjas in the Anbu. So if Karin is not dealt with, she can't go to school at all, because she will be seen through as soon as she goes to school. At night. It's worthy of being a sealing technique developed by the Uzumaki clan. In his apartment, Shinji rolled up the scroll of the 4-symbol seal on the table and breathed a sigh of relief. With his current pupil power and chakra level, as long as it is not a ninjutsu that tests his aptitude, he can basically learn it with just one look. But even so, he still spent several days of hard practice before he could barely learn the 4-symbol seal. After putting away the scroll of the 4-symbol seal, Shinji glanced at the scroll of the Vajra seal on the table and shook his head helplessly. Although he knew that only the members of the Uzumaki clan could practice the Vajra seal, he did not give up and tried to practice it these few days. The result was naturally a failure. This technique developed by the Uzumaki clan was obviously tailored to their own bloodline advantages, and outsiders could not practice it. I'm afraid this is also the reason why the Vajra seal was shelved by Konoha. After taking 2 scrolls and changing into Akatsuki's outfit, Shinji left the apartment quietly. After a while, Shinji sneaked into Karen's apartment. Giving the 2 scrolls to Karen, Shinji said, "This is the sealing technique of your Uzumaki clan. Only the members of the Uzumaki clan can practice the Vajra seal. You can try to practice it." Holding the 2 familiar scrolls, Karen nodded without thinking, "Yes." Shinji continued, "You have been recuperating at home for many days. If you continue to recuperate, it may arouse suspicion from others, so starting tomorrow, you will be in the ninja school." "Really?" Karen's eyes lit up. She was actually a little uncomfortable staying at home every day. Shinji nodded, "Well, before going to the ninja school, I will perform a sealing technique on you to seal part of your chakra." Karen, who possesses the Kagura heart, knows very well that her previous raid on the archives and the battle with Yakumo, her chakra characteristics may have been remembered by many sensory ninjas, so she quickly said, "My lord, I will follow your arrangements." "Okay, don't resist." Shinji did as he said and began to seal Karen. Although only applying a large seal can deceive sensory ninjas, it cannot deceive ninjas with pupil techniques, because the sealing technique of a large seal is too obvious in the vision of perspective eyes such as red dragon eyes or white eyes. But if a seal is split into 5, and the sealing technique is not left on the body surface, but engraved on close-fitting clothes, then although the sealing effect will be greatly reduced, the concealment can be greatly enhanced. Anyway, Shinji only needs to suppress Karen's chakra level. It's not like he really wants to seal her chakra completely. After completing the sealing technique, Shinji secretly observed with his Byakugan and confirmed that even if it was a bloodline ninja who could perform eye techniques, he couldn't easily find the seal on Karen unless he stared at her inch by inch. After reminding her a few more times, such as wearing clothes with sealing techniques engraved on them when going to school, Shinji said to Karen, "The eternal Mangeki Sharingan is just one part of my plan. Now that we have succeeded in this step, we will start the next step soon. You must be mentally prepared." Seeing Shinji's serious words, Karen became nervous. "My lord, what should I do next?" Shinji said, "Transplant the first-generation cells." Karen asked, "Like Yakumo?" "Kurama Yakumo?" Shinji smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, just like Kurama Yakumo, except the transplant of real first-generation cells." After hearing the rumor that all the volunteers who received the first-generation cell transplantation surgery in the other 4 villages were killed, Karen felt a little guilty. "Sir, can I do it?" "Yes." Shinji answered decisively. For ordinary people, transplanting the first generation of cells is indeed a life-or-death situation. No, it should be a 10-to-1 death situation. Even a lucky person like Yamato barely survived after an overdose of inhibitors. But for a bloodline ninja with high-intensity Yin-Tun chakra, the probability of survival is greatly increased. Compared to Yakumo, Karen, who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, not only has stronger pupil power, but also has a different level of physical fitness before the operation. If Yakumo can survive, let alone Karen. What's more, after experiencing several transplant operations, Shinji has made a qualitative leap in both knowledge reserves and on-the-spot experience. If the operation is on Karen, he dares to say that the success rate of the operation is more than 90%. After all, Uchiha Madara, who fused the first generation of cells, only had an eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Karen has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingans, as well as inhibitors and fusion agents prepared by Tsunade, and his if the perception and control of chakra by Niobe and Hwajin really failed, then he would not think about the Samsara Eye project. After telling Karen about the follow-up surgery plan, Shinji left Karen's apartment. Of course, he still habitually kept a hand and did not tell Karen that after having the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, transplanting the first-generation cells may promote the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to continue to evolve and impact the higher level of Samsara Eye. The next day, Karen obeyed Shinji's instructions, came to the ninja school. However, because of the recent turmoil, not many people in the ninja school cared about her return to school, so she returned to people's vision so calmly and naturally. No one associated her with the Akatsuki organization B that previously looked down on the entire Konoha village. Even Yakumo, who had a vague sense of fear towards her before, forgot about this matter because of the previous war. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 372 Dinner. Have you investigated the attack on the archives? What exactly do those damn Uchiha want to do? Could it be that Uchiha attacked? Does the village have no way to deal with those lawless Uchiha? SHH, keep your voice down. As Shinji walked in, the discussion in the barbecue restaurant suddenly became much quieter. The diners in the lobby on the first floor all looked at him, then some turned their heads away, some looked resentful, and some had deep fear in their eyes. Shinji ignored all of this. Speaking of in the end, the villagers were not afraid of him, but a powerful Uchiha who dared to swing his sword at them. And the public opinion could boil to such an extent, obviously someone was behind the rhythm. As for who was the rhythm, Shinji knew it without thinking. But Shinji did not interfere. In addition to his own plan, he also had other intentions in making this incident. It was because of Karen's uproar that the rift between the 5 major ninja villages caused by the wood release incident was quickly eliminated. After facing the huge threat of the Akatsuki organization again, the 5 major ninja villages had to huddle together for warmth, and many differences were shelved. It can be said that Shinji let Karen open the complete form Susanoo to look down on Konoha, so that the 5 major ninja villages united again. Of course, these are not for outsiders to know. Whether it is the support and understanding of the villagers or fear and resentment, he doesn't care, because he has more important things to do. When he came to the private room on the 2nd floor, he heard the laughter of his classmates before he opened the door. Shinji walked in. I'm not late, am I? Shin said casually, if you come later, we will have eaten all the meat. Shinji smiled and sat in the middle of the seats that Haku and Karen had specially made room for. Obviously, this dinner was specially held to celebrate Karen's return to school after her injury. Although Karen's return to school did not attract much attention, as a small group of classmates, especially for Shinji's sake, everyone naturally had to get together to celebrate for her. In addition, the recent public opinion against Uchiha in the village made Suzuki very angry, so at this dinner, everyone also planned to help Shinji and Suzuki relieve their boredom. After eating and making noise for a while, everyone gradually let go. Shin was bragging and chatting with Karen, Sakura, and Ino, while Niji and Hinata were chatting quietly. On the other side, Naruto was competing with Koji and Lee in eating barbecue. While eating, Yakumo was secretly paying attention to Shinji and Suzuki. Suzuki sat next to Shinji and lowered his voice, Shinji, you should be careful recently. Someone in the village is targeting us. Shinji was slightly startled, and then asked, what have you heard? Well, I heard some news from Kakashi. After a pause, Suzuki said, you don't have to worry too much, I will take care of it. Okay. Shinji smiled and nodded. Although the relationship between him and Suzuki was not as close as before because of the competition in the ninja school, he could see that Suzuki already cared about him. Or rather, in the whole Konoha, only he could be regarded as one of Sasuke's own people. Thinking of something, Shinji suddenly asked, I heard that you fought with Akatsuki's B. How was that guy? Was he very strong? Karen, who was standing by, heard this and secretly pricked up her ears. Sasuke's face darkened. Yeah, very strong. Maybe even stronger than that guy. Shinji knew that that guy Suzuki was referring to was Uchiha Itachi, and he smiled secretly in his heart. From the data on paper, Karen seems to have surpassed Uchiha Itachi. But the real combat power of a ninja is not just based on the data on paper, but also on combat experience, tactical talent, and battlefield intuition that is difficult to train. In these aspects, Itachi completely beats Karen. If Karen and Itachi had a one-on-one duel, then in Shinji's opinion, Karen, who had the advantage on paper, would have no chance of winning and would definitely die. The situation of Yakumo was actually the same. Their strengths were all built up by Shinji. In terms of combat talent, let alone Itachi, even Suzuki and Naruto, who are a little immature now, are actually better than them in this aspect. After listening to Sasuke's evaluation, Karen felt a little proud. Suzuki then said, Shinji, find a way to open your eyes as soon as possible. It's too stupid to use other methods to fight against wood release. B has already told us with reality that our Uchiha Susanoo can restrain wood release, so as long as we can have the Mangeki Sharingan, we can win back the position of the top in the ninja school. Naruto came over and asked in confusion, Suzuki, hasn't Shinji always been the top in the ninja school? You and me. Sasuke's face flushed. Although everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before Yakumo defeats Shinji, the reality is that Yakumo is still defeated by Shinji. Seeing that he was being talked about, Yakumo stood up. Shinji, I want to challenge you. You can decide the time and place. Instantly, all the classmates in the private room looked at Shinji. Shinji smiled and said, then wait until I open my eyes. Before, he fought with Yakumo just to test Yakumo's mastery of the Red Dragon Eye and the power of the wood release after the operation. Now that he has almost understood these data, he is naturally not interested in fighting with Yakumo again. After all, even if he can't use the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the increasingly experienced Yakumo has no better solution. Okay. Yakumo nodded happily without thinking. She also knew that it was a bit deceiving to challenge Shinji with her current strength. She didn't want to be suppressed by Shinji throughout her ninja school career, so she challenged him. Now Shinji agreed to compete again after he opened his eyes, which was a wish of hers. As for whether Shinji could open his eyes, she had no doubt about it, because in her eyes, Shinji was a stronger Uchiha genius than Sasuke. After the dinner, Shinji returned to the apartment and planned Keirin's surgery. He went smoothly in the preparation of the inhibitor of the fusion agent. Except for a few rare medicinal materials, he had to think of ways to solve them. All other problems had been solved one by one during this period. In addition to the problems with the surgery, Keirin's condition was also a problem. After all, Karin had just completed the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, and her condition was not completely stable. The first-generation cell transplantation surgery should not be arranged too tight, so he thought to himself, observe for another 1 to 2 weeks, and start the surgery after Keirin's condition is completely stable. The first update is here. Friends who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 373. There will be no problem this time. In a dark cave, Zato leaned out from the ground and said to Obito, who was leaning against the rock wall with his arms crossed, the rumors should be true. B attacked Konoha's archives, and then fought a big battle with Konoha ninjas outside Konoha village, and retreated calmly. Obito said coldly, I know what I care about. Zato said, the rumors about the perfect form of Susanoo seem to be true. There were many witnesses at the time. According to the witness's description, the Susanoo of B was 100 meters tall, and had wings on its back, so it could fly. You should know what the perfect form of Susanoo means, right? After a pause, Obito looked directly at Zato, tell me, why did this happen? Zato spread his hands, I don't know either. In fact, whether it was white Zetsu or black Zetsu, they were inexplicably surprised by the appearance of the perfect form of Susanoo. Because they knew very well that the appearance of the perfect form of Susanoo meant that after Uchiha Madara, another pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared in the ninja world. Compared to the white Zetsu who was simply surprised, the black Zetsu thought more, is there anyone else in the ninja world who knows the secret of the Samsara Eye? Is it Nagato? As for the mysterious Akatsuki members named by letters by the 5 major ninja villages, A, B, C, D, he and Obito believed that they were secretly recruited by Nagato. So the current problem is not just about a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but that Nagato may have mastered the secret of the Samsara Eye and is planning something. Obito said, we may have lost control of Nagato. Ze asked, what do you want to do? After a pause, Obito said, it's not the time to turn against each other. As long as Nagato collects the tailed beasts and resurrects the 10 tails according to our plan, we should turn a blind eye. Ze said, it's a very rational decision. Obito ordered, go find some more people. I'll go right away. Ze said as he sank into the ground. After Ze left, Obito took off his mask and touched his left eye. Into the empty eye socket, he transplanted an ordinary 3 Magatama Sharingan collected by Uchiha Madara. Susanoo. He whispered, his expression a little gloomy. Now he only has 1 Mangeki Sharingan left, and he can't open Susanoo at all. The Hidden Rain Village. Nagato also learned about the attack through his own channels. Konan said, 100-meter-high Susanoo, Nagato, even if it's you, it would be very difficult to deal with it, right? Nagato nodded slowly. His body had long been dragged down by the Outer Path Demon statue, and a large amount of chakra was sent to support the Outer Path Demon statue, so he neither dared nor could he use all his chakra during the battle. In this case, even if he had a pair of Samsara eyes, it would be a bit difficult to deal with the complete Susanoo. Of course. If he really didn't care, he would still be able to deal with the complete Susanoo easily. Frowning, Konan said, we have to collect the tailed beasts as soon as possible. As long as the 10 tails are resurrected, everything will be fine. Nagato shook his head, the outer path demon statue has not fully recovered yet, so we need to wait a little longer. Ah! Konan sighed helplessly. Konoha village. In a blink of an eye, a week passed. I don't know if other high-level officials intervened, but the negative public opinion about Uchiha in the village gradually subsided. Although the villagers still looked at Shinji and Suzuki with strange eyes, at least no one openly slandered them anymore. After a week of preparation, Shinji finally gathered all the herbs needed for the inhibitor and fusion agent, and successfully prepared an inhibitor and fusion agent. Everything is ready. In his small laboratory, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. With the preparation of the fusion agent and inhibitor, he was ready for Karen's next first-generation cell transplantation operation. As for Karen's condition, I don't know if it was because of Karen's strong physique, but after completing the fusion of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, her physical condition stabilized very quickly. After this week of observing the spirit level with the Niobe, Shinji determined that Karen's condition was stable and she could be operated on at any time. The operation should be performed sooner rather than later. Since everything is ready, let's do it tonight. Shinji, who had made up his mind, took the fusion agent and inhibitor he had just prepared with him. Late at night, Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki organization, quietly sneaked into Karen's room. Because Shinji had greeted Karen with the Niobe in advance, Karen, who had been waiting for him, welcomed him into the room. Then, Karen asked nervously, "Sir, will the operation begin tonight?" Shinji nodded. Karen quickly and consciously lay down on the bed, waiting for Shinji's operation. But this time, Shinji shook his head, "The operation cannot be performed here." Ah! Karen sat up. Shinji explained, "The first-generation cell transplantation surgery is different from other surgeries. During the operation, the first-generation cells will inevitably run wild, and at that time, you will burst out with amazing chakra, which can be easily detected by nearby perception ninjas or pupil ninjas. So that's how it is." Karen suddenly realized and asked, "Then where will the surgery be performed?" Shinji smiled. After a long time, Karen followed Shinji to a cave in the Death Forest. Shinji said, "If you perform the surgery here, you shouldn't be disturbed." Karen lay on the ground obediently. Shinji was preparing the surgical instruments while telling Karen about some accidents that might occur during the operation. After listening, Karen said with determination, "Please rest assured, I will definitely hold on." Yet, Shinji was still smiling. It seemed that Karen's tense nerves were infected by Shinji's smile, and her condition also returned to its peak. While waiting for Karen to adjust her condition, Shinji was not idle either, but simulated the operation again and again in his mind. This step is the key to his Samsara Eye plan and must not be missed. There is no problem with the inhibitor and the fusion agent. Karen has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which should be stronger than the Red Dragon Eye in neutralizing the Yang release chakra on the first-generation cells. Niobe is also connected to Yakumo. Once Karen cannot suppress the runaway first-generation cells in her body, I will use the excess Yang release chakra to release it to Yakumo with Hwajin. There will be no problem this time. With a stern look, Shinji started the operation. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 374 I would rather choose to die. It only took a few minutes for Shinji to complete all the preparations before the operation, and activated the cold storage tank to take out a small group of first-generation cell tissues. This small group of first-generation cell tissues was obtained secretly by Shinji through Yakumo. After the death of the first generation, the second generation used the most advanced technology to preserve a large number of the first-generation cell tissues, and this one is one of the samples preserved by the second generation at that time. Because it was taken directly from the first generation's body, rather than the cell tissue cultivated in the laboratory, this small group of the first generation cell tissue is very active, and the strength of the Yang release chakra contained in it is also the closest to the first generation's life. Of course, these are not what Shinji is looking at. What he really cares about is the chakra of Ashura Otsutsuki remaining in this group of cell tissues taken directly from the first generation's body. According to the successful example of Uchiha Madara, a small group of flesh and blood taken directly from the first generation's body, the chakra of Ashura Otsutsuki contained in it, can complete the unity of yin and yang, activate a sufficient amount of power of all things, and open the eyes of reincarnation. After all, what is really needed to open the eyes of reincarnation is the power of all things generated by the collision of high-quality yin release chakra and yang release chakra. Quality is the key. Shinji raised the scalpel. It's time to start. Yes. Karin nodded. Remember, use your pupil power to neutralize the yang release chakra in the primary cells. Your eternal Manjaki Sharingan is the key to the success of this operation. After giving the last word, Shinji said no more and directly opened up another transplant area on Karen's arm. Implant the primary cell tissue. Suture the transplant area. Inject the fusion agent. The first half of the operation was completed in one go by Shinji, and it took only more than 50 seconds. After doing all this, he did not rush to start the second half of the operation, but used the perspective ability of the Byakugan controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tou to carefully observe Karen's body. Transplanting the primary cells for Karen was not for Karen to obtain wood release, nor for insufficient healing like Yakumo. He always had only one goal. That was to do his best to allow Karen to obtain stronger, high-quality yang release chakra that was enough to impact the samsara eye. So he optimized the operation and held the inhibitor in his hand without injecting it. Because once the inhibitor is injected, the success rate of the operation will be greatly improved, but the activity of the primary cells will also decrease, resulting in insufficient improvement of the operation. This is Shinji's combination of the operation that Orochimaru performed on Yamato and the 8th the experience summarized after several operations of volunteers from Kumo and Sand Village. The operation without inhibitors has the best effect. Even if inhibitors are used, only a handful of people can survive the first-generation cell transplantation operation. If inhibitors are not used, it is easy to imagine how difficult it is to survive the operation. Suddenly, a painful expression appeared on Karen's face. Her forehead, cheeks, and neck were all sweating instantly. And in Shinji's Byakugan vision, the first-generation cell tissue implanted in Karen's body has begun to multiply by absorbing nutrients from Karen's body. The yang release chakra in the cell tissue also began to attack and conquer Karen's body. But even so, Karen still clenched her teeth tightly, without making any sound. Shinji looked at Karen with a calm and almost cold look. He knew very well how terrible the pain Karen was enduring at the moment, and he couldn't help but be surprised at Karen's forbearance. Why? Why did she endure it and not shout out? Obviously. Shinji didn't know how much power his gaze gave Karen. Time was passing by little, and the fusion process was also advancing slowly. Because there was no inhibitor injected, the group of first-generation cells implanted in Karen's body could almost be regarded as the chakra level of the first generation in normal state. That is Karen. If it were someone else, they would have exploded and died the moment of implantation. Even Yakumo, who has red dragon eyes, would not have survived until now without the help of inhibitors. Karen can be said to be the person with the highest success rate of transplanting first-generation cells in the ninja world after Uchiha Madara. First of all, she has the sage body of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, and her physique is extremely strong. Once the wood release chakra in her body goes out of control, it will be a sure death for other ninjas, but for her, as long as all her internal organs are not lost, she will not die easily. Furthermore, she, who had transplanted the white Zetsu cells, had already mastered the wood release, and her body was extremely tolerant of the wood release chakra. Finally, the eternal Manjaki Sharingan, like Uchiha Madara, was her weapon to subdue the first-generation cells. Although she lacked the chakra of Otsutsuki Indra that Uchiha Madara had, she had a pair of intact eternal Manjaki Sharingan, while Madara only had one at the time. At this moment, Shinji's eyes suddenly fixed. Because he discovered that a large group of high-quality yang release chakra had burst out in the transplanted area on Karen's arm. And the quality of this group of yang release chakra seemed to be stronger than the previous ones. Is this the first-generation cell without the inhibitor? Shinji's heart sank, and his hand holding the inhibitor trembled slightly. The previous waves of yang release chakra were barely neutralized by Karen with the pupil power of the eternal Manjaki Sharingan. But this time, it was obviously stronger than the previous ones. Shinji even suspected that this hidden yang release chakra might be the chakra of Otsutsuki Ashura contained in the first generation's body. Bang! Just when Shinji was distracted for a moment, a branch grew out of the transplanted area of Karen's arm and pierced her skin. Then, the branch expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it grew to the size of a small tree. As the wood release ran wild, Karen's arm was instantly covered with blood. It still doesn't work. Shinji sighed softly, raised his hand, and prepared to inject the inhibitor into Karen's body. He couldn't really watch Karan die, so although he couldn't achieve the best surgical effect, he could only make a choice at this moment of life and death. But just as he was about to inject the inhibitor into Karan's body, Karan grabbed Shinji's hand holding the needle with his other arm. Shinji was startled. "You?" Karan said with difficulty, "My lord, I don't want to disappoint you." Shinji shook his head. "Wood release has already gone wild in your body. You should know the consequences. If you don't inject the inhibitor, you will die." Karan said in a weak tone, "If I have to choose between disappointing you and dying, I would rather choose death." The first update is here. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 375 The Nourishment of the Power of All Things. I believe you. Shinji finally nodded, and in front of Karan, he exerted force on his hand and crushed the syringe of the inhibitor. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. In an instant, the crystal-clear inhibitor fell to the ground along the broken bottle tube. Seeing that the inhibitor that could save her life was destroyed, Karan was not panicked, but breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she endured the pain and devoted herself to the confrontation with the first-generation cells again. Shinji stood up and took a few steps back. The reason why he agreed to destroy the inhibitor with Karan was not a momentary impulse. For ordinary people, the strength of willpower has very limited effect in fighting against the first-generation cells. But for Karan, who has the eternal Manjaki Sharingan, the situation is different, because the special nature of the Sharingan makes the Sharingan's pupil power fluctuate with the owner's will. When the owner's will, or obsession, becomes stronger, the Sharingan's pupil power will also become stronger. This is the pupil of the soul. And the pupil power of the Sharingan happens to be the key to subduing the first-generation cells. This besides, Shinji was not unprepared. Although he destroyed the inhibitor to strengthen Karen's determination, he still had the last means of support, Niobe and Hwajin. At this time, he had already quietly opened Niobe and connected with Karan. Once Karan failed to fuse the first-generation cells, he would use Hwajin to extract the runaway chakra in Karen's body, just like he had saved the Sand Village volunteers before, and relieve Karen's crisis by removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot. Karan didn't know that Shinji still had a means of support. After Shinji crushed the inhibitor, she thought she had no way out, and there was no fear in her heart. At this moment, the bold style of the Uzumaki clan, who was used to committing suicide, and the paranoid side of Uchiha, were all reflected in her. "I can't give up so easily." In an instant, the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan in Karen's eye sockets suddenly bloomed with a strange light. As the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan surged, the momentum of the Yang-Tsukushi chakra that was conquering her body slowed down. The situation of Yang-Tsukushi chakra that was originally one-sided was balanced by her. Even the small tree that broke out of her arm stopped growing because it lost the nourishment of the runaway chakra. Shinji was shocked when he saw this. He thought Karan was going to fail and was about to launch the Hwajin. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Karan actually relied on the power of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to restore the balance in her body. She is worthy of being the strongest sage body in the ninja world. If it were someone else, no, even if I were in this situation, I would definitely die. Shocked, Shinji couldn't help but sigh again. The wood release ran out of the body, and multiple organs in the body were eroded by the Yang-Tsukushi chakra. If it were someone else, they would have died 7 or 8 times. But Karan managed to survive with the vitality of the Uzumaki clan's immortal cockroaches, which was simply incredible. This also made Shinji deeply understand why only the Uzumaki clan could develop so many sealing techniques to restrain the tailed beasts, because other ninja clans simply did not have such strong vitality to risk their own lives. Not long after, as Karan resisted the strongest wave of Yang escape chakra in the first-generation cells, the balance of Yin escape chakra and Yang escape chakra in her body gradually stabilized. After the balance of Yin and Yang was achieved, the progress of fusion increased rapidly. After a while, the first ray of power of all things appeared in Karen's body. Because Karan was connected with Niobe, the appearance of this ray of power of all things was captured by Shinji at the first time. Has the fusion of Yin and Yang begun? Under the mask, a nervous look appeared on his face for the first time. Just as Shinji expected. After the first ray of the power of all things appeared, more and more power of all things was generated in Karen's body. If it were any other time, Shinji might have used Huojin to extract some power of all things to nourish his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. But now was the critical moment of his Samsara Eye plan, so he just focused on monitoring the Yin and Yang combination in Karen's body and did not act rashly. and the power of all things generated by the yin and yang combination soon flowed to all parts of Karen's body. Her eyes, body, and internal organs that were damaged in the early stage of fusion were all nourished by the power of all things at this moment. No need to judge in other ways. Just from the increasingly shining brilliance on Karen's eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Shinji knew that the pupil power of Karen's eternal Manjiki Sharingan was rapidly rising. At this point, Shinji knew that the operation had been successful. With her own will, Karen resisted the runaway chakra without injecting inhibitors and subdued the first-generation cells. At this time, he could no longer hide his excitement and clenched his hands tightly. The changes in Karen's body are still continuing. The pupil power is improving, the chakra is soaring, and even the most elusive spirit body, Shinji found, is getting stronger because of Niobe. The power of all things, which combines yin and yang, can really improve the level of chakra. Shinji came to his senses and quickly took out his notebook to record the changes in Karen's body at this moment. The existence of Niobe and the Byakugan gave him the ability to see physical signs comparable to high-precision instruments, so even though there was no equipment in the cave, he still accurately recorded a series of changes in Karen's body after the operation. After a while, the rapid rise in the quality and quantity of chakra in Karen's body finally slowed down. She looked at Shinji and said slowly, "Sir, did I succeed?" Shinji smiled and nodded, "Yes." Karen stood up and looked at her hands, with a confused expression on her face. Then, she looked at the small tree that had already withered, and the transplanted area on her arm that was intact and had no scars. She was surprised, "Sir, didn't a small tree grow on my arm just now? How did it wither all of a sudden?" Shinji explained, "After the yin and yang in your body are balanced, the leaked chakra is absorbed by your unconscious, all of it was taken back, so it was directly drained of chakra and died instantly." Karen nodded in confusion, "So that's how it is." Shinji looked up and down and asked, "How do you feel now?" "Feeling?" Karen tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "I feel that my chakra has increased again, and your previous seal seems to have no effect. It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 376 Seal. Shinji smiled awkwardly after hearing this. The seal he had come up with temporarily was obviously useless to Karen, who had successfully fused with the cells of the first generation. Just based on the data on paper. Now that Karen had transplanted the cells of the first generation and completed the highest level of fusion of the sage bodies of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, it was hard to say whether she had reached the level of the first generation before his death in terms of sage body, but if the Otsutsuki were not counted, she was definitely the strongest in the current ninja world. In addition, after being nourished by the power of all things just now, the pupil power of the pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in her eye sockets had also been qualitatively improved. If before this, Shinji's pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan was the strongest in the current ninja world, a pair of strong Sharingan. It is hard to say who has the strongest Sharingan at the moment. Shinji even felt that even if his eternal Manjiki Sharingan was slightly better at this point in time, the title of strongest Sharingan would inevitably change hands as time went on. Because after achieving the fusion of yin and yang, Karen's body was producing a trace amount of power of all things every moment. And under the continuous nourishment of power of all things, both the physique and the pupil power would be continuously strengthened. So even if Shinji's Sharingan was slightly stronger at this moment, the advantage would gradually disappear over time. This time might be half a month, or a week, or even just a few days. Thinking of this, Shinji couldn't help but compare Karen at this moment with the first generation in Uchiha Madara before the Battle of the Valley of the End. Then, he shook his head secretly. Although Karen's current paper data is already very exaggerated, it is still inferior to the first generation in Uchiha Madara at the Battle of the Valley of the End. In terms of physique, even if Karen is close to the first generation still masters a variety of wood release secrets and fairy arts. In terms of fairy arts alone, the gap has been widened. Because the wood release with the bonus of fairy chakra can sweep the combination of the complete Nine Tails and the complete Susanoo. As the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, Uchiha Madara was the pupil power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan is definitely better than the eternal Manjiki Sharingan that Karen has now. Adding to the large number of secret techniques and forbidden techniques that Uchiha Madara has mastered, his overall strength is definitely above that of Karen now. This does not take into account the combat experience and combat talent of the first generation in Uchiha Madara. After all, paper data is paper data, and technicians are technicians. If experience, talent, self-awareness and other factors that are difficult to standardize and measure are taken into account, Karin will be even worse. If she really faces the first generation or Uchiha Madara during the Battle of the Valley of the End, she may be seen through at a glance, and then be targeted in various ways and easily solved in a few moves. Seeing that Shinji was a little absent-minded, Karin whispered, "My lord, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Shinji smiled after recovering from his shock, and then thought to himself, "What am I thinking about? She is only 8 or 9 years old. At this age, even her body has not yet developed to its peak. You can imagine how huge Karin's room for growth is. Even if she is not as good as the first generation and Uchiha Madara in the Battle of the Valley of the End, Karin will definitely surpass them in the foreseeable future." Feeling her exaggerated chakra, Karin looked worried. "Sir, will people notice me going to the ninja school like this?" Shinji said, "That's inevitable." At this time, Karin seemed like a huge torch in the dark night. Even if she was not a perception-type ninja, she could sense the surging chakra fluctuations in her body like the tide. Not to mention ordinary people, even Shinji felt a lot of pressure. Karin was a little distressed. "Sir, what should I do?" Shinji thought for a while and said, "You are now in the post-operative fusion period, and your physical condition is still unstable, so you occasionally feel that your chakra is out of control and venting outward. These are actually normal situations, and you will recover slowly." "Oh." Karin heaved a sigh of relief. Shinji continued, "As for concealing your chakra, my sealing technique may not work on you. From now on, you can only rely on yourself." In the field of sealing techniques, he himself is a beginner, and he is really not sure that he can seal Karin now. Karin pointed at herself with an incredible look on her face. "Rely on myself." "Yes." Shinji nodded. In the ninja world, the use of sealing techniques is only unexpected, not impossible. For example, like the Jinkraki, the powerful tailed beast is sealed in his body. For example, the bell magic weapon that Shin carries with him is the previous Shrine Maiden, used to seal the Shrine Maiden power in Shin. Even the fairy technique was introduced into the concept of sealing techniques by Orochimaru, creating a low-profile version of the fairy seal called Curse Seal. Style. After thinking for a while, Shinji confirmed, "You should have learned the 4-symbol seal that I gave you before." "I have learned it." Karin whispered, as if she had just learned it not long ago, so she seemed a little guilty. "You can engrave the sealing technique of the 4-symbol seal on a small object you carry with you, and then..." Shinji carefully told Karin about the idea of sealing. Obviously, his idea was borrowed from the bell magic weapon on Shin. It's just that he didn't know how to make magic weapons, so he could only guide Karin to make a simple temporary magic weapon by engraving the sealing technique. Although it is simple, because it is Karin's own chakra that seals herself, it will not happen that her own chakra is too strong and she will easily break free from the seal. And the reason why Karin did it herself. That's because although they were both beginners in the 4-symbol seal, Karin's chakra level had surpassed his, and Karin was a real Uzumaki clan member, so she had an innate advantage in using the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique. After listening to Shinji's instructions, Karin immediately began to try. She first took off her coat, then formed a seal to activate the 4-symbol seal, and followed Shinji's instructions to meticulously carve the sealing technique into the inner lining of the coat. In an instant, the sealing technique, like ink, wandered around in Karin's coat, then quickly took shape and gradually disappeared. Karin quickly put on her coat. And as the sealing technique took effect, the feeling of being on the back that Shinji had felt since Karin's successful operation finally disappeared. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 377, Chive Field. Shinji immediately gave his affirmation, "The effect of the seal is good, enough to block the perception of ordinary perception-type ninjas." "Great." Karin looked happy. Looking around Karin, Shinji mentioned a few points. "It's just that the sealing technique is still a bit rough. You can practice more after you go back to further reduce the risk of exposure. In addition, your current chakra is too large, and the sealing technique engraved on the object cannot get continuous chakra support. The effectiveness will be lost quickly, so you still need to maintain it every day." "Yes." Karin remembered everything in his heart. Shinji didn't say much, and ordered, "Go back, be careful on the road." After Karin left, Shinji didn't rush to leave, but cleaned the cave carefully. He even wiped out the dead trees that Karin's chakra runaway triggered during the operation, and the inhibitors that dripped on the ground, and finally left quietly. Until he returned to the apartment, Shinji still couldn't hide his excitement. After taking a shower in the bathroom, his mood gradually calmed down. He sat down at the desk and spread out his notebook, as if comparing the 3 first-generation cell transplant operations of Yakumo, Sand Village Volunteers, and Karin. After experiencing these 3 operations, he should be considered an expert in this field. But he knew that the medical ninja who presided over the operation did not play a big role in this operation. The real decision for the success or failure of the operation was the ninja lying on the operating table to receive the transplant. But even so, he still had to constantly optimize every detail and do his best to improve the success rate of the operation. This was not because he had any research spirit, but purely because he wanted to prepare for his future first-generation cell transplant operation. You know, if he himself was the one lying on the operating table to receive the transplant, then some of his bottoming methods might not work. Because he was not sure if he had the spare energy to activate Niobe and Hwajin while balancing the yin and yang chakras. The fusion agent prepared by Tsunade has been proven to be effective. Setting the transplant area on the limbs can effectively avoid the first wave of impact of chakra runaway on the internal organs. Eye power is the key to fusion. Inhibitor. When writing about the inhibitor, Shinji stopped writing. After witnessing the scene of Karin's hard resistance to the runaway chakra in her body, he still feels a little scared until now, and is not sure whether he can achieve perfect fusion like Karin without relying on inhibitors. Because what Karin can do does not mean that he can do it. Although he has received several gifts from the ninja world and his chakra level has been greatly improved, his physique is much more ordinary than Karin. For Karin, some injuries may be able to survive just by gritting his teeth. But for him, it may be a fatal injury. But he also has his advantages. That is, he is a member of the Uchiha clan after all, and his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan's eye power is also stronger than Karin before the operation. There are still areas that can be optimized in the details. Shinji thought as he closed the notebook on the table, and unconsciously considered the Samsara Eye plan in his mind. At this point, his Samsara Eye plan was basically completed. Under his painstaking planning, Karin successively obtained a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan that was connected to her bloodline, as well as the first generation of cells. The basic conditions for impacting the Samsara Eye have been met. Next, all Shinji can do is wait quietly. Because even if all conditions are met, the timing of the opening of the Samsara Eye is difficult to predict. Uchiha Madara, the only successful one in the ninja world in the past 1,000 years, barely opened the Samsara Eye until his life was almost over. Shinji has no way of verifying how long it took from the time he obtained the first-generation cells in the battle at the Valley of the End to the time he finally opened the Samsara Eye, but there must have been decades. Dong. Dong. Tapped the table lightly with the pen in his hand, Shinji looked out the window. Although Uchiha Madara is the only successful example in the ninja world in the past 1,000 years, his situation is very special and cannot be used as a reference. After all, when he attacked the Samsara Eye, he only had one eternal Mangeki Sharingan left. I am afraid that only Uchiha Madara himself knows how much impact this has on the attack on the Samsara Eye. Karin does not have this problem, so Uchiha Madara's situation cannot be applied to her. The power of all things, the union of yin and yang, is the key to opening the Samsara Eye. Therefore, as long as Karin's body can continuously produce the power of all things, no matter how weak it is, it can actually be regarded as attacking the Samsara Eye. Shinji thought of a standard to judge whether Karin failed to attack the Samsara Eye. This standard has nothing to do with the length of time. It only depends on whether Karin can continuously produce the power of all things, because only the power of all things is the key to qualitative change. Otherwise, simply increasing the amount of chakra is meaningless. As long as Karin can continuously produce the power of all things, even if it lasts for 10 or 20 years, her attack on the Samsara Eye cannot be said to have failed. But if one day her body no longer produces the power of all things and the factors affecting qualitative change disappear, then it can basically be judged that she has failed to attack the Samsara Eye. For ordinary people, it is difficult to judge whether Karin is continuously producing the power of the universe, but for Shinji who possesses the Niobe, any change in Karin's body cannot escape his monitoring. After all, the Niobe is directly linked to the spirit body, and there are very few factors that can strengthen the spirit body, and the power of the universe happens to be the most significant one. So as long as we monitor whether Karin's spirit body is continuously getting stronger, we can easily judge whether Karin is still continuously producing the power of the universe. I hope Karin can succeed soon. Shinji is full of expectations. If Karin succeeds, it will not only prove that his idea is correct, but also help him to attack the Samsara Eye faster and better. Because as long as Karin opens the Samsara Eye with her own ability, she will become a leak field that produces the power of the universe. Shinji can use the sickle Hwajin to repeatedly harvest the leak that Karin planted himself. Although there is a loss in the extraction of Huojin, and the effect of absorbing others' Sen Luo Wangxiang power is not as strong as the one he merges, as long as he keeps absorbing, Shinji can continuously strengthen his pupil power and physique and adjust his state to the best. By then, perhaps as soon as the transplantation of the first generation of cells is completed, he can quickly open the Samsara Eye with his rich accumulation. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for the month. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 378 Tailed Beasts vs Tailed Beasts. Boom boom boom. Just as Shinji performed the first generation of cell transplantation on Karin and completed the most critical step of his Samsara Eye plan, a fierce battle between Jinkriki and Jinkriki broke out in a hidden valley about dozens of miles away from the village. Ah! Amid a wave of shouts, countless Naruto rushed towards Gaara in the field from all directions. Damn it, why? Why is it endless? Although Gaara covered his face with his hands, he could still see through his fingers that his expression was extremely hideous and distorted. As if to echo his emotions, the sea of sand surrounding him was also restless, and in the night wind, it seemed to be whimpering like a beast. On the cliff, a row of ninjas were concentrating on watching the fierce fight between the two Jinchuriki in the valley. Seeing that Gaara's emotions were gradually getting out of control, Cho of Sand Village frowned slightly and looked at Tsunade on the side. Something is wrong. And Temari and Kankuro, who were following Cho, were already anxious. They were very familiar with Gaara, their younger brother. Gaara had been like this before when he ran away in the village several times before, so they had already started to tremble instinctively. Tsunade, standing on the edge of the cliff, smoothed her hair that was messed up by the night wind. Don't worry, since we promised you, we Konoha will keep our word. Cho glanced at Yakumo standing next to Tsunade and said, then I'll leave it to you. Because of the attack on the Sand Village volunteers in the Konoha hospital, there was a rift between the two villages. Fortunately, before the rift spread, the Akatsuki's B launched an attack and looked down at Konoha with a 100-meter-high Susanoo, trampling the majesty of the 5 major ninja villages under its feet. Frightened by the huge threat of the Akatsuki organization, the rift caused by the wood release was quickly healed. In order to maintain the alliance, each village made concessions. In order to make up for the death of the Sand Village volunteers in the Konoha hospital, Konoha took on the responsibility of training Jinkriki for the Sand Village. The reason why the Konoha high level made such a decision was actually to stop Akatsuki from coveting the tailed beasts. After all, the stronger the Jinkriki, the harder it is for Akatsuki to succeed. Of course. The most crucial thing is the appearance of Yakumo, the wood escape ninja, which enables Konoha to have the means to suppress the runaway Jinkriki on a regular basis. Otherwise, let alone helping Tsunagaku train Jinkriki, even training Naruto, Konoha must think twice before doing so. Roar! Just then, a roar came from the valley. Then, in the terrified eyes of the Tsunagaku ninjas, Gaara's body began to change, and the characteristics of the one-tailed Shikaku began to spread on his body. The possession body has appeared. Cho silently said in her heart. In the past, when Gaara went to this point, the 4th Kazekage had to suppress him immediately, otherwise, the next step would be that Shikaku appeared in his complete form. If that happened, it would be even more difficult to suppress him. Tsunade naturally noticed this, and turned her head slightly to Yakumo and asked, "What's going on?" Yakumo, who had already opened the red dragon eyes, observed carefully for a while and said, Gaara's own chakra was completely suppressed by the one-tailed beast chakra. Cho, who was listening on the side, was secretly shocked. Her pair of red dragon eyes, the effective observation distance is so far? Isn't it stronger than Konoha's Byakugan? Temari asked, then why don't you do it? Shizuan stepped forward and signaled Temari to stay calm. At this time, in the valley, as Gaara's will faded, more and more chakra leaked out of the one-tailed Shikaku. After a while, the original red-haired little boy turned into a half-human, half-demon monster with huge claws and a long tail. Seeing Gaara like this, Naruto, who was hiding in the shadow clone group, was also shocked. Gaara shouted around, "You're dead! You're dead!" Naruto's heart tightened. Just by this roar, he could tell that there was a strange voice mixed in Gaara's voice that he had never heard before. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from Naruto's spiritual world. Naruto asked, "Big Fox, what are you doing?" The Nine-Tails said sinisterly, "Without my power, you can't beat him at all." Naruto did not deny it, but nodded, "Big Fox, then I'll charge you some rent." The Nine-Tails smiled and released his chakra. In its view, compared with the previous Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan, the current Uzumaki Naruto is simply an idiot. It has the confidence to make Naruto sink under its powerful power and become its slave. The communication in the spiritual world is just a moment in the outside world. When the Nine-Tails released its chakra, Naruto fell to the ground with both hands like a beast, and his body was also wrapped in a layer of red-tailed beast chakra. "It's the tailed beast coat." Jiraiya frowned and said, "Naruto has also turned into a tailed beast." Tsunade said, "It's smoother than the previous times." It seems that he is familiar with the use of the tailed beast chakra. Temari and Kankuro looked embarrassed. In their eyes, Gaara in a runaway state is the most terrifying existence, but they didn't expect that Konoha's Jinchuriki would have such a terrifying power after turning into a tailed beast. No. After turning into a tailed beast, Konoha's Jinchuriki even feels more terrifying than Gaara. That yellow-haired idiot is so terrifying. Kankuro stuttered. Swoosh. Accompanied by a shock wave, Naruto, who was wearing the tailed beast coat, fell to the ground like a beast, and pounced on Gaara, who also looked like a monster. Boom boom. In an instant, bursts of roars were heard again in the valley. This time, not only the people of Sand Village, but also Tsunade and Jiraiya of Konoha were all serious. If Naruto and Gaara's previous fight was still in the scope of ninjas, then at this time, the two people in the valley were no longer fighting as ninjas, but like two monsters colliding. Cho, who was terrified, said, "Doing this really works." Tsunade said in a deep voice, "If you want to control the tailed beast, you must first try to contact the tailed beast. This link is unavoidable. Avoiding will not solve the problem." After a moment of silence, Cho asked, "What if the Jinchuriki still can't control the tailed beast in the end?" Tsunade didn't say anything, just shook her head gently. Cho sighed. Tsunade's answer is self-evident. Konoha can only provide Sand Village with the opportunity for the Jinchuriki to contact the tailed beast, as well as safety measures such as preventing the final rampage. As for whether the Jinchuriki of Sand Village can subdue the One Tail, it is not within their service scope. The first update is presented. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 379 Farewell. In the confrontation between the two monsters, the valley became a mess in just a short while, and even some areas had big holes in the solid mountain walls, causing the entire mountain to be covered with cracks. And it was in such a confrontation that Naruto gradually gained the upper hand. The Nine-Tails itself had the intention of bewitching him, so it was very generous in giving the tailed beast chakra, and Naruto had the experience of special training before, and was also familiar with the tailed beast transformation. Compared to Naruto, Gaara was fighting purely on instinct. His own will had long been eroded by the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku, and was in chaos. This point was also keenly captured by Naruto. So in the second half of the confrontation, Naruto changed his strategy and did not continue to fight Gaara head-on. Instead, he tried to call Gaara's consciousness, "Dark Circles, wake up. You will be finished if you continue like this." At this time, Gaara could no longer see many human features from the outside. The whole thing looked like a smaller version of Shikaku. This was the prelude to the final rampage. Once Gaara's last bit of consciousness was wiped out, Shikaku would completely occupy his body and break free from the shackles of the seal. It's the limit. Tsunade shook her head. Yakumo, who understood, did not dare to delay, and immediately flashed and rushed to the valley. Shizune also followed closely with a team of medical ninjas who had been on standby. On the field. Seeing that the last clarity in Gaara's eyes was about to disappear, Naruto didn't care about much and rushed towards Gaara without hesitation. Boom! The two monsters collided with each other and smashed against the rock wall, stirring up a large cloud of dust. While rolling, Naruto rode on Gaara and punched him hard without thinking, "Wake up!" Gaara was stunned and briefly lost consciousness. It seemed that his consciousness was fighting with the consciousness of the one-tailed Shikaku for control of his body. However, this loss of consciousness was very short-lived. After only 1 or 2 breaths, Gaara came back to his senses, and this time there was no trace of human emotion in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, I finally came out." Then, Gaara made a sound completely different from his previous tone. In Naruto's spiritual world, the nine-tailed fox took the opportunity to shout, "Shikaku is going berserk." Quick, tear off my seal, otherwise, you and that brat will die. But Naruto still refused to give up, and punched Gaara one punch after another, shouting, "Dark circles, wake up quickly!" Swish! At this time, Yakumo landed beside the two of them. She opened her red dragon eyes and found that Gaara's chakra was completely suppressed by the chakra of the one-tailed Shikaku, so she said, "Naruto, get out of the way, let me suppress him." But Naruto didn't listen to Yakumo immediately. He looked at Gaara, who had completely lost himself, and in an instant, he felt a sense of sympathy in his heart. He had experienced everything that Gaara had experienced. He was also enduring what Gaara had to endure, so he used his last strength and shouted, "Dark circles, don't give up so easily." Yakumo was a little helpless. Seeing that the one tail was about to go berserk, she didn't care about Naruto and directly activated the wood release. Snap! But just when Yakumo was about to activate the wood release to suppress the berserk Gaara, Gaara suddenly raised his hand to block Naruto's fist and said coldly, "Fox face, don't give people nicknames." Naruto was overjoyed, "Are you awake?" Yakumo on the side was also stunned. She just saw clearly that Gaara's chakra was suppressed by the one-tail chakra, but she didn't expect that in a blink of an eye, Gaara actually regained control of his body. Yakumo frowned slightly, "No, there is another chakra in his body." Swish swish swish. At this time, everyone on the cliff fell into the field. Seeing that Gaara regained consciousness, Temari and Kankuro hurried over. Choya breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked Tsunade with a puzzled look, "What happened just now?" It has never happened before that Gaara has stopped the rampage with his own strength. Tsunade said seriously, "That's because you didn't give him the opportunity to prove his potential before." Gaara, who had already lost his possession, stood up with the help of Kankuro and Temari. His expression returned to his previous indifference. He stared at Naruto and said, "I remember you." Naruto smiled, "Then you must remember, I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who will definitely become Hokage in the future." Gaara's mouth curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Immediately, he seemed to feel something was wrong and quickly stopped smiling. Cho, who saw this scene, said to Tsunade, "Maybe you are right. We were too harsh on him before." Jiraiya said at this time, "The target of Akatsuki is the tailed beast, so no matter how much it costs, we must train the Jinchuriki well. This is not only for ourselves, but also for the entire ninja world." What is the purpose of Akatsuki to collect the tailed beasts? No one knows yet. But it is not an ordinary thing to collect the natural disasters such as the tailed beasts. If Akatsuki succeeds, it may not be a certain village or a certain country that will be affected, but the entire ninja world will be difficult to escape. Recalling the spectacular scene of the perfect form of Susanoo that night, Cho nodded. In the next few days, Konoha assisted the Sand Village in conducting several special trainings for Gaara, so that Gaara gradually adapted to the state of the body. Because of the wood release, the teams sent to Konoha by the other 4 villages have stayed in Konoha village for 1 or 2 months, and it is time to return. This day, Ninja School. The students who were training on the playground suddenly saw Gaara, Darui, Kuratsuki, Shuyu and other foreign villagers. Ninjas came to the campus. After asking the reason, everyone knew that these people came to say goodbye. Gaara brought Temari and Kankuro to Naruto. Kuratsuka stared at Yakumo. Darui and Amwa found Kimimaro. Just when Shinji was laughing secretly, Suijutsu and Kojuro stopped him. Suijutsu said, "Uchiha Shinji, we will remember your advice this time. I hope we will have a chance to fight you next time." "Oh." Shinji nodded. Veins popped out on Suijutsu's forehead. "You just said oh? Don't you have anything to tell us?" Shinji thought for a while. "For example." Suijutsu was furious. "For example, you big-headed ghost. Uchiha Shinji, remember this, I will never let you go next time I meet you." Kojuro quickly dragged Suijutsu away. In this way, in a warm and friendly greeting, the ninjas from the other 4 villages said goodbye to the students of Konoha Ninja School. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small effort, thank you all. Chapter 380 Changes. The departure of the ninjas from other villages did not cause any waves in Konoha Ninja School. To be honest, these geniuses from the other 4 ninja villages are not weak, and they are worthy of their respective titles of geniuses. It's just that they are unlucky and encountered the Konoha Ninja School, which was stirred up beyond recognition by Shinji, the butterfly, so they started off badly. But even so, the only people who can steadily suppress them in Konoha Ninja School are Shinji, Yakumo, Suzuki, Kimimaro, Niji and a few others. Others such as Shin, although they are noble as shrine maidens, cannot stably exert the power of shrine maidens, and Haku and Karin dare not easily expose their strength. Further down, it is difficult for the new generation of the Inoshikacho team, as well as Hinata, Kaiba, and Shino, all of which are composed of members of the Bloodline family or the Secret family, to beat them. Of course, the young and energetic ninja school students will not fairly evaluate the geniuses of these other ninja villages. When the geniuses of other villages are crushed by the geniuses of their own village, they will only applaud and laugh at each other wantonly. In the days that followed, the hot topics on the streets and alleys still stayed on the previous surgery storm and the Susanoo of the Akatsuki Organization B. Without new turmoil, there will be no new hot spots. Everything seems to have returned to peace. To be honest, Shinji is very greedy for such peace. This plan has been completed, and there is no sense of urgency for the time being. The leisurely daily life makes him feel extremely comfortable and relaxed. He even vaguely feels that the relaxation of such a period of time has increased his pupil power a lot. Is the way to stimulate my pupil power to grow is to lie flat? In the early morning, Shinji laughed at himself in front of the dressing mirror. It has been more than a year since he traveled through time. The 8-year-old boy who was distraught on the night of the genocide and trembling with fear at the invasion of the plane is now more than 9 years old, almost 10 years old. Looking at his obviously taller stature, he sighed and reminded himself in his heart to take this variable into account when using the transformation technique again, and then went out. In the morning class, teacher Irika changed the relaxed atmosphere of the past and said seriously on the podium, "From today on, the ninja school will guide you to contact and learn ninjutsu." Can I finally learn ninjutsu? Great! I want to learn the fire escape like Shinji. In an instant, the classroom became noisy. Although Shinji has used B-level fire ninjutsu, Naruto has used forbidden jutsu such as multiple shadow clone jutsu and A-level ninjutsu such as Rasengan, Yakumo has even mastered wood release, etc. But many ordinary students have not even started to learn ninjutsu. Especially some civilian students who have no family inheritance, they are even confused about the concept of ninjutsu. Bang bang! Irika knocked on the blackboard to stop the students from talking, and then said, "Learning ninjutsu requires hard practice day after day. Today I will teach you to learn seals first. Only when you have mastered the seals and know how to make seals can you perform ninjutsu." Next, Irika demonstrated the common seals to the students one by one. The students below also followed suit, practicing various hand gestures of making seals with their hands following Irika. Seeing that some students were clumsy and couldn't make a seal properly, Irika patiently demonstrated several times and emphasized, to successfully perform ninjutsu, both hands must be coordinated, the speed of making seals can't be too slow, and there can't be mistakes, otherwise, the ninjutsu will not be successfully performed. Swish! At this time, someone in the back row stood up. "Teacher Irika, do you have to make seals with both hands?" "Yes." Irika nodded. The student who stood up pointed at Shinji, "But why can Shinji use someone else's hand to perform ninjutsu?" "This." Irika was choked. Shinji smiled in the audience and said, "If you are proficient in a certain ninjutsu, you can make seals with one hand, or even without making seals." The student who stood up was stunned and looked at Irika blankly. Obviously, what Shinji said was completely different from what Irika just said on the podium. Ahem. Irika coughed twice and explained, "Shinji is right, but whether it is one-handed whether it is to make hand seals or to perform ninjutsu without hand seals, it is too far away for you now. What you need to do now is to lay a solid foundation." The student who stood up pointed at Shinji again, then Shinji. Irika interrupted him and said earnestly, "You, and you, including me, are different from Shinji. He is a genius, a rare genius in my vocational teaching career." The student who stood up lowered his head and sat back slowly. Irika continued, "However, as long as we work hard enough, even a genius is not out of reach." Another student raised his hand, "Teacher Irika, can we really catch up with Shinji?" Irika nodded, "It's difficult, but there is still a chance." The student looked doubtful, "Is there really anyone in the ninja school who has surpassed the genius? You all know the 4th generation, right?" "He is." Soon, Irika told the story of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, who grew up from the ninja school, turned the tide of the Third Ninja World War with his own strength, and became the Hokage as a civilian. Under Irika's emotional narration, the students suddenly ignited their fighting spirit, and many of them looked at Shinji with eager eyes. Shinji was a little amused. Not to mention that the fourth generation had already been called a genius when he was in the ninja school, just the fact that he learned so many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, a space-time ninjutsu that ordinary ninjas could not bear, shows that his bloodline is not simple. In the original time and space, after being reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, he also became the Nine Tails Jinkriki and mastered the fairy method of Miyaboku Mountain. Not only that, he can even use the Kuroma mode that even Naruto, the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura, has struggled to master. These are not something that can be explained by a light genius. But Shinji is not stupid enough to expose Irika. While listening to Irika cheering up the students, he glanced at Karin who was sitting in the front row. Karin is a little younger than him, but she is also 9 years old. I don't know if it's because of the first generation of cell transplantation surgery, but he found that Karin's hair has become redder and more colorful these days. Moreover, the condition of her skin is also changing, white and rosy, like a newborn baby, which has even attracted the attention of many classmates, especially girls. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 381. He really seems to want to teach us. These days, Shinji has been keeping an eye on Karin. Through the dual monitoring of the high-purity Byakugan controlled by his Susanoo-san Tio-Yu-chan and the Shibi directly connected to Karin's spirit, he discovered that Karin's body has been continuously producing the power of all things these days. Perhaps it is precisely because of the power of all things that Karin's entire temperament has changed slightly. The red hair has become brighter and the skin has become tenderer, which are just the most obvious manifestations. What really surprised Shinji was that Karin's spirit was also continuously getting stronger. Based on the clues that Shinji has found in the rebuilt archives these days, there are many ways in the ninja world that can directly enhance the spirit. There are very few methods. Generally, it takes years of continuous practice and purification of one's own chakra bit by bit to slowly improve the strength of the spirit. As for other methods, or it is like the Uchiha clan, through strong obsession, stimulation, etc., to open the Sharingan or Manjiki Sharingan, and stimulate the improvement of the strength of the spirit through the surge of pupil power. Conversely, the improvement of the strength of the spirit can also be inferred that Karin's pupil power is improving. Sometimes, Shinji himself can't help wanting to use Hwajin to extract some Senro Wangxiang power from Karin to nourish his own eternal Manjiki Sharingan. But when he thought about how much effort he had put into the Samsara Eye project, he could see the results. If he couldn't help it at this time, it would be a failure. After another calm look, Shinji retracted his gaze. Her eyes' power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan should have surpassed mine. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. The reason why he could make this judgment was that he found that his Naobi was unstable for the first time when it was connected to Karin's spirit body. This had never happened to Yakumo. This undoubtedly showed that Karin's eyes' power was now above his, and he could forcibly cut off the connection of his Naobi at any time and anywhere. And watching the person he had trained surpass him little by little, this feeling was strange and a little ironic. After calming down, Shinji turned his head and looked at Bai behind him. At this time, Bai was explaining to other students how to make hand seals, which won the attention of many students. The reason why Bai became high profile was because Kirigakure was greatly stimulated after the last incident of Akatsuki's bee attack on Konoha. And there was no news about Bai's acceptance of Akatsuki's test last time, which made Kirigakure's top leaders anxious. The identity of the white spy has not been exposed, which makes many people in the Kirigakure high-level officials feel lucky. It was discovered that Haku was a spy sent by Kirigakure to Konoha, or Akatsuki was still considering whether to recruit Haku. Although Terumi Mei raised objections and explained to the fourth Mizukage that it was a waste for a genius with such talent as Haku to act as a spy. But the threat of Akatsuki was above everything else within Kirigakure. So, after a vote, Kirigakure's top leaders decided by a majority vote to let Haku take the risk of showing his talent and attract the attention of Akatsuki again. As for Kirigakure's decision, Haku also reported to the leader Shinji through daily regular contact. Considering that he had to involve Haku and Kirigakure together in order to deal with the world-destroying crisis of the ninja world last time, it was difficult for him to stop Kirigakure from giving Haku this order at this time. But fortunately, during the last Akatsuki assessment, the only witnesses were Haku, Mei Terumi, Kisame Hashigaki, and a ghost who looked like Water Pillar Tomioka Jiyu. The ghost who looked like Water Pillar Tomioka Jiyu had been destroyed by the sun, so the only one who knew that Haku had participated in the Akatsuki organization assessment was actually the Kirigakure family. As long as Kirigakure was appeased, Haku's identity was safe. As for Haku, Shinji was even less worried about showing his talent. After all, because of his existence, Sasuke, who had not yet publicly opened his eyes at this time in the original time and space, had already opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and Naruto, who didn't even know the clone technique, had already mastered the multiple shadow clone technique and Raise Nan. Not to mention that there was a demon like Yakumo who had awakened a new eye technique bloodline limit and mastered the wood escape. So the threshold of the Konoha high level for the genius of the ninja school had long been infinitely raised. At this time, even if Haku showed his extraordinary ninjutsu talent, it would not cause too much sensation. At noon, on the playground, Bai showed his classmates how to make a water-style seal. His hands danced nimbly. In an instant, he completed the seal and successfully released a low-level water-style ninjutsu. As the water-style ninjutsu splashed, it immediately attracted applause from many students around. A water-style ninjutsu is really nothing in the current ninja school. But if a person who usually plays a small role in the ninja school suddenly uses it, and also guides others openly, then the situation is different. Outside the crowd, Shinji watched for a while and then left. He could see that Bai was trying his best to slow down the speed of his seal, but he usually made seals too smoothly, so even if he deliberately slowed down, it gave people a pleasing feeling. And at this time, Bai had obviously mastered the ability to make a seal with one hand, and even the ability to release ninjutsu without seals, so when explaining ninjutsu, he was more detailed and thorough than Irika. Many students who were confused in class suddenly became clear after listening to Bai's explanation. Shin, who had been listening to Bai's serious explanation for a long time, scratched her head and tried several times but failed. Then she asked Karin beside her in frustration, "Karin, why can't I learn it? Why don't you try?" Karin shook her head quickly, "I can't learn it either. Her current chakra level has reached an exaggerated level. As long as she wants, even a B-level or even C-level ninjutsu can be used with the feeling of forbidden techniques, so she dare not try it casually." Then, Karin's eyes fell on the bell magic weapon on Shin's collar. Shinji used Shin's bell magic weapon as an example to her, so she knew that it was this seemingly inconspicuous magic weapon that suppressed Shin's Maiko power, making Shin, whose chakra was as strong as the tailed beast, become almost like an ordinary person. Just when Karin was lost in thought, Shin pouted, "Shiro, that guy, seems to really want to teach us. Doesn't he know how difficult it is to learn ninjutsu?" Karin thought, if there is no suppression of this bell artifact, Shin will not have to make hand seals seriously if she wants to master ordinary ninjutsu. The second update is here. It's a new week soon, please support me with recommendation votes and monthly votes. Please everyone. Chapter 382, Raising an Army to Punish. Moon Country. Under the starry night, a figure fell on the cliff, slowly unveiled the cloak, revealing the face full of solemnity and vigilance. If there were any Hyuga tribe members here, they would be surprised to find that the person who secretly came to the Moon Country was not someone else, but their tribe leader Hyuga Hayashi. Just then, a black shadow floated in the night sky. On the top of the cliff, Hayashi's expression was stern, and he subconsciously took a half step back and secretly became alert. The black shadow quickly floated to the top of the cliff, looking down at Hayashi, and asked in a cold and slightly contemptuous tone, "Are you the current leader of the Hyuga clan?" Hayashi looked up and looked at the black shadow intently. The black shadow floating in the air was an old man wearing a gorgeous robe and white hair. Although he looked old, he was energetic and full of vigor. Especially the pair of white eyes in his eye sockets that quickly attracted Hayashi's attention. There is no doubt. The white eyes are the best proof of identity, so Hayashi no longer has any doubts and politely said, "I am the head of the Hyuga clan today, Hyuga Hayashi." "Sir, but..." Before Hayashi could finish his words, the old man waved his sleeves and interrupted Hayashi, "I invited you here this time to confirm something." Faced with the old man's rudeness, Hayashi was a little dissatisfied, but considering the other party's special identity and the relationship between the Hyuga clan and regarding the relationship between the other party and their ethnicity, he suppressed his anger and asked calmly, "What do you want to confirm with me?" The old man shook lightly, and a scroll fell down. Hayashi took the scroll and saw a portrait of a human face, and he recognized this face. It was Hyuga Niji who had been practicing with him recently. No doubt. This old man was the old man from the Otsutsuki branch who chased Shinji and Niji last time. In the last battle on the moon, the Otsutsuki branch not only lost an elder and a pair of white eyes, but also suffered extensive damage to the castle where they lived. These were already unbearable for the Otsutsuki branch, and what made the Otsutsuki branch even more uneasy was that the intruder actually discovered their family's treasure, the giant reincarnation eye. Afterwards, the Otsutsuki branch used many means to investigate the intruder. However, since they had severed their connection with the ninja world 100 years ago, and the number of clan members was increasingly scarce, resulting in a shortage of manpower, they had gone through a lot of hardships and only investigated the suspected intruder in the Akatsuki organization, which was currently in the limelight in the ninja world. With the understanding of the Akatsuki organization, the Otsutsuki branch immediately realized that this was a very threatening organization, because the other party actually fought against the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world in the form of an organization. Its purpose was even more shocking: to collect the tailed beasts. This made them think of the thief who stole the Outer Path demon statue from the moon. So for the safety of the giant reincarnation eye, the Otsutsuki branch has increased its investigation of the Akatsuki organization during this period, but the Akatsuki organization is too mysterious, and even the 5 major ninja villages, the local snakes in the ninja world, cannot be found, let alone the Otsutsuki branch with a small population. So the Otsutsuki branch had to shift its investigation direction to Niji, who sneaked into the moon with Shinji. Because Niji has the Byakugan, his identity is self-evident, and the Otsutsuki branch also has strong suspicions about the Hyuga clan in the ninja world, so this meeting is more like a call for punishment than an investigation. You should have recognized the person above. My clan needs an explanation. Why did your clan invade our castle? The old man of the Otsutsuki branch, who had been observing Hayashi, saw Hayashi's pupil shrink, and immediately understood, and his tone became colder. Hayashi, who was already surprised by the appearance of Niji's portrait on the scroll, was even more shocked after hearing the words of the old man of the Otsutsuki branch. What, Your Excellency means that Niji has been on the moon? The old man of the Otsutsuki branch snorted, this cannot be denied. Is there any misunderstanding? Niji has always stayed in the village, it's impossible. Halfway through his words, Hayashi suddenly stopped, because he remembered that Niji had been briefly abducted by the Akatsuki organization once. He had always wondered why the Akatsuki organization kidnapped Niji, a child from the ninja school. Now, after listening to the words of the elder of the Otsutsuki branch family, he realized that this might involve the distant relatives on the moon, the descendants of the Six-Path Sage, the Otsutsuki clan. The elder of the Otsutsuki branch family did not argue with Hayashi at all. Seeing that Hayashi recognized Niji's identity, he immediately ordered, within 10 days, bring the person in the portrait here to hand him over to me. Otherwise, don't blame my clan for ignoring blood ties. Konoha Village. The ninjutsu training course in the ninja school no longer has much meaning for Shinji, so he skipped class again in the afternoon and slipped into his small laboratory in the medical class. After reading a book on medical ninjutsu for a while, he closed the book and his thoughts began to diverge. The Samsara Eye project is basically completed. Next, I should shift my focus to the Reincarnation Eye project. Now that Karan is attacking the Samsara Eye, there is not much he needs to do. As the lantern bearer who protects the ninja world, it is obviously shameful to be greedy and idle and waste time, so after relaxing for a few days, he began to think about the Samsaranjai plan again. Because of the Susanoo-sama no Dou, the more eyes he controls, the stronger they are, and the more pupil power and abilities he gains, the stronger they are. So even if he has a pair of Samsara eyes, it does not prevent him from getting another pair of Samsara eyes. The more powerful eyes, the better for him. But when he thought of the Samsaranjai plan, he got a headache. Unlike the Samsaranjai plan with clear steps, the Samsaranjai plan was full of too many uncertainties from the beginning. Just who to use as the host to impact the Samsara Eye, he was entangled. Because the elements required to open the Samsara Eye are not only as complicated as the Samsara Eye, but also involve the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Take out his notebook and turn to the Samsaranjai plan section. On the pages, the part about the Samsaranjai project was crossed out a lot, and some pages were even crossed out. On the last page, the 2 names Kimimaro and Ningji were written, and there was a big question mark after each name. When he turned to this, Shinji's face darkened. In his original expectation, he wanted to use Kimimaro's Kagaya clan sage body to complete Niji's physique, and then transplant Niji with the pure Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. This is to stimulate Niji to open the Samsara Eye. As he has been advancing the Samsara Eye plan during this period, his medical ninjutsu attainments have greatly increased, and he has vaguely discovered that his previous idea seems to be infeasible. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 383 New Ideas. The reason why the previous idea did not work is that after repeated attempts, Shinji found that Kimimaro and Niji's cell tissues could not be fused. At first, he thought it was just because his personal medical ninjutsu level was not enough. But as his medical ninjutsu attainments increased greatly, he found that not everyone's cell tissues can be perfectly fused. In his Samsara Eye plan, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan just has the ability to neutralize the first generation of cells, which means that he only needs to follow the steps and overcome the difficulties in the steps step by step. But in the Samsara Eye plan, this first step does not work. He didn't know if there was something wrong with Kimimiro's cell organization, or if Kimimiro's Kagaya clan and Hyuga clan were not as complementary as the Senju clan and Uchiha clan. In short, the Byakugan does have a certain neutralizing effect on the corpse vein, but the effect is far worse than the neutralizing effect of the Sharingan on the first generation cells. It feels like the two are not so compatible. Perhaps Otsutsuki Hamura's strength is weaker than that of the Six-Path Sage, and he doesn't have offspring like Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra, so the bloodline is more complicated and disordered. After thinking for a long time, Shinji came to a conclusion. After all, the Six-Path Sage who sealed Kagaya and obtained the 10 Tails was a person who had briefly promoted to the bloodline network. He fell to the Six Paths level after splitting the 10 Tails, founding the ninja clan, and distributing chakra to his disciples. In comparison, Otsutsuki Hamura is just an ordinary Six Paths level, and in terms of strength, he is obviously half a level lower than the Six Paths Sage. Although the millennium entanglement between the two sons of the Six Paths Sage, Otsutsuki Ashura and Otsutsuki Indra, is one of the root causes of the endless wars in the ninja world, it also stabilizes the strong complementarity between the Senju and Uzumaki clans, which have sage bodies, and the Uchiha clan, which has inherited the power of the sage eyes. The Kagaya clan, which inherited the sage body of Otsutsuki Hamura, and the Hyuga clan, which inherited the sage eyes of Otsutsuki Hamura, have gradually mixed their bloodlines and their complementarity has become weaker and weaker during the millennium of reproduction, thus failing to achieve the complementarity of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha. Therefore, whether it is to improve Niji's physique through Kimimiro's cell tissue, or to improve Kimimiro's pupil power through Niji's Byakugan, it is difficult to achieve with the technology currently mastered by Shinji. This is the biggest problem that stumps Shinji. He lacks a host like Otsutsuki Tonari who has both a perfect physique and extremely strong pupil power to attack the Samsara Eye. And the Niji and Kimimaro he had favored before were actually unqualified as hosts for the Samsara Eye. Shua Shua. Shinji crossed out the names of Niji and Kimimaro on his notebook, and then sighed faintly, "Hey, is it possible that I can only think of Otsutsuki Tonari?" But once Otsutsuki Tonari has the Samsara Eye, his strength will instantly soar to the level closest to the Six Paths level, and Shinji may not be able to defeat Otsutsuki Tonari by then. You must know that in the original time and space, Otsutsuki Tonari had an impressive record of killing Naruto after the Fourth Ninja World War in seconds. If the giant Samsara Eye had not been destroyed by Naruto and Hinata later, Naruto, who was almost the strongest in the ninja world at that time, would not have been able to defeat Otsutsuki Tonari in the end. If Otsutsuki Tonari was used as a host, it would be pure brain damage. How to combine the advantages of Kimimaro and Niji? After closing the notebook, Shinji leaned back on the chair and spun the pen. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He had no way to transplant Kimimiro's cell tissue to Niji, nor could he transplant Niji's Byakugan to Kimimaro, but it did not mean that he could not create a biological exoskeleton that could be attached to a person, similar to White Zetsu. He stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in the small laboratory. This bold idea suddenly made his mind clear. He did not need to complete the complex cell fusion at all. He only needed a biological exoskeleton that could accept Kimimaro and Niji at the same time, as a bridge, to combine the power of Kimimaro and Niji into one. As for the host of the impact of the Samsara Eye, it does not have to be limited to one person. Because the giant Samsara Eye on the moon has given Shinji the greatest inspiration, the Samsara Eye is extremely inclusive. So Kimimaro and Niji can both be hosts, and even the biological exoskeleton created for them can be regarded as the host of the Rinnegan. Back to his seat, Shinji opened his notebook again and wrote furiously. From conception to execution, a whole set of plans was sorted out by him. First, he needs to create a biological exoskeleton that can be compatible with Kimimura's chakra and Niji's chakra at the same time. No. He stared at it, this biological exoskeleton also needs to be compatible with his own chakra. Because when he finally attacks the Rinnegan, he may need to use his Niobe and Hakugen to extract chakra, so this biological exoskeleton also needs to be compatible with his chakra. Pull. After a short pause, he thought, if that's the case, maybe I can use my own cell tissue for this biological exoskeleton. Just because Ninkai's body can't fuse with Kimimura's cell tissue doesn't mean Shinji's can't either. Besides, the fusion of biological exoskeleton is different from direct implantation into the body, and the overall fusion difficulty will be smaller. In addition, his chakra level is already very high. Using his cell tissue as the main body of the biological exoskeleton can also stimulate the chakra of Kimimaro and Ninkai. Shinji started writing again. He conceived a biological exoskeleton plan with his cell tissue as the main body and Kimimaro and Ninkai's cell tissue as the auxiliary. According to his idea, once this biological exoskeleton is completed, he can let Kimimaro and Ninkai wear it for a long time to achieve the linkage between the biological exoskeleton and Kimimaro and Ninkai, and finally fuse the chakras of the three together through the chakra channel created by Niobe and Hakugen. Of course, there are still many areas that need to be polished and optimized for this idea, but at least Shinji has a direction to work towards, instead of being trapped by Niji's inability to fuse Kimimura's cell tissue like before, and having to suspend the reincarnation I plan. At the same time, he also vaguely discovered that the biological exoskeleton can be used as a chakra transfer station for Huojin. Once completed, he no longer has to worry about where to transport the extracted chakra. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 384 Partners. Night. The Hyga clan mansion. Hayashi hurried back to the village with a gloomy face. This secret trip to the Kingdom of the Moon gave him too much of a shock. He never thought that Niji would be so deeply involved with the Akatsuki organization and even climbed the moon. Through the window, Hayashi looked at the bright moon hanging high in the night sky. At this time, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. After a moment, a figure came to the courtyard and bowed to Hayashi in the house. "Master, what do you want to talk to me about?" Hayashi looked deeply at Ninkai, who was standing in the yard, and his childish face had not completely faded. He waved his hand. "Ninkai, come here." Ninkai bowed again and came to the house. After sitting down, he was a little confused. "Master, you summoned me so late, do you have any instructions?" Hayashi went straight to the point and asked, "I have met the elder of the Otsutsuki clan. He accused you of colluding with the Akatsuki organization to sneak into the Otsutsuki clan's forbidden area, not only destroying the Otsutsuki clan's castle, but also killing an Otsutsuki clan member. Do you have any explanation for this?" Ninkai was stunned for a moment, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. However, after a moment of silence, he did not explain anything, but just nodded calmly. He could have argued that he was controlled by Akatsuki's illusion or was coerced. But he didn't do that. The war between the main and branch families of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon shocked him greatly, which made him realize that the real contradiction had already been planted from the distrust between the two sides. Seeing Ninkai nod, Hayashi no longer had any luck and asked, "What is your relationship with Akatsuki? Have you joined them?" Ninkai replied, "I did cooperate with Akatsuki on the moon landing, but I didn't join Akatsuki." "Is it really just a cooperative relationship? Why would they cooperate with you? Who in Akatsuki is cooperating with you?" Hayashi frowned, took out the momentum of the head of the family, and asked several questions in a row. Ninkai didn't answer. Because he promised Akatsuki's that he would never reveal any information about Akatsuki to outsiders. Hayashi frowned even more tightly. "Do you know the consequences of betraying the family? As the head of the family, I have the right to execute you." "I understand." Ningji nodded. After staring at Niji for a long time, Hayashi sighed helplessly. "The elder of the Otsutsuki clan has issued an ultimatum, asking me to hand you over to him. If you continue like this, I will have no way to protect you." Ningji thought about it and felt that he should not continue to hide the actions of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon from the head of the family, so he roughly told Hayashi about his last trip to the moon, but he only skipped the information about the Akatsuki organization. After learning that Niji was entrusted with an important task by the soul of Otsutsuki Hamura, and that the Otsutsuki branch on the moon actually attempted to use the moon to destroy the ninja world, Hayashi stood there in a daze. After a long time, Hayashi asked in a trembling voice, "Is this the reason why you cooperate with the Akatsuki organization?" "Yes." Ningji nodded. In the previous narration, he deliberately concealed the information of the Samsara Eye, which was also the part he promised Akatsuki Organization A not to disclose to outsiders. "They?" After a pause, Hayashi asked in a deep voice, "Can those Otsutsuki branches really do such a thing? Destroying the ninja world is not something that can be done casually. They can control the moon and crash into the ninja world." Ningji raised his head and met Hayashi's gaze. From Niji's eyes, Hayashi knew that Niji did not lie to him. In this way, the nature of the matter changed. If it was just Niji who colluded with Akatsuki organization privately and attacked the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Hayashi would feel very sorry, but he would definitely not be soft-hearted. The only thing he needed to do was the choice is to hand Nisi over to the Otsutsuki clan or execute him secretly. But after learning the secrets on the moon, especially the conspiracy of the Otsutsuki branch, he was immediately entangled. Obviously, with the power of the Hyuga clan, it is unable to compete with the Otsutsuki branch on the moon. If you want to stop the Otsutsuki branch from destroying the world, you can only report the news to the village. But once it is reported to the village, Nisi's cooperation with the Akatsuki organization can no longer be concealed. Thinking of this, Hayashi regretted it. If he hadn't indulged Nisi to participate in the Akatsuki organization member assessment last time, he would have abandoned Nisi. After all, the safety of the family is above all else. But last time he was obsessed with Nisi and wanted him to join the Akatsuki organization. Not only did he let Nisi participate in the Akatsuki organization assessment without telling the village, he also personally escorted Nisi, deeply binding the family with Nisi. If the village leaders knew that the Hyuga clan wanted to contact the Akatsuki organization alone, and some of the clan members had even been assessed as members of the Akatsuki organization, the Hyuga clan would probably have a hard time in the future, given the fear of the village leaders towards the Ijutsu bloodline family. After all, the lesson of the Uchiha clan being exterminated is not far away from now. The Hyuga clan does not have the ability to solve the world-destroying crisis independently, and cannot ask for help from the village, which makes Hayashi feel troubled. After weighing the pros and cons, Hayashi suddenly looked up. "Do you have a way to contact the Akatsuki organization?" In the apartment, Shinji's desk was piled with various books, most of which were opened, some pages were folded, some pages were specially marked, and some were directly torn off and pasted on the wall in a conspicuous position. Under the soft light of the desk lamp, Shinji was writing furiously. The idea was there, but if you want to turn the idea into reality, you need to prepare in all aspects. Among them, the preparation of theoretical knowledge is particularly important. Madara's idea of creating white Zetsu using the outer path demon statue and the cells of the first generation is really a genius idea. I have already obtained the white Zetsu cells, and many steps can be copied. But Shinji stopped writing and pondered. With the simple laboratory of his medical class, it is impossible to complete the cultivation of the biological exoskeleton, and he does not have enough financial resources and manpower to support him to continue trial and error. Maybe I need to find a partner. Shinji's eyes flashed, and he thought about the candidate in his mind. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are only a few forces that have the ability and financial resources to cooperate with him, such as the 5 major ninja villages, the Akatsuki organization, and Orochimaru, who founded the Sound Village. Among these forces, the 5 major ninja villages and the Akatsuki organization can be excluded, so the only one left is Orochimaru. Soon, Shinji made a decision. Anyway, Kimimaro is in the plan, and Orochimaru can't be avoided. Why not use this point and let Orochimaru work for me? The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 385 Disease. In a remote training ground in Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. A figure shuttled back and forth in the training ground under the night sky, so fast that if it was bumped into by ordinary villagers, it might be considered a ghost. Undoubtedly, this figure was Kimimaro who was practicing. After a while, Kimimaro, with a whistling sound, suddenly stopped, leaned on the big tree next to the training ground, and started coughing violently. Then he looked at the hand covering his mouth, but found that there was a scarlet blood color on the palm. Cough, Cough, cough. His face sank, and then he started coughing again. In the distance, Shinji, who was watching this scene, frowned slightly and thought, has Kimimura's body been unable to hold on so long? He naturally knew that Kimimaro would suffer from the blood inheritance disease that even Orochimaru was helpless against, but he never thought it would be so early. When he thought that Kimimura's health would deteriorate after his illness and he would die in a few years at most, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. The reincarnation I plan can't be delayed any longer, it must be implemented as soon as possible, otherwise, once Kimimaro dies, it will be difficult to find a qualified member of the Kagaya clan. With the thought, he no longer concealed his figure and flashed in front of Kimimaro, who was coughing violently. Although he was out of breath from coughing, Kimimaro was still extremely vigilant, but when he found someone approaching him, he quickly put on a defensive posture. After seeing Shinji dressed in Akatsuki, Kimimura's face was stern. Is it you? Shinji had carefully examined Kimimura's body with the pair of white eyes controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tio-yu-chan and said lightly, you are very ill. Kimimaro wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You don't know me at all. Such a minor illness is nothing to me. Maybe. Shinji didn't argue. Kimimaro asked, did I pass the last test? Shinji raised his lips and said jokingly, do you want to ask, or does Orochimaru want to ask? Kimimaro was surprised, and his eyes were filled with hostility. Shinji said calmly, you don't think that the relationship between you and Orochimaru can be hidden from us, right? Kimimaro shouted, what do you want to do? If you want to use me as a threat to harm Lord Orochimaru, I'm afraid it's a waste of time. Shinji shook his head, I want to see him. Kimimaro said without hesitation, Lord Orochimaru will not see you. Don't rush to refuse. After a pause, Shinji said, just tell him that A of the Akatsuki organization wants to see him to talk about your illness. Kimimaro was a little confused, my illness? Shinji turned and left, saying as he walked, your illness is far more serious than you think. Tell Orochimaru what I said. If he agrees, leave a mark here and I will contact you again. After that, Shinji's figure disappeared into the night. Standing in the empty practice field, Kimimaro hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to bring Shinji's words to Orochimaru. It was not that he was afraid that his illness was really serious, but Orochimaru had previously told him that as long as the Akatsuki organization contacted him, he must report it immediately. Soon, Kimimaro passed the message to Orochimaru through secret channels. That night, in a secret laboratory at the root base, after learning that Akatsuki's A had met Kimimaro and asked for a meeting with him, Orochimaru he began to think. Actually, Shinji did not expect his request to be passed on to Orochimaru so quickly. In his estimation, Kimimaro should hesitate for a while, and then after confirming that his illness was really serious, he would convey his request for a meeting to Orochimaru. But he did not expect that because of his cooperation with Denzo, Orochimaru was right under his nose, in the village. Yakushi Kabuto advised with a serious face, Lord Orochimaru, the identity of A is too mysterious, and he is also a Mangeki Uchiha. It is too dangerous to meet him. Orochimaru was not too worried about his own safety, because the meeting did not necessarily require the use of the real body, and the shadow clone could also do it. What he really cared about was Kimimura's illness mentioned by A, and why a person like A would care so much about Kimimaro. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru said, let's meet, I want to see what this A is up to. In addition, you go and check Kimimura's body. Yakushi Kabuto had no choice but to nod. After a while, the message was passed to Kimimaro again. Kimimaro naturally did not dare to delay Orochimaru's business, and immediately made an inconspicuous mark in the training ground where they were meeting. At the other end. After leaving the training ground, Shinji was not idle, but came to the outskirts of the Hyuga clan. During this period, he was busy with the Samsara Eye project, and because Niji had been practicing with Hayashi, he did not contact Niji much. Now that he has restarted the Reincarnation Eye project, he naturally wants to come and see. As expected, he saw Niji in the training ground where Niji often practiced. After confirming with the Byakugan that there were no Hyuga clan members spying around, he swayed and landed in the training ground. My lord. Seeing Shinji, Niji was surprised, and then his face was filled with joy. Are you so happy to see me? Shinji muttered to himself and then walked over. Just when Shinji thought Ninkai was going to ask about the results of the last assessment, Ninkai said something that surprised him. After listening, he confirmed, has the Otsutsuki branch found your head? There are still 10 days for your head to hand you over. Ningji thought that Shinji met him at this critical point because he had received some news, but when he found out that Shinji knew nothing, he hurriedly asked, "My lord, what should I do now?" Shinji did not panic, but asked, "What does your head want to do?" Ningji said truthfully, "The head is still hesitating." Shinji was not surprised. Although Hayashi was not a top figure, from the original time and space, he could still stand firm on the issues of right and wrong. Especially after Niji told him that the Otsutsuki branch on the moon had a plan to destroy the world, Shinji knew that he would definitely not stand on the side of the Otsutsuki branch. After pondering for a while, Shinji asked again, "Why didn't your head report this to Konoha?" Ningji was honest and immediately told Shinji that Hayashi participated in the last Akatsuki organization assessment incident, so he was afraid that this matter would be exposed and did not dare to report it to the village. Shinji's face was happy, and he realized that this was a good opportunity to get the Hyuga clan to join. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 386 Meeting. To fight against the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, the assistance of the Hyuga clan is indispensable. Because only the Byakugan chakra of the Hyuga clan can counter the chakra extraction of the giant Samsara Eye. Otherwise, even Naruto, who is the strongest person under the 6 paths after the 4th war, is likely to be drained of chakra by the giant Samsara Eye in one encounter. In addition, if the Otsutsuki branch wants to open the Samsara Eye, it also needs the pure Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Therefore, as long as the Hyuga clan is won over, the opportunity for the Otsutsuki branch to open the Samsara Eye can be blocked, so that the Otsutsuki branch can only take the risk of abduction. After thinking of this, Shinji, dressed in Akatsuki organization, immediately said to Niji, "I have no ill will towards the Hyuga clan, and the Otsutsuki branch on the moon threatens all of us, so we can cooperate in dealing with the Otsutsuki crisis." Ningji was overjoyed, "Please rest assured, I will convey your meaning right away to the head of the family. Go, I will contact you again." Shinji said, then turned and left. Ningji immediately brought the news to Hayashi. Hayashi hesitated after hearing it. Ningji cooperating with Akatsuki alone and the Hyuga clan cooperating with Akatsuki are two completely different concepts. If the village knew that the Hyuga clan colluded with Akatsuki in private, even if it was just to deal with the world-destroying crisis of the ninja world, the village would not let the Hyuga clan go easily. So as long as they agreed to cooperate, the Hyuga clan would have a handle in the hands of Akatsuki. But if they don't cooperate, the Otsutsuki branch will destroy the ninja world in the future, and everyone will still be doomed together. After a moment of silence, Hayashi said to Ningji, "Our Hyuga clan is the ninja clan of Konoha, and we will never cooperate with Akatsuki in any form." Ningji said anxiously, "But the Otsutsuki on the moon." Hayashi raised his hand to interrupt Ningji, "However, whether you are willing to cooperate with the Akatsuki organization is a personal issue. I don't know." Ningji is not stupid and understands Hayashi's intention. The Hyuga clan will not cooperate with the Akatsuki organization, but Ningji can, and the Hyuga clan will only help Ningji, and they don't know anything about others. The next night, Shinji went to the training ground where Kimimaro often went with the intention of taking a look, and found the mark left by Kimimaro in the training ground. "Hey, there is a reply so soon." He pondered for a while, and then showed up. Seeing Shinji show up, Kimimaro's usually indifferent face quickly changed to a guarded look. Shinji asked, "Did Orochimaru agree?" "Yes." Kimimaro nodded. "A very wise choice." Smiling, Shinji said again, "How about it, now you believe me? You are already terminally ill, and you won't live for many years." Kimimaro's face darkened. Just yesterday, Kabuto Yakushi, who has a high level of medical ninjutsu, had examined him and concluded that he had a very rare blood disease. Whether it is a terminal illness, Kabuto Yakushi needs further research, but one thing is certain, this disease is very troublesome. Shinji said, "Tell me, the time and place of the meeting." Kimimaro immediately told Shinji the time and place of the meeting. Shinji said no more, turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Kimimaro couldn't help but call him, "Why are you so concerned about my illness? Of course it's for the reincarnation otherwise." After complaining in his heart, Shinji put away his frivolous tone and said in a deep voice, "Orochimaru is not the only one who can see your value, but it's a pity that I came a step late." After that, Shinji's figure disappeared into the night, as if he had never appeared. Staring blankly at the direction where Shinji left, Kimimaro whispered, "My value." Ignoring Kimimaro's thoughts, Shinji returned to his apartment, opened the map, and checked the place where Orochimaru was scheduled to meet. After finding the corresponding location on the map, he frowned slightly. Here. The time for the meeting with Orochimaru was 3 days later, and the meeting place was a forest by the river in the Land of Fire. There are water networks everywhere, and it is a good place to meet. Putting away the map, Shinji was a little confused again. How could Orochimaru give a reply so quickly? Even if the communication problem can be solved by secret techniques or summoning techniques, how did Orochimaru determine whether Kimimaro really suffered from a serious blood disease in one day? Is Kabuto Yakushi hiding in the village? Or is he also hiding in the village? When he thought of this possibility, Shinji suddenly felt that he should be more cautious in this meeting, otherwise, it would be bad if something went wrong. Root base. After receiving the news from Kimimaro, Orochimaru smiled and said, "Interesting, who would have thought that Akatsuki's A was hiding in Konoha village?" No doubt about it. Shinji could guess from clues that Orochimaru might be hiding in the village, and Orochimaru could also guess from the frequency of Shinji's appearance that Shinji was also hiding in the village. Kabuto Yakushi said, "Although the other party showed his concern for Kimimaro, I always feel that this meeting may not be so simple." Well, Kimimaro's blood inheritance disease is not worth Akatsuki's trouble at all. Orochimaru agreed with Kabuto Yakushi's judgment. In his opinion, let alone whether Kimimaro's bloodline disease is a terminal illness, even if it is confirmed, Kimimaro alone is not worth Akatsuki's investment of so much energy. Kabuto Yakushi asked, "What do you mean?" Orochimaru showed a wicked look on his face, informed Danzo of the time and place of the meeting. Ah! Kabuto Yakushi was surprised and asked, "Do you want to use the power of Konoha to ambush Akatsuki's A? Do I need to arrange for Kimimaro to evacuate now?" Orochimaru shook his head, "No, if A really wants to talk to me, he won't mind such a little unpleasantness. As for Kimimaro, if he evacuates now, how can I know if Akatsuki really cares about him?" Kabuto Yakushi's heart trembled. He having understood Orochimaru's plan, Orochimaru obviously wanted to use Danzo to test the sincerity of the Akatsuki organization in the meeting, and use Kimimaro, who was exposed in the open, as bait to test whether the Akatsuki organization really cared about Kimimaro as they said. Not long after, Kabuto Yakushi met Danzo and informed him of the information. Danzo asked sternly, "What, Akatsuki's A will appear here in 3 days? Is this information reliable?" Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses, "Whether it is true or not, we will know in 3 days. The first update is presented. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 387 Worth it. The information of Kabuto Yakushi made Danzo fall into thought. At his position, his personal interests and the interests of the village have long been inconsistent. Sometimes, losing some of the interests of the village can benefit him personally. For example, this is an opportunity. Now he and his root, which is dead in name but alive in reality, have been forced into a corner by the third generation. Especially after Jiraiya and Tsunade returned, his voice plummeted. He even felt vaguely that he had been excluded from the highest decision-making circle. This is also because Yudin Koharu and Midaman N, who have always supported the third generation, are now increasingly on his side. Because the power that could check and balance the third generation in the past gradually lost the ability to check and balance the third generation with the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade, the appearance of Yakumo, the growth of Naruto and other reasons. And this imbalance is still continuing. So if Danzo can't turn the situation around as soon as possible, his voice in the village's high level will only become weaker and weaker. After all, he is not young anymore, and time is not on his side. And the most effective and direct way to turn the imbalance around is to successfully capture a member of the Akatsuki organization. Having made up his mind, Danzo waved his hand. Swish! A root ninja landed in front of him. "Master Danzo, what do you want?" Danzo leaned on the razor in his hand and asked, "Come and collect all the people." "Yes." Without questioning or hesitation, the root ninja agreed and quickly disappeared. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for Shinji to meet with Orochimaru. Evening. In the forest. Orochimaru arrived at the meeting place early, leaning against a big tree, with his hands folded leisurely. Swish! Accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, Kabuto Yakushi landed in front of him and whispered, "Master Orochimaru, Danzo's people are already in ambush." "Got it." Orochimaru smiled. As he expected, Danzo did not report the information to the village, but chose to act privately. Kabuto Yakushi asked, Master Orochimaru, do you really not need to remind Kimimaro? No. Waving his hand, Orochimaru ordered, you go. Knowing that it was very dangerous to stay here, Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and then disappeared with a flash body technique. After Kabuto Yakushi left, Orochimaru squatted slightly, touched the ground with 2 fingers to sense it, and then raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It seems that in order to capture Danzo has invested a lot of money this time. Just from the chakra he sensed, there were as many as 7 or 8 nearby, and this was definitely not all the people Danzo arranged. After getting up, Orochimaru crossed his arms and said to himself, A of the Akatsuki organization is not Uchiha Shisui. Danzo did have a successful record of attacking the Manjiki Uchiha, but this time, Orochimaru was not optimistic about Danzo. Of course. Although he wanted to use Danzo to test A's sincerity, if Danzo could really injure A, he would not mind taking action. After all, A's Manjiki Sharingan was the treasure he had always dreamed of. Time passed by. The sun set in the west, and the whole forest darkened. Orochimaru was not impatient at all, and still looked leisurely. Just then, footsteps were heard in the shadows in the distance. Orochimaru's face changed, and his hands on his chest slowly dropped. Soon, a figure walked out of the shadows. The snake Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, because he saw that figure wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a mask on his face. Orochimaru confirmed the other party's identity. Because among this group of masked Akatsuki members, only A likes to wear a cat-faced mask, B often wears a fox mask, C usually wears a dog-faced mask, and as for D who appeared not long ago, he wears a strange Pruchna demon mask. So the mask is also one of the means to distinguish the identities of this group of Akatsuki members. Then, Orochimaru glanced around calmly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Shinji, who caught this, walked slowly towards Orochimaru and said, What do you seem to be expecting? Boom boom. Orochimaru was about to answer when he heard explosions all around, mixed with roars and wails. Obviously, a fierce battle broke out nearby. Orochimaru became alert, worried that A in front of him would suddenly take action, but found that A turned a deaf ear to the fierce battle nearby, so he said, What is the purpose of your appointment with me? Shinji said lightly, Cooperation. Oh. Orochimaru was interested and asked, Cooperation about what? I admire Kimimaro very much and want to recruit him into the Akatsuki organization. After a pause, Shinji shook his head with regret. Unfortunately, he is sick. And he is very sick. Even for me there is no absolute certainty of saving him. Orochimaru snorted coldly, this reason can't convince me. And if you cooperate with me, aren't you worried that pain will pursue it? Shinji chuckled and said, Do you think I need to see his expression? Rumble. The battle nearby was still going on, with explosions from time to time, and flames frequently appearing, illuminating the night sky. And in this flickering light and shadow, Orochimaru stared at Shinji closely and asked a question he had wanted to ask in his heart for a long time, Who are you? Shinji was still calm, You don't need to know who I am, you just need to consider my proposal. Orochimaru asked, So what is the content of the cooperation? Treat Kimimaro? Is he worth your effort? Shinji thought without hesitation, worth it. Orochimaru suddenly realized that Kimimaro's importance in A's mind seemed to be higher than he had imagined before. At this moment, the surroundings returned to calm, and the fierce battle seemed to be over. If he had expected Danzo's arrangement before, then at this moment, Orochimaru had no hope for it. After a while, footsteps were heard again. Orochimaru looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the person coming was not someone else, but Akatsuki's B wearing a hooded red cloud suit and a fox mask. As soon as he saw B, Orochimaru suddenly became nervous, even more nervous than when he saw A. Not long ago, the complete Susanoo looked down at Konoha. He was also an eyewitness at the scene, so he knew very well how terrifying B's strength was. However, what he didn't expect was that B stood side by side, but stood behind A. Then, a spirit dressed as Akatsuki floated out of the forest on the other side. D. When Orochimaru saw this, his face became even gloomier. Because it was this D who had used illusion to control him in an instant not long ago, making him, a Sunin, lose face. And just when he was extremely afraid of D, D also stood behind A obediently like B just now. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 388 Shock. Looking at B and D standing behind A, quiet and well-behaved, Orochimaru looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already in turmoil. Just like the top leaders of Konoha. After seeing B's complete form Susanoo before, Orochimaru also thought that B and A might be on the same level. Because B's strength is too strong, at most he is below the leader Pain in the Akatsuki organization, and it is unlikely that he will become a subordinate of others. But now it seems that B is not only a subordinate of A, but also not an ordinary subordinate. You should know when he was still in Akatsuki, even if he met the leader Pain, he would not be as polite as B was when he met A. No, this is no longer a rule, this is respect. The same. The one standing behind A, wearing a Pruchna demon mask and appearing in the form of a spirit, D, was also extremely respectful. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Orochimaru even tasted a hint of flattery from D's behavior. How is this possible? For a moment, Orochimaru felt extremely confused and puzzled. He had also stayed in Akatsuki. Although the leader Pain, who possessed the immortal eye, was powerful and mysterious, most of the members in the organization were top figures in the ninja world, and they were all unruly. It was really hard for him to imagine why ninjas as powerful as B and D would be so respectful to A. Orochimaru was intimidated, and Shinji on the opposite side immediately felt it, so he took the opportunity to ask, "What is your answer?" Orochimaru's face became more gloomy. He had already felt the pressure, and this pressure had only been encountered when facing Pain, but he didn't want to give in easily. Because in the ninja world, he has always been the one to intimidate others. At this time, D tilted his head slightly and looked at Orochimaru. Because of the mask, Orochimaru couldn't see the expression on D's face. But because D is a spirit, as long as the chakra is strong enough, anyone can directly feel the eagerness to fight in D, as if as long as A gives an order, he will pounce on him without thinking. B also looked over. Looking at the scarlet pupils shining with a strange light under the holes in the mask, Orochimaru's heart jumped. These eyes may be stronger than Uchiha Ataka's Mangeki Sharingan. When B raided the Konoha archives before, he just watched from a distance and didn't feel much. But now after looking at B, he found that the other's eyes seemed to be full of magic, which could capture people's hearts. At this moment, fear and covetousness surged in Orochimaru's heart at the same time. He felt scared and greedy. It's Orochimaru. Shinji has actually been observing Orochimaru. The appearance of Karin and Ito obviously put a lot of pressure on Orochimaru, but Orochimaru is a person who has seen storms after all, and did not show his cowardice. However, Shinji's goal has been achieved. Orochimaru is obviously afraid, even the momentum is much weaker. In fact, if they really fight, whether it is Karin with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan or Ito with the red dragon eye, it is difficult to stop Orochimaru. Ito was able to subdue Orochimaru in an instant last time, because Orochimaru underestimated her illusion strength. If Orochimaru is prepared, Ito may be able to use the advantages of her own spirit body and the power of the red dragon eye to suppress Orochimaru again, but it is unrealistic to kill Orochimaru. After all, even Uchiha Ataka needs to rely on the seal of the Ten-Fist Sword to solve Orochimaru more thoroughly. The situation of Karin is similar. It is easy to defeat Orochimaru, but it is very difficult to keep Orochimaru. Of course. Even if Orochimaru does not agree to cooperate, Shinji will most likely not let Karin and Ito fight, because even if Orochimaru is solved here, it will not help his reincarnation eye plan. In this way, the two sides on the field fell into a silent confrontation. After a while, Orochimaru finally spoke, "How do you want to cooperate?" Orochimaru was relieved, and Shinji no longer concealed it and said bluntly, "I am very interested in Kimimura's bloodline limit, so he can't die now." Orochimaru asked tentatively, "Is his illness troublesome?" "Yes." Shinji nodded. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, "Kimimaro is my subordinate, I will naturally find a way to treat his illness. As for cooperation." Shinji interrupted Orochimaru directly, "You can't save him alone, that's why I want to cooperate with you. I can provide you with some technology to help you treat Kimimaro, but you have to promise me that after Kimimaro recovers, you will cooperate with me to do some experiments." Shinji's words were half true and half false. He did want to save Kimimaro, but he didn't want to wait until Kimimaro was cured before carrying out his reincarnation eye plan, but was preparing to quietly advance the plan during the treatment of Kimimaro. "Okay, I agree to cooperate with you." With a smile, Orochimaru said, "Those nearby belong to Denzo. Shinji interrupted Orochimaru rudely again, "It doesn't matter." Orochimaru smiled awkwardly. Since the cooperation has been reached, he wanted to explain why Danzo's people were lying in ambush around, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't care at all. Shinji didn't waste any words and turned away with Karin and Ito. As the three left, Orochimaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time, Kabuto Yakushi, who returned to the forest, asked, "Lord Orochimaru, how did you talk with those people from the Akatsuki organization?" Orochimaru said, "I reached a cooperation with A on the treatment of Kimimaro." "Did he really meet you just to treat Kimimaro?" Kabuto Yakushi was a little unbelievable. That guy should have set his sights on Kimimaro's bloodline limit. Perhaps there are some secrets hidden in the corpse veins that we don't know about. Shaking his head, Orochimaru said, "How are the people arranged by Danzo now?" Kabuto Yakushi shook his head slightly. Orochimaru understood instantly and stopped asking. The people arranged by Danzo were actually quite strong, but if the other party was B&D of the Akatsuki organization, it would not be good enough. And he didn't really care about the fact that Danzo's men were completely wiped out. To put it bluntly, Danzo himself didn't come because he wanted to take a gamble. These root ninjas were already the chips that Danzo pushed onto the table. Kabuto Yakushi asked at this time, "Lord Orochimaru, what should we do now?" "Go back first, I want to check Kimimaro myself." After Orochimaru said that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. A successfully aroused his interest in Kimimaro, so he was a little impatient to find out what Kimimaro was hiding that could attract the attention of a strong man like A. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 389, Can't Fall Behind and Be More Obedient. After leaving the forest where they had an appointment with Orochimaru, Shinji and the other two rushed all the way towards the direction of Konoha village. Shinji has the Byakugan, Karin has the Kagura heart, and Ito is a spirit, so the three of them together can prevent all spying and tracking, and there is no need to worry about exposing their whereabouts. On the way, Ito has been staring at Karin, her eyes full of dissatisfaction, but she dare not show it because of Shinji's presence. At this time, Karin glanced back at Ito, and then retracted her gaze. Ito was shocked. Just when their eyes met, she tried to invade Karin's spiritual world with her spirit, but just as she was about to do it, she felt a sense of fear in her heart. She instantly understood that this was the spirit warning her. When chakra, or the spirit, becomes strong to a certain extent, it can have all kinds of indescribable magical abilities. For example, the big-toed sage in Miyaboku Mountain can predict the future, and Shin, a priestess of the land of demons, also has the ability to predict death. Ito thought to herself, she wasn't so strong last time. How come she has become so much stronger after just a few days? Damn, who is this bee? Karin was also secretly paying attention to Ito behind her, thinking, is she also a subordinate of the adults? Strange, why does she give me a familiar feeling? Have we met somewhere? Ito's appearance gave Karin a great sense of crisis. Especially when dealing with the root ninja just now, Ito showed a terrifying killing power, which made her secretly shocked. This also made her understand that the master had no shortage of subordinates, so she secretly made up her mind, I must not fall behind, and I must not let the master think that I am a useless person. Ito looked at Shinji at the front, and secretly said, the master has such strong subordinates around him, and Yakumo and I are in a bad situation. If we are abandoned by the master. She shook her head hurriedly, not daring to think about it anymore. She knew better than anyone that Yakumo's current strength and status were all thanks to the master, so she must not let the master down. With this thought, she became more obedient, and she was completely different from the unruly look at the beginning. After returning to his secret base, Orochimaru waited for Kabuto Yakushi to bring Kimimaro over, while thinking about the meeting with Akatsuki Organization A not long ago. This time, A gave him too many questions. Who is A? Why did A target Kimimaro? Why are these two strong men B and D so respectful to A? Are A and his group members from Akatsuki? Yes, after this meeting, Orochimaru began to suspect that A might not be a member of the Akatsuki he was familiar with. Because A and his group were too strong. Moreover, with Akatsuki's consistent attitude towards traitors, no Akatsuki member would choose to cooperate with him. Just then, footsteps sounded in the base. It was Kabuto Yakushi who came with Kimimaro. After seeing Orochimaru, Kimimaro immediately saluted, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded. Kabuto Yakushi smiled and said, Lord Orochimaru, Danzo wants me to go and explain to him the reason for this failure. Orochimaru waved his hand and said nonchalantly, go ahead. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi withdrew. After Kabuto Yakushi left, Orochimaru began to examine Kimimaro. This secret base near Konoha is a private laboratory of Orochimaru. It is full of various instruments and equipment, so in just a moment, Kimimiro's various physical data have been bound into a book and appeared in Orochimaru's hands. After carefully looking at this physical examination report of Kimimaro, his brows frowned more and more, and he realized the seriousness of the problem. Kimimaro, who was still lying on the operating table, saw Orochimaru frowning, so he asked, Lord Orochimaru, is there really something wrong with my body? Yes. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Kimimaro asked, is it serious? Orochimaru put down the medical report in his hand, his expression solemn, the special calcium element in your bones is eroding various organs in your body. Kimimaro stared at Orochimaru, a little confused. Orochimaru shook his head gently, that is to say, your body is beginning to be unable to bear your corpse vein. Kimimaro was puzzled, why is this happening? Orochimaru continued to shake his head, ninjas with bloodline limits occasionally suffer from diseases caused by bloodline limits. This situation is collectively called bloodline diseases. And because it is caused by bloodline limits, bloodline diseases cannot be cured under normal circumstances. Kimimaro sat up with a whoosh, a little excited, Lord Orochimaru, my body is broken? But I am your spare body. Orochimaru's face was also a little bad. As Kimimaro said, Kimimiro's body was a backup for Orochimaru's reincarnation of the corpse. Now that Kimimaro has a blood disease, he naturally cannot be his backup. After a while, Orochimaru asked, has A examined your body? Kimimaro shook his head. Orochimaru felt a little strange and thought to himself, why can he be sure that Kimimaro has a blood disease? Is there really a secret hidden in Kimimaro? Picked up Kimimiro's physical examination report again, after reading it over and over again, Orochimaru still couldn't see any clues, which made him realize that if he wanted to find out the secret of Kimimaro, he might have to cooperate with A honestly. A few days later, at the invitation of Orochimaru, Shinji came to his secret base. Seeing the various instruments in the base, as well as various books related to human anatomy, organ transplantation and even cell fusion, he was overjoyed. Of course, he did not show it, but calmly came to the operating table and glanced at Kimimaro on the operating table. Because of the blood disease, Kimimiro's original body has been in this secret base these days, and the one in the village ninja school is Kimimiro's shadow clone. Orochimaru handed Kimimiro's physical examination report to Shinji and said, you are right, he does have a blood disease. After reading the physical examination report, Shinji's face also sank. Obviously, Kimimiro's condition is more serious than he expected. It seems that Orochimaru in the original time and space has spent a lot of effort to save Kimimiro's life. Because according to the physical examination report in hand, Kimimiro's body can't last for 4 years, and Kimimaro in the original time and space died after 4 years. The second update is here. Please recommend tickets, monthly tickets. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 390 Cooperation and Their Own Little Thoughts. For Shinji, this secret base of Orochimaru is a treasure. Some of the books and materials inside are out of print in the ninja world. They are first-hand materials obtained by Orochimaru himself through various bloody and cruel human experiments. Others, not to mention whether they have the experimental conditions, even if they have the conditions, may not be able to be as imaginative and hard-hearted as Orochimaru. Among all the scientific researchers and medical ninjas who study the human body in the ninja world, Orochimaru may not be the most talented one, but he is definitely the one with the most flexible bottom line and the most explosive action. Carelessly flipping through a few books on the bookshelf, Shinji felt like he had found a treasure. If Orochimaru was not by his side, he really wanted to move a bench over and read all these books and materials that seemed to smell bloody from them. Soon, Shinji and Orochimaru discussed the treatment plan. To be more precise, Orochimaru proposed several treatment plans he thought of, hoping to test Shinji's true intention. At this time, Shinji did not play tricks on Orochimaru, and directly rejected the plans proposed by Orochimaru, and then said, all of your plans are only temporary solutions. From the data, it can be seen that Kimimiro's bloodline disease is not a disease, but rather that his body cannot withstand the erosion of the corpse vein. That's right. Orochimaru nodded, and he also saw this. Shinji continued, so if you want to completely solve this bloodline disease, there are only two ways of thinking, either remove the bloodline limit on Kimimaro, or strengthen his body from the essence. Orochimaru thought about it. Seeing that Orochimaru did not refute him, Shinji got to the point, removing the corpse vein is to kill his talent, which is no different from killing him, so our idea can only be to strengthen his physique so that his body can resist the corrosion of the corpse vein. Orochimaru shook his head. Kimimiro's physique is already the best in the ninja world, and many methods of strengthening his physique are simply ineffective for him. Shinji smiled, so we have to design a biological armor. Orochimaru's eyes were stern. He noticed two pieces of information in Shinji's words, one of which was naturally the concept of biological armor, and the other was us. Obviously, the powerful A in front of him had something to ask of him. Shinji ignored Orochimaru's little thoughts and directly told Orochimaru his design ideas. Orochimaru was just listening to it, but as time went by, the more he listened, the more his eyes became brighter, and he gradually felt a sense of "can it be like this?" in his heart. So, Orochimaru also put away his thoughts and studied the feasibility of Shinji's idea seriously. After some verification, he was very excited. We can give it a try. Of course. Shinji complained in his heart. After all, his idea was to copy Uchiha Madara's idea of creating a special type of white zetsu. As if he thought of something, Orochimaru smiled. There are only a handful of cell tissues that can significantly improve Kimimiro's physique in the entire ninja world. Who are you going to choose? Shinji also smiled, of course the strongest. After Shinji left, Kabuto Yakumo came out from the dark and reported to Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, no suspicious people were found nearby. A should come alone this time. Orochimaru smiled, don't worry, I already know what he wants to do. Kabuto Yakumo was a little curious, oh, did you find anything? Kurama Yakumo. Orochimaru smiled and said a name. Kabuto Yakushi immediately understood and said, so Akatsuki wants to master the technology of primary cell transplantation through you. Orochimaru said with certainty, although A tried his best to conceal his true intentions, he couldn't fool me. Treating Kimimaro was just a cover. What he really cares about is the transplantation technology of primary cells. On the other side. On the way back to the village, Shinji secretly said, let Orochimaru figure out how to use primary cells to make biological armor. Anyway, all I need is his equipment and technology. He proposed to use primary cells to make biological armor simply because he didn't want to give his cell tissue to Orochimaru. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru mistakenly thought that he had seen through his true purpose. In the days that followed, Shinji closely followed the movements of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, and began to study biological armor with Orochimaru. The dominance of primary cells is beyond doubt. This is also why Uchiha Madara had to use the power of the sacred tree contained in the Outer Path Demon statue to dilute the strength of the first-generation cells when he created the White Zetsu. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create a stable White Zetsu. When Shinji and Orochimaru used the first-generation cells to create biological armor, they encountered the same problem as Uchiha Madara did at the beginning, that is, once the first-generation cells were activated, they could not be shaped or maintained in a stable state. If the biological armor was created with the first-generation cells, then this biological armor would erode the host's body and, like a tumor, multiply rapidly and unrestrained in the host's body. After several consecutive failures, Shinji deliberately proposed to try other cell tissues. Orochimaru is very open-minded in biological experiments. He will try all feasible methods. So he agreed to Shinji's proposal. However, he still values the primary cells more, so his mind is still on the primary cells. After all, compared with directly implanting primary cells, using primary cells to make biological armor is obviously safer for the host. And Shinji deliberately made a lot of cell tissues, and borrowed Orochimaru's laboratory to start trying again and again. In the constant attempts, he learned and improved his ideas. When Orochimaru was not in the laboratory, he took out his own cell tissues and started to make his biological exoskeleton. With the help of the large cell culture dishes, expensive nutrient solution, and various instruments for observing cell fusion in Orochimaru's laboratory, he used the cell tissue of White Zetsu as the framework and his own cell tissue as the core to create a biological exoskeleton. This biological exoskeleton is only the size of a palm, and the overall shape is round. The appearance is very similar to the cell tissue of White Zetsu, but the color is more silvery white. At this point, Shinji still dared not be careless. He immediately began to engrave one sealing technique after another into the biological exoskeleton according to the pre-planned plan to ensure that the white Zetsu cells in this biological exoskeleton would not run away. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 391 Implantation completed. Sigh. After completing the engraving of all the sealing techniques, Shinji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this biological exoskeleton is only the size of a palm, the main part inside is made up of white Zetsu cells. White Zetsu cells are mild and stable, which is relative to the first generation of cells. For ordinary people, white Zetsu cells are also deadly and terrifying. There are also very few people in the ninja world who can fuse white Zetsu cells. After relaxing his mind a little, Shinji made a seal on the biological exoskeleton he created. In an instant, the originally circular biological exoskeleton split into two semicircles from the middle. Shinji made a seal again. The two split semicircles merged together and became a whole. It's done. At this point, Shinji's heart finally settled down. Then he didn't dare to delay and immediately cleared all traces in the laboratory to ensure that Orochimaru would not find anything based on the residues after returning, and then quietly left Orochimaru's laboratory. After returning to Konoha, Shinji found Kimimaro, who was still practicing hard after falling ill, in the practice field at night. Dressed in Akatsuki, he walked out of the shadows. If you continue to practice like this, you will only die faster. Knowing that A had cooperated with Orochimaru, Kimimaro did not show the nervousness of the previous times when Shinji appeared. He just stopped practicing and said lightly, "If I am useless, there is no meaning even if I am alive." Shinji smiled, took out half of the biological exoskeleton and threw it to Kimimaro. After Kimimaro caught the half of the biological exoskeleton, he looked at Shinji with a puzzled look. "What is this?" Shinji answered vaguely, "This is something that can save your life." Kimimaro thought that the half of the biological exoskeleton in his hand was a product developed by Shinji and Orochimaru, so he asked without caution, "How to use it?" "Just press it on the chest." Shinji pointed to Kimimaro's chest. Kimimaro didn't think twice, directly peeled off his shirt, and put the half of the biological exoskeleton in his hand on his chest. Swish! Instantly, several sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the half of the biological exoskeleton that was as quiet as a dead object, and pierced Kimimaro's heart firmly. Puff! Kimimaro instantly spit out a mouthful of blood and half knelt on the ground. At this time, Shinji observed Kimimaro with the Byakugan controlled by the Susanoo no Temporaire, and said, "Don't be afraid, this is an essential part of the implantation of the biological exoskeleton into your body, just hold on for a while." Being able to endure pain is Kimimaro's specialty as a member of the Kagaya clan, so after listening to Shinji's words, he silently endured the implantation of the half-biological exoskeleton attached to his chest. And in the vision of Shinji's Byakugan, 8 tentacles extended from the half-biological exoskeleton, pierced into Kimimaro's body, and followed the meridians in Kimimaro's body to enter various vital acupuncture points of Kimimaro's body. After a while, the pain disappeared, and Kimimaro, sweating profusely, stood up. The corners of Shinji's mouth slightly raised. The biological exoskeleton he made can be divided into two, which is not a random design. Because according to the needs of his reincarnation plan, he must integrate Kimimaro and Niji's chakras, so the other half of the biological exoskeleton is prepared for Niji. It's just that Kimimaro's physique is obviously stronger than Niji, so he used Kimimaro as an experiment to verify whether the biological exoskeleton can be smoothly attached to the host as he designed. Now it seems that the effect is good. Kimimaro panted lightly at this time and asked, "Can this cure my disease?" Shinji said, "Of course it won't be that simple." Kimimaro frowned, "Then what's the use of this thing?" Shinji smiled, "You can try to activate it with chakra." Kimimaro tried it according to Shinji's words, and then was surprised to find that as long as he used chakra to activate the biological exoskeleton on the chest, and the biological exoskeleton will continuously supply you with high-purity yang escape chakra. This. Even Kimimaro, who has an indifferent personality, was shocked. Shinji said, "This is just one of its many functions. In addition, it has a release form. But you can't use it now because I have sealed it." Kimimaro asked, "Why?" "Because the release form consumes a lot of chakra, excessive use will destroy the structural stability of the biological exoskeleton." Shinji explained. He made the biological exoskeleton not to really improve the combat effectiveness of Kimimaro and Niji, he just wanted to collect the chakra of the two, so he would not sacrifice the stability of the biological exoskeleton to help Kimimaro and Niji improve their combat effectiveness. At least not before enough chakra is stored in the biological exoskeleton. Shinji then said, in addition, once this biological exoskeleton is implanted, you can't remove it yourself. Kimimaro didn't say much, and nodded silently. He still thought that this biological exoskeleton was made by Orochimaru, so even if he couldn't remove it, he had no complaints. After installing it for Kimimaro, Shinji came to the Hyuga clan's territory and found Niji. Seeing Shinji dressed in Akatsuki, Niji hurriedly said, "Sir, the 10-day period has passed. Will the Otsutsuki branch on the moon be angry and attack the village?" Shinji said, "Isn't that just right?" Ningji was stunned for a moment. Shinji then threw the other half of the biological exoskeleton to Niji and said, "Put it close to your chest." Ningji was a little confused. "My lord, what is this?" Shinji said, "Something that can make you stronger." After a little hesitation, Niji followed Shinji's instructions and put the half of the biological exoskeleton in his hand close to his chest. What he hated most now was that he had no strength and could not stop the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, so he didn't mind trying any way to improve his strength. Soon, Niji fell to the ground in pain. In terms of enduring pain, he was obviously worse than Kimimaro. "Hiss, does it hurt so much?" Shinji looked a little surprised. Ningji was definitely not an ordinary person. He was in so much pain, which also reflected Kimimaro's ability to endure pain from the side. After a while, Niji fainted from exhaustion. Shinji heaved a sigh of relief, because although Nisi was in excruciating pain, the implantation of the biological exoskeleton was successfully completed. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 392 Testing and Expectations. After waking Nisi up, Shinji explained in detail the usage and precautions of this half-biological exoskeleton. Ninkai, who was still a little exhausted, listened carefully and began to try. Then he found that as long as he used his chakra to activate the biological exoskeleton on his chest, the biological exoskeleton attached to his chest like a scar would continuously transport chakra into his body. This is amazing. Ninkai was stunned. Because the high-quality Yang-style chakra contained in the biological exoskeleton is more than one level stronger than his own chakra. So even if these chakras are only transmitted outside the body, rather than refined after cell fusion, they are of great help to him. Shinji finally said, "Under normal circumstances, it will slowly absorb your chakra and seal it for storage, which will have a certain impact on you. But you can think of this as a load-bearing training for your own chakra. As long as you can adapt to it, it will help you to refine your chakra efficiently." "I understand." Ningji nodded repeatedly with a curious look on his face. At this moment, he has been immersed in the various abilities of the biological exoskeleton and is somewhat unable to extricate himself, because he found that this biological exoskeleton can not only provide him with high-quality chakra, but also increase his strength. Shinji also mentioned briefly that this biological exoskeleton can release the form. He wanted to conceal it, but with the successful implantation, Niji's mastery of this biological exoskeleton will become higher and higher, and it is only a matter of time before he finds that he can release the form. Rather than letting him grope around and bypass the seal, it is better to explain it in advance so that he will not use it indiscriminately. Seeing Shinji was about to turn around and leave, Niji hurriedly called him, "Sir, don't you care about the Otsutsuki branch?" Shinji said, "We need to take a long-term view to deal with them. Don't worry, they won't easily attack the ninja world at the moment." After this period of operation, the forces under his command have begun to take shape. Especially Karin, who has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan and is striving for the Samsara Eye, and Yakumo, who has both the Red Dragon Eye and the Wood Release. But this force is not enough to confront the Otsutsuki branch on the moon head-on. Because the giant Samsara Eye on the moon is enough to suppress all ninjas below the 6 paths level who are not from the Byakugan system. Although Karin and Yakumo are strong now, if they really face the Otsutsuki branch who can control the giant Samsara Eye, the opponent can easily solve them with just one chakra extraction, just like how they dealt with Naruto after the Fourth War in the original time and space. So as long as the giant Samsara Eye on the moon is still there, it is very risky and even stupid to confront the Otsutsuki branch head-on. As for the revenge of the Otsutsuki branch, Shinji is not too worried. Because from the situation that 6 or 7 years later in the original time and space, only Otsutsuki Tonari was left in the entire Otsutsuki branch, there may be few members of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon at this time. In this case, the Otsutsuki branch may not be determined to confront the ninja world head-on. After all, Otsutsuki Tonari, who they have high hopes for, has not fully grown up at this time. Even if the Otsutsuki branch is really desperate and wants to confront the Hyuga clan in Konoha, then Shinji will applaud. The Otsutsuki branch huddled on the moon, guarding the giant reincarnation eye. He really had no good solution. But if they dared to commit crimes in the ninja world, then Shinji would have a chance to sneak attack them. After returning to the apartment, Shinji abandoned distracting thoughts and began the last step of the test. He first turned on the Naobi and connected to Kimimaro and Niji, who had been secretly marked before. Immediately, he took a deep breath and injected his pupil power again to strengthen the connection of Naobi. Soon, he sensed the biological exoskeleton implanted in Kimimaro and Niji through Naobi. The reason why he could do this? Because when he made the biological exoskeleton, the core used his own cell tissue, so he could store a small amount of pupil power that played a coordinate effect deep in the biological exoskeleton. It was the existence of this small amount of pupil power that allowed his Naobi to connect to the biological exoskeleton through the transfer of Kimimaro and Niji's spirits. It's done. Shinji was relieved. Only after testing to this point, his biological exoskeleton plan was officially successful. Because as long as Naobi can connect to the biological exoskeleton, his Hwajin can extract the chakra in the biological exoskeleton. In his conception, half of the biological exoskeleton lives in Kimimaro's body, and absorbs Kimimaro's cell tissue and chakra through relatively safe and slow assimilation, and stores it in the core of the biological exoskeleton. The other half lives in Niji's body, and absorbs Niji's cell tissue and chakra in the same way. Finally, these two halves of the biological exoskeleton are used to breed powerful chakra that can impact the samsara eye. Of course, this is really a second best option. Because Niji can't fuse Kimimaro's cell tissue that has been highly eroded by the corpse vein, and Niji, who has been labeled as a bird in a cage, can't transplant the Byakugan to Kimimaro. In other words, transplanting a pair of Byakugan alone is not enough to impact the samsara eye. If the biological exoskeleton is used as a culture dish and storage device, and Naobi and Hakuzu are used as transmission channels, the power of Kimimaro and Niji can be tapped to the greatest extent. As for whether the biological exoskeleton can fuse Kimimaro's cell tissue, Shinji is still confident. Because he is not Niji, his cell tissue and the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan should be enough to barely suppress Kimimaro's cell tissue that has been eroded by the corpse vein. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Shinji secretly said, "Now we can wait for it to blossom and bear fruit." In Orochimaru's secret base. After dealing with Denzo, Orochimaru returned to the secret base and saw the cleaned laboratory. Intuition told him that A had done something in his laboratory, so he quickly summoned Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi looked helpless. "Lord Orochimaru, A did use the laboratory, but before using it, he attacked me with illusion and destroyed the surveillance equipment in the laboratory. I don't know what he did in there." Orochimaru's face sank. "Quick, go check Kimimaro's condition." Kabuto Yakushi asked, "Are you worried?" Orochimaru glanced at the laboratory and said, "I have a hunch that he may have completed the biological armor. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 393 Attraction. Early morning, Ninja School. After a night's rest, Shinji, who was exhausted, came to the playground of the ninja school refreshed. Because Shin already has Yamato, the guiding Jonin, he doesn't need to urge Shin to practice as usual. He went straight to an empty corner, and Shinji was exercising while observing his classmates practicing on the playground. Shin seemed to be practicing hand seals, but seeing her scratching her head frequently, it should not be going well. Yakumo and Sasuke were fighting in physical skills. Yakumo's red dragon eye surpassed Sasuke's 3 Megatama Sharingan in terms of subtle insight and perspective, but Sasuke had the upper hand in the battle. It can be seen that Sasuke's stimulation during this period was not in vain, and his strength has obviously improved. Naruto and Kaiba were also doing confrontation training, but they were more playful and not as serious as Sasuke and Yakumo. Turning his eyes, Shinji looked at Karin. At this time, Karin was practicing hand seals under Bai's guidance. Shinji smiled secretly. He could see that Karin was afraid of actually performing the ninjutsu, so she only dared to practice half of the hand seals. Thinking of something, Shinji immediately closed his eyes and secretly activated the Nabi to feel Keirin's spirit and confirmed that Keirin's spirit was still getting stronger. Keirin's body is still nurturing the power of all things. I'm afraid that the power of her eternal Mangeki Sharingan is. Shinji sighed secretly. Just now, he even had a feeling that as long as Karin resisted, she could cut off the connection of his Nabi at any time. This shows that Keirin's eye power is obviously stronger than his. Then, Shinji scanned the playground again and found Kimimaro and Niji. Before designing the biological exoskeleton, he had considered the problem of concealment. After implanting it, he used the Byakugan controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan to observe it several times and confirmed it repeatedly. Before the activation of this biological exoskeleton, because of the sealing technique, ordinary sensory ninjas or Ijutsu ninjas could not easily distinguish it. At most, they could only see that Kimimaro and Niji's chests seemed a little swollen. As the biological exoskeleton gradually assimilated, even if Kimimaro or Niji activated the biological exoskeleton, ordinary sensory ninjas and Ijutsu ninjas would find it difficult to find anything. In the distance, just as Shinji was secretly observing, Niji, who was practicing the soft fist alone, suddenly felt something in his heart and looked up in the direction of Kimimaro. Almost at the same time, Kimimaro, who was also concentrating on practicing, turned his head and looked at Niji. Instantly, their eyes met. This was nothing. The two were originally strong rivals in the ninja school. It was normal for their eyes to meet during practice. But for some reason, Niji avoided his gaze with a guilty conscience. After avoiding, Niji himself was a little puzzled, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with me? Why does my heart beat so fast when I see Kimimaro?" Opposite. It was not only Niji who wanted to avoid looking at him. Kimimaro also had the idea of dodging, but he was half a beat slower. Then, he thought seriously, "Strange, why does Niji have such a strong attraction to me?" This scene fell into Shinji's eyes, making his expression a little strange. Both the implanted in Kimimaro's body and the implanted in Niji's body were only half of the biological exoskeleton. When they were put together, they were a complete biological exoskeleton, so there was a strong attraction between the two half-biological exoskeletons. What Shinji didn't expect was that this attraction seemed to be transmitted to Kimimaro and Niji as the hosts through the biological exoskeleton, which also created a kind of attraction between them. It shouldn't be a problem. Shinji muttered, and then began his own practice. The assimilation cycle of the biological exoskeleton is very long, and the whole process may last for several months. It also absorbs the chakra of Kimimaro and Niji step by step, so Shinji can only wait. Only when the biological exoskeletons on Kimimaro and Niji have completed assimilation and cultivated new cell tissues in the core area, can he try to impact the reincarnation eye. Outside the ninja school, Mitarashi Red Bean walked towards the ninja school while eating meatballs. This time she went to the ninja school because she accepted Kakashi's request and prepared to accept Shinji as her apprentice. In fact, she didn't like Uchiha very much, and felt that the Uchiha clan was a group of arrogant guys, but she couldn't resist Kakashi's repeated requests, so she had to go this time. But just when Red Bean came to the gate of the ninja school, a figure suddenly stopped her. Red Bean looked surprised. "You?" The other party raised his hand, motioned Red Bean to follow him, and then walked to the woods on the side. When they reached the woods, the figure asked, "You are going to the ninja school to accept Uchiha Shinji as your apprentice, right?" "Yes." Hongdu nodded. The figure said, "I have other arrangements for Uchiha Shinji, so you don't have to go." Hongdu didn't want to accept Uchiha as his apprentice, and considering his identity, she nodded again, "I understand." After Hongdu left, the figure waved. Swish! An Anbu came in front of the other party and saluted, "Sir, what do you want?" The figure ordered, "Continue to spread the news in the village that the Hokage building does not want any Jonin to accept Uchiha Shinji as his apprentice." The Anbu obeyed with a stern look, "Yes." The figure also said, "Be careful, don't be discovered by the people of the third generation in the route." The Anbu quickly assured, "Please rest assured." The next day, a rumor spread in the ninja school that the reason why Shinji, the head of the ninja school, had not been chosen by the Jonin was because the Hokage building did not want any Jonin to accept him as a disciple. Because it was a very strange thing that a genius like Shinji was not chosen by the Jonin, this rumor quickly spread throughout the ninja school and was believed by many people. Because of this rumor, some classmates began to avoid Shinji, and there was a trend of alienating and excluding Shinji in the ninja school. In response to this, Shinji didn't care, but he didn't quite understand why the Hokage building was targeting him. In his opinion, if his identity as a of the Akatsuki organization was exposed, the village leaders would definitely take measures against him, or at least contact him. And if it wasn't exposed, the village leaders wouldn't target him. So the village leaders' behavior of not taking decisive measures but secretly targeting him in the dark made him a little confused. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please. Chapter 394. It's time. Days passed by. Shinji was still busy. Although he was promoting the Samsara Eye project and the Rebirth Eye project at the same time, he didn't dare to fall behind in practice. Almost every day, he carried a 50-kilogram load and practiced physical skills at a high intensity. With such hard work, the progress was naturally visible to the naked eye. Shinji has never been a genius, especially in physical skills. At most, he is just an ordinary person. It may not be seen during normal training, but in desperate situations, the gap between him and the real physical skills genius is reflected. It is precisely because he has a clear understanding of himself that he dare not let himself fall into a desperate situation. If he really encounters a difficult opponent, he will often choose to use Susanoo to crush the opponent without sparing his pupil power. But he knows that the crushing effect of Susanoo can only reach the level of Kage at most. Going up, the crushing effect of Susanoo will become less and less obvious. After reaching the 6 paths level, Susanoo is just a very ordinary trick, even the complete Susanoo is no exception. At that level, the effects of ordinary ninjutsu and illusion are not obvious, and the final competition is often more direct physical skills. So he cannot practice ninjutsu or illusion, but he can't fall behind in physical skills. In addition to training, he would go to Orochimaru's secret base from time to time to exchange some human experiment experience with Orochimaru. Obviously, Orochimaru could not hide the half of the biological exoskeleton implanted in Kimimura's body. But once implanted, the half of the biological exoskeleton could not be removed, so Orochimaru had no good way to deal with it. Of course, with Orochimaru's character, he would not suffer this loss in silence, so in order to appease Orochimaru and prevent Orochimaru from taking the half of the biological exoskeleton on Kimimura's body, thereby affecting his reincarnation eye plan, Shinji directly threw out the white Zetsu cells. Orochimaru, who got the white Zetsu cells, was overjoyed and began a new round of crazy research. Looking at the excitement flashing in Orochimaru's eyes, Shinji couldn't help but feel a chill, and for a moment he didn't know whether he was right or wrong. Konoha Village. In an office building, a ninja dressed as an Anbu was reporting every move of Shinji in the ninja school to a figure behind the desk. After a while, the Anbu said, "The above is all the activities of Uchiha Shinji these days." Behind the desk, the figure was a little confused. "Where is the feedback I want?" The Anbu lowered his head. "Sir, we have not been able to collect any feedback from Uchiha Shinji. He seems to be indifferent to the rumors we spread." "What an interesting Uchiha," the figure smiled and said immediately, "Uchiha rarely hides his thoughts. This Uchiha Shinji either really doesn't care, or he cares so much that he forces himself to show that he doesn't care. Which one do you think he is?" The Anbu thought for a while and replied, "Sir, I don't think anyone would not care about this, let alone the sensitive Uchiha, so Uchiha Shinji's situation should be the latter, he is disguising himself." The figure behind the desk stood up. "It seems it's time." The next day, as usual, Shinji secretly observed Karin, Kimimaro, and Niji on the playground of the ninja school. Karin was still the same as usual, and the power of all things that continued to grow in her body strengthened the power of her eternal Mangeki Sharingan day by day. By recording Karin's status, Shinji has confirmed that the evolution of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan to the Samsara Eye requires not only various elements, but also sufficient accumulation. At this time, Karin was in this accumulation process, waiting for quantitative changes to lead to qualitative changes. Kimimaro and Niji's status was relatively stable. The reason why it was relatively was because Shinji did not expect that the biological exoskeleton would improve the physical fitness of the two so significantly. In just a week, the strength of the two had been significantly improved, which attracted the attention of many people. There were also differences between the two of them. Relatively speaking, Kimimaro's improvement was more obvious. Although Niji's improvement was also great, it was much inferior to Kimimaro. This can be seen from the amount of chakra collected by their respective biological exoskeletons. In more than a week, The amount of chakra collected by Kimimura's biological exoskeleton is 70% more than that of Niji. It should be noted that the chakra collected by the biological exoskeleton is collected in proportion to the host's own chakra extraction level. The chakra collected by Kimimaro is 70% more than that of Niji. Regardless of other factors, this alone shows that Kimimaro is indeed much stronger than Niji. I am afraid this is also the reason why Kimimaro, who was sick in the original time and space, could still exert the strength of the cage level, while Niji was still alive. The final ending was at most due to the elite Jonin. Because there is indeed a gap between the two that cannot be ignored. Miscalculated. Shinji shook his head secretly and became troubled. It's not that he hadn't considered this situation before, but at that time he didn't realize that the gap would be so obvious, to the extent that it would affect his reincarnation plan. We must find a way to enhance Niji's strength. Kimimura's chakra is much stronger than Niji's. Now, the amount of Kimimura's chakra collected by the biological exoskeleton is much more than Niji's. It goes without saying that once the two merge, Niji's chakra will be instantly swallowed by Kimimura's chakra. This is not what Shinji wants to see. Just when Shinji was thinking about the remedy, Irika found him and said, "Shinji, come with me." Shinji asked, "Teacher Irika, what's the matter?" "It's not a big deal, you'll know if you follow me." Irika smiled, without saying anything in detail, and led the way directly in front. Looking at his expression, it seemed that something good was waiting for Shinji. Shinji had no choice but to follow. Soon, Shinji followed Irika to the door of an office in the teaching building. Dong dong. After knocking gently on the door, Irika said at the door, "Sir, I have called Shinji. Let him in." A voice came from the office. Irika stepped aside and said to Shinji with a smile, "Go in quickly." Strange. What does she want me for? Looking at Irika with a smile on his face, Shinji was a little confused. Obviously. Through the voice just now, he has recognized the person who wanted to see him in the office. Here is the first update. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 395 Urgent. Pushing the door open, Shinji walked into the office. As he expected, the person in the office was not someone else, but Koharu Utane, one of the 3 advisory elders of Konoha. Shinji did not hide the confusion on his face. "What do you want to see me for?" Koharu Utane looked at Shinji and asked, "You should know all the rumors about you in the ninja school." Shinji had a posture of "more debts than more burdens." "Which rumor are you referring to?" Koharu Utane frowned slightly. Although she looked a little unhappy, she was relieved in her heart, because Shinji's attitude at this time was like the Uchiha she was familiar with. Sitting on the sofa, Utane Koharu raised the teacup leisurely. "Aren't you curious why no jonin in the village took a fancy to you and accepted you as a disciple?" Shinji asked. "Why?" Utane Koharu said, "There are true and false rumors about you, but one of them is true, that is, there are indeed people in the village who don't want to see you have a jonin's guidance." "Who?" Utane Koharu smiled, "You don't need to know who it is. Even if you know, what can you do alone?" Shinji said lightly, "You came to me, you didn't just want to tell me this." "Of course not." After a pause, Utane Koharu said, "Although your family has been destroyed, because of the active Mangekyo Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization, there are still a lot of people in the village who are afraid of you, or even hostile to you Uchiha. The active Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization are all my people." Shinji complained in his heart, but on the surface he said nothing. Utane Koharu continued, "I am the only one in the village who is capable and willing to accept you, so I am your last chance." "I don't quite understand," Shinji said perfunctorily, but he had a clue in his heart. Before, he had always wondered why the village wanted to suppress him secretly. After hearing this, he understood it all at once. He thought it was Danzo who was doing it secretly, but now it seems that the one who was doing it secretly was none other than the advisory elder Utane Koharu in front of him. The other party obviously wanted to suppress him first, so that he would lose other choices and reliance, and then extend an olive branch to gain his gratitude. But this advisory elder obviously didn't realize that Shinji was different from other Uchiha. He really didn't care about the thoughts of the village's top leaders. Whether he was suppressed or whether he had guidance for the jonin, he didn't care at all. Utane Koharu directly pointed out, "Only if you become my subordinate, you can survive in the village and have a chance to revive your family." It is indeed a recruitment, no wonder teacher Irika was so happy just now. Shinji said secretly. Obviously. Iruka has always been worried about Shinji's future, and being recruited by the village's advisory elders is undoubtedly the best choice for Shinji, the orphan of Uchiha, so Iruka is happy for Shinji from the bottom of his heart. Seeing Shinji fall into silence, Yudin Koharu said, "You should know who you have offended. Only I can treat you fairly." Shinji thought about it seriously. In fact, he really needs a force in the village that can protect him. It's not that he is afraid of persecution by the village's top leaders, because with his current strength, even if he really turns against them, he is sure to get out of it. He just wants to avoid unnecessary trouble. In addition, his Samsara I plan and Rinnegan plan are both in progress, so he doesn't want to be in a situation where he is being watched and targeted for a long time, which will affect his various plans. Finally, he was still a little confused, because from the recruitment of Yudin Koharu this time, he actually felt the other party's urgency. Yes. The one who was really urgent was not Shinji, but the Konoha advisor elder who was sitting on the sofa and drinking tea leisurely. The heavy casualties in the Third Ninja World War were the main reason why the third generation stepped down and the fourth generation took the stage. It is also for this reason that the third generation's re-emergence was a compromise of Konoha's lack of successors, rather than the third generation's real expectation. This is also the reason why the third generation must seek the support of several advisor elders on many issues. However, as the threat of the Akatsuki organization intensified, the authority of the third generation as the Hokage in the village continued to strengthen. Power is something that grows and declines. The increase in the authority of the third generation inevitably means that the authority of the advisory elders represented by Danzo has been weakened. The return of Jiraiya and Tsunade, two disciples of the third generation, has further intensified the rise and fall of power, and further strengthened the power of the third generation. At this time, even if there are differences with Danzo on some issues, Yudin Koharu and Mitaminen can only choose to stand on the side of Danzo and jointly maintain the dignity of the advisory elders. The unity of the three advisory elders has allowed the advisory elders to regain some voice and barely maintain the balance of power. But this balance did not last long. It was Shinji who broke this balance. His bold attempt on the Susanoo Sun Tioyu created the unique Red Dragon Eye in the entire ninja world, and the Red Dragon Eye gave Yakumo a new life. Tsunade accepted Yakumo as her apprentice and successfully transplanted the first-generation cells into Yakumo, which became a turning point. Anyone can see that Yakumo, who possesses both Red Dragon Eyes and would release, will definitely achieve more than the three ninjas in the future. In addition, Jiraiya accepted Naruto as his apprentice, allowing Naruto to master the multiple shadow clone technique and raise Nan. All these events have enhanced the authority of the third Hokage as Hokage and strengthened the power directly under the third Hokage. Not only Danzo, but the entire advisory elders group has been forced into a corner. If they don't want to be marginalized, the advisory elders group can only urgently recruit new blood to fight against the new generation cultivated by the third Hokage. Tsunade accepted Yakumo as her apprentice, Jiraiya accepted Naruto as his apprentice, Kakashi accepted Sasuke as his apprentice, and Asuma accepted the new generation of Inoshikacho as his apprentice. Most of the geniuses in the ninja school were recruited by the third Hokage. The only ones who can compete with him are Niji, Kimimaro, Shinji, and a few others. Kimimaro entered the ninja school through Danzo's relationship. Niji is a member of the Hyuga clan. As long as there is a caged bird, he can only be loyal to the Hyuga clan, so the only choice left for Yudin Koharu is Shinji. It seems that she, a high-ranking village official, has condescended to come to the ninja school to recruit Shinji, an Uchiha who is not favored by others, but the actual situation is that if she can't recruit a promising spokesperson, her power in the village will disappear in 10 years at most. So she is anxious. The second update is here. It's a new week soon, and I beg for recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 396 We are really different. Shinji didn't realize this at first. After discovering the hidden urgency of Yudin Koharu, he realized it belatedly and made some guesses. In the original time and space, after Pain attacked Konoha, Danzo took advantage of Tsunade's serious injury to seize the position of Hokage, which can be regarded as the last counterattack of the advisory elders. When Danzo died in Sasuke's house, the remaining two advisory elders, Yudin Koharu and Mitamine Homura, were quickly marginalized. And the power of the third generation is much stronger than that of the original time and space. The strong return of Jiraiya and Tsunade, as well as the rise of the new generation such as Naruto and Yakumo, have accelerated the loss of power of the advisory elders. After understanding this, Shinji's previous doubts were solved. Should I agree to her? Shinji hesitated. He and Yuta and Koharu joined forces, which can actually be regarded as each taking what they need. He needs Yuta and Koharu, the advisory elder in the village, to help him deal with troubles, while Yuta and Koharu needs him, the chief of the ninja school, to consolidate his position and continue his power. It's just that the needs of both parties are not equal. Yuta and Koharu's power is not indispensable to Shinji. After more than a year of development, he has long passed the precarious state at the beginning of the time travel. The threat from the Konoha high level to him has been greatly reduced with the fusion of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. On the contrary, his importance to Yuta and Koharu is indispensable. Because in the ninja school, the only new generation who can suppress Naruto, Yakumo and other third-generation direct descendants, and can be controlled and won over, is Shinji, and she has no choice. So, just when Yuta and Koharu was calm and thought that Shinji was sure to be defeated, Shinji bowed calmly and said, "I refuse." Yuta and Koharu's hands trembled when she heard this, and the tea almost spilled. Then, she looked at Shinji in confusion. "What did you say?" "I refuse." Shinji repeated. Yuta and Koharu's face was full of surprise, and she no longer had the previous leisurely look. She stood up suddenly and asked, "Do you know what you are saying?" Shinji said politely, "Thank you for your kindness." Staring at Shinji's calm face, Yuta and Koharu went from being surprised at first to being confused, and finally fell into silence. Obviously, she had seen that Shinji was not acting on impulse, but was making a decision after careful consideration. Did this kid see anything? Or did someone tell him something? She sighed secretly. But Shinji didn't give Yuta and Koharu room to continue talking nonsense, and said directly, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Yuta and Koharu hesitated for a while, and finally called him before Shinji was about to leave the office. "What do you want?" Shinji, with his back to Yuta and Koharu, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although cooperation is beneficial to both parties, the other party is the one who urgently needs cooperation, so Shinji will naturally not be moved by a so-called subordinate. He turned around and said with a smile, "What can you give me?" Koharu Utane began to test, "Uchiha Shinji, you are not qualified to negotiate with me." Shinji was not angry. "I am just an orphan of the Uchiha clan, powerless, so I have nothing to lose." Koharu Utane's face sank. She didn't expect Shinji to be so confident. Shinji pondered for a while, and suddenly his face changed. He said proudly, "I am very strong. I am the head of the ninja school who defeated Kurama Yakumo twice. Humph, after all, he is still an Uchiha." Koharu Utane snorted secretly. However, Shinji's words did move her. Kurama Yakumo, who mastered the wood escape and worshipped Tsunade as his teacher, is the seedling of the future Hokage. Her existence will continue to strengthen the authority of the third generation, so if you want to maintain the power of the advisory elders, you must support a new generation who can fight against Kurama Yakumo. Although she didn't like Shinji, who was a remnant of the Uchiha clan, in the entire ninja school, only Shinji could compete with Yakumo. And with the destruction of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shinji could only rely on her in the village, so betting heavily on Uchiha Shinji might really yield unexpected results. The last point was the pride that Shinji had just shown, which made her think that Shinji was a typical Uchiha, a tool that could be won over by interests and coerced by justice. After weighing the pros and cons, Yuta and Koharu said, "Okay, I can personally serve as your guiding jonin, allowing you to enjoy the power and benefits of a Choyunin in the village. In the future, if you can make contributions to the village, I can also use the name of the advisory elder to help you restore the Uchiha clan and take back the clan land and property that belong to you." This time it was Shinji who was a little surprised. He originally just wanted to fight for a better condition, but he didn't expect Yuta and Koharu to propose to personally serve as his guiding jonin. You should know that guiding a jonin is almost equivalent to being a mentor and an apprentice. Once Yuta and Koharu becomes Shinji's mentor, it means that Shinji has successfully joined the Hokage mentor and apprentice system and has the minimum qualifications to become a Hokage. Because in Konoha, only the Hokage and the advisory elders can nominate the Hokage. When the fourth Hokage and Orochimaru competed for the position of Hokage, they were nominated by the third Hokage and Danzo respectively, so if there was no nomination from an advisory elder, they would not even be qualified to run for the position of Hokage. Of course, qualifications are qualifications, but whether or not one can become one is another matter. Shinji is very sure that the reason why Yuta and Koharu offered such a high condition was just to win him over and let him check and balance Yakumo, Naruto, and other direct descendants of the third Hokage who were trained in the new generation of the ninja school, and they had no intention of training him to become a Hokage. But the price has been set to this point. If he refuses again, it may arouse Yuta and Koharu's suspicion. So, Shinji made a decisive statement, "Teacher." In the Hokage building, the third generation summoned the village's senior officials and some relevant personnel to discuss the meeting to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Meeting room. The third generation, sitting on the main seat, was smoking a pipe and looking at the recently collected intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. At this time, Tsunade led Shizune and Yakumo in and sat down at a random place on the side of the conference table. Because Yakumo had fought with the Akatsuki organization's B, Tsunade would bring her to relevant meetings. And being able to enter and exit such a high-level meeting also shows that Tsunade's intention to train her is very obvious. Then, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma, Narashikaku and other senior ninjas came to the conference room. Among them, Sasuke, who was following Kakashi, attracted more attention. The senior ninjas greeted each other, and Yakumo and Sasuke, two students of the ninja school, also greeted each other. Yakumo was a little surprised. "Sasuke, you are also attending the meeting." Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and nodded coolly, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the venue. Seeing that all the people attending the meeting were high-ranking officials in the village, he felt a little proud in his heart and said to Yakumo, "We are really different. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 397 Inside and Outside the Meeting. Bang! As the door of the meeting room was pushed open, Danzo walked in with a gloomy face and a cane. When he walked to the position next to the third generation, he glanced at the people on the other side of the conference table, and his already gloomy face became more gloomy. On the left side of the main seat, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Asuma, Narashikaku and other direct descendants of the third generation sat in order. And in the audience seats behind, Yakumo and Sasuke, two kids who did not graduate from the ninja school, sat. On the other hand, he was alone on his side. The 4 words "weak" and "weak" were almost written on his face. After taking his seat, Danzo first glanced at Yakumo in the audience seats, then cast his eyes on Sasuke next to Yakumo, and said coldly, "Hiruzen, such a serious meeting, it is too much of a joke to let such a kid attend." Kakashi stood up and explained, "Sasuke is the only Uchiha in the village who has opened the Sharingan. When it comes to issues related to the Sharingan, he may be needed." The third generation also spoke at this time, smiling and comforting, "Danzo, it's time to let the children know the hard work of us old men." Danzo had to shut up. The third generation, who had the upper hand, no longer needed to be aggressive. He only needed to maintain the status quo, and his authority would become stronger and stronger with the rise of the new generation. At this time, another person pushed the door open. The person was another advisor elder, Midaman N. After seeing the situation in the conference room, he felt the same sense of isolation as Danzo, but he did not show it. He sat silently next to Danzo on the right side of the conference table. The meeting did not start because there was still an advisor elder who had not arrived. But a very strange scene appeared in the conference room. On the left side of the conference table, not only were the seats full, but they were also communicating with each other. On the right side of the conference table, there were only 2 lonely advisor elders, and they were both gloomy and silent. After a while, the door of the conference room was pushed open again, but unlike what everyone expected, it was not 1 figure that appeared at the door, but 2. Everyone was surprised to find that Koharu Uchiha actually brought someone to the conference room. Shinji. Yakumo and Shinji, who were sitting in the audience on the left, stood up at the same time, their faces full of surprise. At the conference table, Tsunade frowned, Jiraiya was thoughtful, and Kakashi was stunned at first, and then his expression became complicated. These days, he has been secretly arranging for Shinji to guide the Jonin. It was just because of Shinji's Uchiha identity that many Jonin didn't want to cause trouble and all refused tactfully. He spent a lot of effort to barely persuade Hongdu. Unexpectedly, Shinji was recruited by Uchiha and Koharu. For him, as long as there was a Jonin in the village to recruit Shinji and let Shinji not bear resentment against Konoha, it would be fine. As for who this Jonin was and whether he was suitable for Shinji, it was actually secondary. But when the one who recruited Shinji was the advisory elder Uchiha and Koharu, things became complicated. Because he knew the other party's purpose of recruiting Shinji, he was a little worried that Shinji would be involved in the power struggle between the top leaders in the future and become a victim of the power struggle among the top leaders. Of course. If you want to say who is the most annoyed to see Shinji in the conference room, it is undoubtedly Danzo. He stood up and asked Yuta and Koharu, "Why did you bring him here?" Under the inquiring eyes of everyone, Yuta and Koharu announced, "I am now the guiding Jonin of Uchiha Shinji. From now on, he will accept my guidance." This. What? Did I hear it right? Everyone in the conference room whispered. If before, everyone was just surprised that Yuta and Koharu recruited Shinji, then now everyone is shocked that Yuta and Koharu, the advisory elder, actually placed such a heavy bet on Shinji. Once the master-disciple relationship is established, it means that the inheritance relationship of political power is established. Are you crazy? Danzo was furious. The Konoha high-level officials all knew about the grudge between him and Uchiha Shinji, and knew that Shinji, the remnant of the Uchiha clan, had embarrassed him several times, and also knew that he had tried to kill Shinji several times. Yuta and Koharu ignored Danzo's questioning and sat directly on the right side of the conference table. Shinji followed Yuta and Koharu with a calm face and sat in the audience seat on the right, facing Yakumo and Suzuki in the audience seat opposite. Danzo sat back helplessly, concealed his anger, and closed his eyes to rest. Midamanen looked at Yuta and Koharu and sighed softly. On the main seat, the third generation was no less surprised than Danzo. He quickly realized that this was an attempt by the advisory elders group, or Yuta and Koharu, to turn the situation around. However, when he saw Yakumo in the audience on the left, he regained his composure, glanced at Yuta and Koharu, and thought to himself, what can one Uchiha Shinji change? Seeing that all the participants had arrived, the third generation announced, "The meeting begins." As the meeting began, all the participants gathered their thoughts and discussed the agenda of this meeting. Narashikako was the first to stand up and said, "Because the Akatsukis A and B frequently enter and exit the village, the intelligence team analyzed that the Akatsuki must have a hiding place in the village, so the intelligence team has drawn up a cleaning plan, and the plan has been released." The third generation looked at the plan handed over and nodded, "Very good, let the intelligence team start to arrange it." Yakumo in the audience instantly became nervous. She herself was a member of the Akatsuki organization, so when she heard that the village was going to eliminate the Akatsuki members lurking in the village, she was shocked and scared, and her eyes were cast on the cleanup plan in the third generation's hand. Scan the plan. Shinji secretly said, "Oh, I didn't expect to have unexpected gains." With his current perception ability, coupled with the pair of high-purity white eyes controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan, he was not too worried about his whereabouts being exposed. However, knowing the village's deployment in advance can save him a lot of trouble. Then, Asuma stood up and said, "The investigation of the archives attack has encountered obstacles." The third generation looked worried. "Tell me in detail." Asuma said helplessly, "The other party destroyed the entire database, so it is difficult to trace which ninjutsu scrolls were lost. According to the oral statement of the Anbu who rushed to the scene at the first time, we only know that the other party seems to have taken 2 scrolls." Tsunade asked, "What ninjutsu scrolls are stored in that database?" Asuma replied, "In addition to forbidden techniques, other ninjutsu, including some sealing techniques and secret techniques, are stored." Tsunade said, "Then check from the sealing techniques and secret techniques." Shinji in the audience listened and thought to himself, as expected of Tsunade, she grasped the key points at once. "It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 398 Akatsuki in the audience. Although Tsunade grasped the key points, even if she started from the sealing techniques and secret techniques, it would take Konoha's intelligence team a long time to analyze. You should know that Konoha has collected a variety of sealing techniques and secret techniques, with dozens or even hundreds of them. It is a lot of work to analyze those who may become the targets of Akatsuki one by one. Then, the meeting continued to discuss how to deal with the aggressive Akatsuki. Because it was the first time to attend the village's high-level meeting, Shinji was full of curiosity about everything. What made him feel the most strange was sitting aside and listening to everyone talking about everything about him. Although the strength of B exceeds our previous expectations, I still think A is their leader. That's right. A has not lost any battles so far. We will misjudge the strength of B and we will also misjudge the strength of A, so the threat level to A must also be raised. The identity of A is too mysterious, which is very suspicious. The key lies in the pupil skills of A and B. If we can't see through their kaleidoscope pupil skills, we will be very passive when fighting with them. In the audience. Am I so mysterious? Shinji felt a little absurd, and even a little ashamed. The third generation on the main seat asked everyone at this time, can we evaluate the Manjiki-I techniques of A and B? The answer was given by the head of the Jonin squad, Narashikaku, who stood up and said, A has a record of performing Black Flame. The intelligence squad has analyzed that this Black Flame is likely to be a Manjiki-I technique of the Uchiha called Amaterasu. The third generation asked again, what about B? Everyone looked at Yakumo and Suzuki in the audience on the other side, because the two had a record of fighting with B of the Akatsuki organization not long ago, and they knew B best among all the people present. Seeing everyone looking at him, Yakumo stood up and said, when fighting with me, B seemed to have only used Susanoo. The third generation moved his eyes to Suzuki on the side. Suzuki, what do you think? Suzuki carefully recalled the situation at that time, and then said, Yakumo's judgment is correct, B did not use other Manjiki-I techniques. Asuma asked, after your Uchiha clan awakens the Manjiki Sharingan, how many Manjiki-I techniques will you have? A lot of information that Shinji thinks is common sense is actually relatively confidential information in the ninja world. Not to mention ordinary people, even Konoha, the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, may not know it. For example, they are very scarce in a lot of information related to the Manjiki Sharingan, and a lot of the information they get is found in the pile of old papers studied by the second generation. When asked, Suzuki looked a little embarrassed, I don't know much either. Ah! Everyone in the conference room sighed. If there is a Manjiki Uchiha in the village, it will be much easier to deal with the powerful Manjiki Uchiha in Akatsuki. At least, we won't be in the dark like we are now. Feeling everyone's disappointment, Suzuki clenched his fists, don't worry, I will awaken the Manjiki Sharingan soon. By then, no matter whether it is A, B, or Itaki, I will defeat them with my own hands. Sasuke's bold words were exchanged for a cold snort from Danzo. He looked at Suzuki, glanced at Shinji, and said, I dare not believe you Uchiha, who knows if you are the spies planted in the village by Akatsuki. Suzuki was furious, what nonsense are you talking about? Shinji didn't say anything, and still sat quietly in his seat. Danzo, who saw the reactions of the two, felt a little regretful. Then he could only fire at Suzuki alone, how dare you disrespect the elders? Anbu, take him away. Kakashi stood up quickly, Danzo, Suzuki has a reckless personality, please forgive him. The third generation also said, Suzuki, watch your tone, this is a high-level meeting of the village, how can you be so presumptuous? You should leave first. Suzuki had to leave angrily. Humph. Very dissatisfied with the third generation's behavior of raising it high and then putting it down lightly, Danzo snorted. You should know that according to the rules of Konoha, the minimum punishment for Konoha ninjas who slander and insult the advisor elders is imprisonment for several months. After a long time, the meeting ended. Shinji followed Yuta and Koharu and left the venue. Arriving at Yuta and Koharu's office, she said to Shinji, you performed very well today. No matter what Danzo does or says, you'd better not confront him head-on. I know. Shinji nodded. What happened today was not because he had a deep cultivation or was afraid of the power of Danzo's advisor elder, but because Danzo's words hit the nail on the head, making him a little guilty, so he did not show as angry as Suzuki. He even wondered what everyone would think if they knew that the Akatsuki organization A discussed at the meeting today was present and listened in. Then he thought that not only him, but also Yakumo, the D of the Akatsuki organization, was in the audience. It was really ironic that the Akatsuki members that the village had been searching for so hard ended up sitting in the meeting room one by one, listening to their discussion. Koharu Yuta said, you need to hurry up about Sharingan. I know you have a high talent, but whether you can awaken Sharingan is directly related to your future achievements. In this regard, Uchiha Suzuki has already walked ahead of you. Awakening Sharingan is not a problem for me. Shinji answered confidently, which was completely in line with the personality of a conceited Uchiha. Very good, I look forward to your performance. With my support, your future in the village will be bright, and it is not impossible to rebuild the family in the future. Koharu Yuta continued to paint a big picture. Shinji accepted all of it with a smile, please rest assured, I will not let you down. At the same time, a figure climbed over the outer wall of Konoha from an unmanned place and sneaked into Konoha village silently. The figure was extremely fast. After a few takeoffs and landings, it passed through the periphery of Konoha and entered the core area of the village. Then it entered a small forest. With the cover of the tree canopy, it stood on the tree and looked at Konoha. His eyes swept across the streets and communities of Konoha, and finally landed on a large clan community. If Niji was here, he would find that the community this figure was looking at was not somewhere else, but the clan land of their Hyuga clan. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it. Chapter 399 Don't Chase. At night, Suzuki made an appointment with Shinji, and the two chatted in the ramen restaurant. Suzuki complained, "Danzo is so disgusting. He actually questioned us in front of the Hokage. How could we be members of the Akatsuki organization? He is crazy." Shinji responded vaguely while eating ramen. Suzuki continued, "Shinji, it's a great thing that the advisor elder has accepted you as his apprentice. You don't have to worry about the rumors outside anymore." Shinji, who was eating noodles, stopped and looked at Suzuki beside him. Although Suzuki changed a lot during the night of genocide, he still seemed to be the guy with a cold appearance and a soft heart. Who is more important in his mind, me or Naruto? Shinji retracted his gaze and continued to eat noodles. For now, he felt that Suzuki might care more about him. After all, there were only 2 Uchiha left in Konoha. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought to himself, "Hey, if that's the case, can I play a play to stimulate Suzuki to open his eyes?" Thinking of this, he shook his head. He didn't really want to use other people's concern to stimulate the other party, especially now that his Samsara Eye plan was progressing smoothly and there was no strong demand for Suzuki to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. Suzuki noticed something strange about Shinji and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Shinji smiled and said, "Stop talking. If you keep talking, the noodles will get cold." In the main family mansion. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of low-pitched sounds of fists and feet hitting each other, the 2 figures retreated. The 2 people in the fierce fight were Hayashi and Niji. Hayashi looked suspicious. "Niji, how come your speed and strength seem to have become stronger again?" As the head of the family, Hayashi was naturally happy that Niji had become stronger, but Niji had become stronger too fast in recent days, which made him a little confused. "Really?" Niji looked happy and subconsciously covered his chest. In fact, as the fusion deepened, the biological exoskeleton implanted in his chest had merged with the skin on his chest, and even Hayashi, who had the Byakugan, could not detect it. Hayashi, who couldn't figure it out, could only attribute the change to the development of Niji's body. After all, Niji is already 10 years old, and has entered the age of rapid physical development. It is not unreasonable that his basic abilities such as speed and strength have been greatly improved. After finishing the training, Hayashi said to Niji, "You have to be careful these days and don't run around." Ninkai naturally knew what Hayashi was worried about, and hurriedly replied, "Well, I will be careful." Hayashi patted Niji's shoulder again, "Don't worry too much, just stay still and be good. In the village, the Otsutsuki branch family must not dare to mess around. As for what happens next, let's slowly figure it out." Ninkai nodded. After leaving the main family mansion, Ninkai strolled in the Hyuga clan's territory, sometimes thinking about the world-destroying crisis on the moon, and sometimes thinking about the biological exoskeleton on his body. Swish! At this moment, a figure fell from the sky and landed in front of him. Ninkai looked carefully and saw that the person in front of him was a young man with silver hair and a very handsome look. And in the eye sockets of this young man, there was a pair of clear white eyes. He was immediately shocked. "You are Otsutsuki." Swish! Before Ninkai finished speaking, the young man raised his hand, and shot out a ball of chakra light bullet. Boom! Unexpectedly, Ninkai was hit by the chakra light bullet and flew out, crashing into several walls. The white-eyed boy flashed and came to the ruins. He grasped the unconscious Ninkai in the ruins with his hand, and then disappeared with a swish. Because the boy acted too fast, when the Hyuga clan members in the clan heard the explosion and rushed to the battle site, the boy had already left with the unconscious Ninkai. Looking at the mess, Hayashi's face turned pale and he ordered, "Chase him." Yes. All the Hyuga clan members immediately scattered. On the street. After eating ramen, Shinji and Suzuki strolled leisurely on the street. Boom boom. Just then, a series of roars suddenly came from the distance. The two looked in the direction of the roars and found that there were not only flames in the sky, but also the shouts of Konoha ninjas. Sasuke frowned, "What's going on? Is it another attack from the Akatsuki organization?" Then he didn't think about it and directly launched the flash body technique and rushed to the direction of the explosion. "I didn't arrange an attack." Shinji was stunned for a moment, then followed him. After a few jumps, Shinji came to the rooftop and looked at the battlefield in the distance. In the center of the battle circle, a young man in a white robe was holding the unconscious Niji, and a large number of Konoha ninjas were lying in a mess on the periphery. Even Sasuke, who was just beside him, was now collapsed in a corner, covered in blood, and looked seriously injured. Otsutsuki Tonari. Shinji's face darkened. Others may not recognize the young white-robed boy in the battle circle, but Shinji will not make a mistake. He is the last descendant of the Otsutsuki branch on the moon and the most powerful Otsutsuki clan member today. In the original time and space, before invading the ninja world, Otsutsuki Momoshiki went to the moon first, met with Otsutsuki Tonari who had lost his eyes at that time, and recognized Otsutsuki Tonari's bloodline. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, Tsunade led Shizuan, Yakumo, and a large number of Konoha ninjas to the scene. Seeing that the attacker was not after seeing the Akatsuki members, Yakumo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately launched the wood release. But at the moment when Yakumo launched the wood release, Otsutsuki Tonari flashed and approached Yakumo, reaching out with one hand. Yakumo was not flustered, and tried to block the other party's arm. However, at the moment when the two sides came into contact, she felt a suction force coming from the other party's arm that she could not resist at all. Then she was shocked to find that the chakra in her body was instantly drained by the other party. And drained Otsutsuki Tonari, who was holding Yakumo's chakra, was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the little girl in front of him actually had such a terrifying amount of chakra, and it was very difficult for him to maintain such a large amount of chakra, so he threw the chakra he had drawn out casually. Boom! Instantly, a huge roar came from Konoha village, and the fire even lit up the night sky. In addition to the streets that were directly engulfed by the explosion, the shock wave caused by the explosion overturned all the people and objects near the battlefield. Otsutsuki Tonari, who was holding Niji, didn't bother at this time, and jumped, disappeared on the battlefield. The battlefield he left behind was in chaos. Tsunade and Shizuan rushed directly to the unconscious Yakumo, and the other Konoha ninjas present were either treating others or lying on the ground wailing with injuries. On the roof, Shinji, who had dodged the shock wave, ignored the others and chased in the direction where Tonari Otsutsuki left. Sasuke, who was lying on the ground, saw this and shouted, "Shinji, don't chase me. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me." Chapter 400 Chaos. The sky-high flames, scattered smoke and the mixed noise of crying, cursing, wailing, etc., plunged the originally peaceful Konoha into chaos. The attack was too sudden. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, accompanied by the dense sound of breaking wind, more and more Konoha ninjas arrived at the scene. When they saw the tragic situation on the battlefield, they were all stunned. How could this happen? We just fought, how could the damage be so serious? Did the Akatsuki organization launch a large-scale attack? Where are the enemies? Everyone was surprised and at a loss. Tsunade stood up and shouted, "Have you forgotten the contingency plans you practiced before? Everyone should do their job and don't stand there stupidly." With Tsunade's loud shout, everyone finally had a backbone and took action. Some ninjas participated in the rescue, and some ninjas began to patrol and guard the periphery, and the last part of the elite spontaneously formed a team to search for the enemy. Obviously, although the attack was sudden, because various contingency plans had been made in advance to deal with the attack of the Akatsuki organization, the chaos was immediately contained under the leadership of Tsunade. At this time, Tsunade summoned the giant slug in the wet bone forest, and then let the slug split and participated in the rescue, and she returned to Yakumo. Watching Tsunade check Yakumo's body, Shizuan on the side asked anxiously, "Tsunade-sama, is Yakumo okay?" Tsunade said, "Her chakra was all sucked away by the enemy." What? Shizuan was shocked. She knew very well how terrifying the amount of chakra in Yakumo, who had merged with the first generation of cells, was, so she really couldn't imagine what kind of ninjutsu could suck away all the chakra in Yakumo's body at once. Tsunade began to make hand seals at this time, preparing to unlock the yin seal on her forehead and supply chakra to Yakumo. Chakra depletion is fatal to ninjas, so she must replenish some chakra for Yakumo as soon as possible. Shizun saw this and quickly stopped Tsunade. Let me do it. With a powerful enemy at hand, your chakra cannot be consumed in such a place. Okay then. Tsunade pondered for a moment and nodded. The classmates who were training in the training grounds in various parts of the village also rushed to the scene one after another. Like the other Konoha ninjas who arrived earlier, everyone was shocked. Especially when they saw Sasuke lying in a ruin covered in blood, and Yakumo fainted and was receiving treatment from Shizun, everyone was panicked. Yakumo and Sasuke's strength, they knew it best as classmates. It was unacceptable that the two were so seriously injured in a short fight, and even Yakumo, who mastered the wood release, suffered such a big loss. Because Yakumo was receiving treatment from Shizun and looked very serious, Shin, Sakura and other classmates rushed to Sasuke first. Sakura cried, "Sasuke, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sasuke shook his head with a pale face. There was a small slug lying on the wound on his body, so the bleeding had stopped. Shin looked at the damaged streets around him and the wounded on the ground, and asked hurriedly, "What happened? Was it an attack by the Akatsuki organization?" Sasuke said with a gloomy face, "It's not the Akatsuki organization, it's a guy we haven't seen before. Because he captured Niji, we started fighting, but damn, that guy is ridiculously strong." Ah! Tenten and Hinata were shocked when they heard it. Shin covered her mouth, even Niji was defeated. Counting the injured Yakumo and Sasuke here, the mysterious man has defeated more than half of the geniuses in the ninja school. Hiss! Sasuke wanted to stand up, but as soon as he stood up, he pulled the wound and grimaced in pain. Sakura quickly supported Sasuke. "Sasuke, don't move, your wound is too serious, I will bandage you first, and wait for teacher Shizun to treat Yakumo." Sasuke pushed Sakura away, and the dark pupils in his eyes turned scarlet. "There is no time, Shinji is catching up." "What?" Bai and Karin, who were mixed in with the classmates, were shocked. Shin was also panicked and asked, "Such a powerful enemy, how could you let Shinji chase alone? Which direction did he chase?" "I didn't expect him to chase so fast, it's too late to stop him." Sasuke pointed in a direction with a face full of self-blame. Shin said to the classmates around him, "Let's go to support Shinji." Everyone nodded. Bai stood up, not caring about disguise, and said, "Let me go and take a look first. The enemy this time is very strong. You stay here and wait for my news." "Shua." After saying that, without waiting for everyone to answer, Bai's figure disappeared from the spot. So fast. Everyone was stunned. Sasuke's pupil shrank, because he had already opened the Sharingan, and he didn't see Bai's movement just now. "It's okay for Bai and I to go. It's too dangerous for you to go." Karin left a sentence, jumped up, and chased Bai. Sasuke's face was livid, and he stood up with gritted teeth. "Uchiha is not dead yet, Shinji, I will save him myself." "Shua." As he said that, he activated the flash body technique and disappeared from the spot. "Wait for me." Shin, who didn't listen to the advice, chased after him. Seeing this, other classmates also followed him. In the Hokage's office, Naruto rolled up his sleeves and yelled, "Lecherous immortal, why don't you let me go? I'm very powerful now." Jiraiya held Naruto's head and said, "Stupid, if you want to be a ninja, you must first learn to be patient." Naruto muttered, "But everyone is fighting, why are we hiding here?" Jiraiya ignored Naruto and looked at the third generation standing by the window. The third generation stared at the fire outside the window without saying a word. The several advisory elders in the office also had gloomy faces and were silent. No words. "Shua." An Anbu appeared in front of the third generation, half kneeling and reporting, "Hokage-sama, it has been confirmed that the attacker is not from the Akatsuki organization." The third generation asked, "Can the identity of the attacker be confirmed?" The Anbu shook his head, "The identity of the other party cannot be confirmed at present, but according to the description of the witnesses, the other party seems to have Byakugan." "Byakugan?" The third generation frowned slightly, and then said, "What are the casualties in the village?" The Anbu replied in a deep voice, "Many streets in the village were damaged, and the loss of personnel has not yet been counted. It can be confirmed that the other party kidnapped Hyuga Niji of the Hyuga clan and seriously injured Uchiha Sasuke, who went to stop them. After Tsunade-sama arrived, the other party retreated, but the third generation asked, just what? The Anbu reported with gritted teeth, Kurama Yakumo was defeated in one move, seriously injured and unconscious, and Uchiha Shinji chased him alone. What? The always calm third generation showed a surprised expression for the first time. The first update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly votes. Students who haven't voted today, don't forget it.